More nighttime in a drone. I'll take it.
What's your day going so far?
Be better. That descent was rude. But we're here. We're thriving. Vibing and thriving.
That's right.
There's a Dirty Dancing soundtrack on. I don't like this one.
Hey, Lily.
I don't know.
I'm gonna listen to this one again.
Oh, you guys are sharing tunes?
We are.
Yeah,
We've been sharing for like 5 hours.
we've done, let me see. What have we done? No, we've been sharing for like 8 hours, 9 hours.
Oh, no, yeah, we've been sharing for like
we did
the whole day, haven't
we did my phone. Now we're on to Dirty Dancing. On the phone.
Well, Luke has your sleep cot all set up.
Yeah, it is sleepy time.
That's
Before
right.
I start making lessons. Oh yeah. Everything's fine.
And we're back. That was the Cocodona Chronicles. A little bit of storytelling about this race put together by the one, the only Tony with a Sony. Tony Hill as part of our broadcast team. Thank you to him for putting that together. I'm Chris Warden, and I guess this is technically, according to our numbering, the start of day 4 of Cocodona. The Cocodona 250 presented by Aero Viper Running and brought to you on the Mountain Outpost YouTube channel. Let's get right back out into the field. I'll take anything. Nobody wants to look. When you wake up and I'm the first thing you see at 2 in the morning, man, I'm changing the channel on myself. So yeah, let's do that. Let's go to Fort Tuthill. I would rather see Kim Casey, volunteer extraordinaire, taking care of runner prep than watch myself. I can see Race Command is requesting a delivery from the top of Mount Eldon. Can't imagine what they're asking for. In the chat.
Oh, I see.
Is Jamil heading up to Eldon? Looks like. Man, we don't get nothing. Nobody asked if we wanted anything here in the studio. Then again, I didn't get any of the pizza cotta last night.
We're gonna have to get someone on that.
I know, right? I was trying to be I'll wait till everybody else gets some, and I did. I waited till everybody else got it all. Not a lot happening at the Eldon Aid or at the Tuthill Aid, which is actually what we're looking at here. But we're keeping an eye on things, and if something does happen, if we get some action, we'll bring it to you. I know that people that are just tuning in might be shocked to find that the former women's race leader, Mika Thews, is now a DNF, as she had a commanding lead by our estimations, a 6-hour lead at mile 233, but she decided to drop. She notified Race Command through her crew, and we pretty much just left it at that. If Mika wants to share her story, she's more than welcome to. We'd love to have her in studio. It's up to her. But that's what we know. And as a result, our current women's standings: first place, Rachel Entrekin; second place, Manu Villaseca; third place, Kylie Drugan-Epich. Yeah, our camera setups are really prohibited from doing too much at Sedona and Munns Park due to dark sky regulations in those communities. I'm hoping that perhaps for tomorrow, for those later aid stations, I don't think Sedona closes at 12:15 tomorrow. Munns Park is open till 1 a.m. Maybe we can go out to Munns Park, or actually, yeah, Munns Park closes at 1 a.m. tonight/tomorrow morning. Maybe we can position some lighting so we actually can cover some of that. That would actually be really cool. I know that the people that would be able to handle and make those things happen are currently running around doing other things, because there is no such thing during Cocodona week as sleep. Of course, we just recently had our 6th finisher in the Cocodona 250, and that was the Tiger King, Jeff Garmeyer, who became the first 4-time finisher of Cocodona and the first Cocodona 1,000-mile runner. Of course, there are a few other runners that are looking to get to their 4th finish this week, and they would be Brian Janzik, Jose Sosa, Aaron Flesher, Wes Plate, and Andrew Glaze. Jeff Garmeyer has become the first, and nobody can ever take it away from him. I'm going to do a quick shout out to the dearly departed, those who have DNF'd the Cocodona 250, towed the starting line, just did not have the week they had hoped. But I want to shout out and give these people our appreciation anyways. Without them, this race coverage doesn't happen. So shout out to, as we mentioned, Mika Thews, Liz Canty, Megan McCarty, Cole Crosby, Taylor Scornavaco, Chad Trumbo, Ryan Shepard, Jonathan Wilkes, Brandon Dutra, Troy Croxdale, Courtney McIntosh, Beth Frymiller, Dustin Hoffman, Brianna Cornell, Charity Larson, Gregory Lowe, Carol Northrup, Thomas Arnold, Neil Sachs, Shayna Bordner, Haley Morrison, Natalie Baldo, Bob Brashear, Leanne Hood, Dee Wu, Harley Guy, Aylin Davis, Jeremy Hedges, Keith Eckert, Courtney Scher, Josh Grant, Natalie Bickers, Lindsay Tucker, Jason Hanley, Jesse Williams, Mitsuo Moriah, Artemio Mendoza, Jim Hunt, Kyung Lee, Matt Miller, Sean Gibson, Chris Walt, Brett Barker, Will Bruner, Ted Clifton, and Menya Montiel. Shout out to those people. Again, that's our DNF list. We appreciate everything that they put into this. This is not an easy endeavor, and sometimes things just don't go your way. But shout out for giving it a shot. On a personal note, I was actually in contact with Courtney minutes before she dropped, and I told her, I'm proud of her as one of my good friends either way. Sometimes you just can't help what happens out there. But we still do have a lot of runner stories to tell. A few dozen have hit the 200-mile mark. We have a few that are very close to finishing. The next anticipated finisher will be Finn Malanson, the only single-track pod proprietor, Finn Malanson. After that, we might see Jonathan Van Guens, who we followed down the trail from the Mount Eldon Aid for a little bit. Matt Smith, our lead woman, Rachel Entrekin, Kevin Goldberg. Oh, wow. We have a bit of an interesting update at this point.
Is this Rachel and Trinken?
No, well, Rachel is very close to hitting Eldon Aid.
Yeah, she's looking about just on par with it. We can only wait to see, but
Yeah.
this looks like it's going to be a pretty good, pretty close race.
Well, what I was actually raising an eyebrow at was Brody Chisum. It looks like, if I can count very quickly, that Brody Chisum is in 11th.
He's about the same area as Manu.
Yeah, Brody Chisum has been ahead of Michael McKnight and just past Manu Villaseca and Damon Chavez. There is a significant gap between him and the runners in front of him, including Kevin Goldberg, Rachel Entrekin, and Matt Smith. But 17-year-old Brody Chisum looking like making a huge statement as a teenager at a race of this magnitude. As we see right now, that is the Eldon Aid Station. I'm assuming those are the vegetarian or vegan egg roll options. Spring rolls. Of course, we've got... Yeah, it looks like. And they do a great job of packing everything, quote, to go. So runners, they're more than welcome to pull up a plate and have a barbecue platter. But if they want to stuff some ribs in their pocket, oh yeah, Julian, Pete, and Claire and Siska and the crew up there, they're happy to accommodate. As you can see, it looks like Julian is showing how they roll up there. Looks like that might be some smoked sausage, actually.
That looks good. You gotta get some of that over here.
Yeah, Travis got up there. I mean, he must know somebody. He must be like, very well connected in order to get up there. So,
I mean, if we go back in the chat a little bit, he was asking about like a gate code or something.
not in the public chat. No, we're kidding. Travis Longcar is the Free Trail Fantasy mastermind for the Free Trail website, of course. Friend of the family, Dylan Bowman, over there doing great things. And Travis does a lot to help them out over there. The whole Free Trail Fantasy thing is kind of his setup right now. So somebody asking how far the Airbnb is from the finish. You're talking about our studio Airbnb? It's about 3/4 of a mile. It's actually exactly 5 houses down from where we were last year. Yeah, I counted. Yeah, Daniel, I'm crushed by all the drops, but I don't remember the last time I was covering a race and I was so jaw-dropped as I was when I got a text message from Race Command about the unfortunate dropping of race leader Mika Thews. I mean, she was just killing it. She was
Powering through this entire race. She was what, 20 miles from the finish?
Yeah. And her reasons for calling it a day are absolutely valid. They're her own. We don't know what they are. But that was definitely one of the more surprising developments I've encountered. But to be honest, the men's race at the top surprised me too. When you have somebody who is so established and so talented, a certifiable legend in the sport in Jeff Browning, coming down a trail in his own hometown with 4 miles to go, and basically having his body just stop working the way he needed it to, had some issues and had to stop on the side of the trail. And, you know, again, Harry didn't necessarily, I mean, he didn't, you know, just kind of fall into it. He took it. He took this race, you know, and even still, like if you look at the splits from the top of Eldon down, so far he's been by like 30 minutes the fastest, or maybe 40. So his split from Eldon down is quite stunning compared to the rest. I think we'll have Aid Station Fireball, when he decides to wake up, actually maybe crunch some numbers. Yeah, I mean, I'll admit, Chad, when I first got the text, I looked at it, and my first reaction was to look around the room, because from my background, I used to work in news radio and broadcast journalism, work, you know, for AM news stations, FM music stations. The first thing you want to do is verify a news story or an item, but the person who sent me the information is the person I usually go to verify news, and that was Race Command. So I didn't have anywhere else to go, and I looked around the room hoping somebody else got a text message or some information that corroborated what I heard. And I sat on it for about 30 seconds, and once I realized that nobody else was getting that word, and I knew what would happen, because we had a group of people over in, I guess you could say, our green room area, kind of watching the live stream and talking quietly. And when I mentioned and made the announcement that Mika had dropped, there was an audible set of gasps from across the room, because number one, they're fans of her. Number two, the way that she had been dominating this race for the last 100+ miles, it was hard to believe. It was very hard to believe. As you can see, we are at Eldon Aid, awaiting our next finisher, which will either be Jonathan Van Gunes or Finn Malanson. Yeah, this is where things get crazy with the GPS. Literally the drop down Tut Hill, that's where Jeff Garmeyer allegedly took his jaunt up to Utah, and Jeff Browning allegedly got lost with what we were told by the GPS. So we're keeping an eye on them, and we will definitely go to them when we've got eyes on them with our boots on the ground running follow cams. What time does the race end? 11 a.m. Saturday. So as you can see, we are in hour 69. Nice. At the Cocodona 250, we have 125 total hours. So doing math on screen, looks like we've got about 55 and a half hours. Oh, did I say down Tut Hill? Tut Hill's not a hill. Kind of is. But yeah, down Eldon. Thanks. See, this is what happens when I get scheduled for an 8-hour shift.
We should not be doing math right
In the overnight. Yeah. Definitely not math time. Yeah, this has been the wildest Cocodona that I can remember with regards to things happening at the front extremely, extremely late. Ryan, we only have a limited number of Starlinks that can actually perpetuate that signal. We have to move them around the course to follow. And once the front of the pack has come in, then we're kind of able to more stabilize the back of the field coverage. We've been doing this for a few years.
I'd say we can save, like, when do you say Munns closes? Later today or tomorrow?
Munns Park doesn't close until 1 a.m. tomorrow. The goal would be
What is tomorrow?
tomorrow, May 10th, as in Friday morning.
So we'll have Munns probably this entire time. They'll probably have to take it down to swap if they need to change anything. But
Yeah.
probably have Sedona as well.
I mean, our Starlinks are, basically leveraged to the hilt at this point because we have several.
We're going to be running off these feeds for the rest of the week.
What?
We're probably going to be running off these.
Yeah, we're gonna have these static cams the rest of the week. The thing is that we only have a certain amount of devices that can provide us these feeds. A simple hotspot ain't gonna get it done. So,
Hotspot will get us.
I mean, if you want to buy us a Starlink, then
I know the exact price of Best Buy right now.
oh yeah,
$599.99.
it's come down a lot though.
That's for I think the basic model.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say that's
We have the nice ones. Yeah, that's when we were having all those issues yesterday or the day before. I don't remember. All the network.
yeah, we had some network issues definitely. Keeping an eye on the tracker to see if Finn and Jonathan make their way down. Meanwhile, on the other side of the hill, Rachel Entrekin is going to be fairly soon making her way up. It's going to be a long while, at least.
Matt Smith is 2.1 from.
Matt Smith is 2.1 miles to Eldon, which means he's at least an hour away.
Going at about a mile an hour as of 2 minutes ago.
Well, I was trying to give him the benefit of the doubt. Yeah, that climb up Eldon is no joke. The youngest age to ever finish this race, it's somewhere in the low 20s. It's not like it's any sort of unusual number. I mean, we're obviously looking at that number coming down this year with two teenagers running the race. Also, Zach Bates, who is extremely young too. That's a nice lineup of people. You got Cody McKeeson, Jose Sosa, Adam Williams, Chad Lassiter, Brian Janzik, Kylie Drugan Epic, and Fort Tuthill. Of course, we're at the mercy of the number of filmers we have right now. These microphones pick it up pretty well because you can hear when I move my mouse. I guess I could use a mouse pad.
Oh yeah, we probably need to switch your mics. Get some new ones.
There we go.
It's also a lap table. Oldest finisher
In history?
in this race.
I don't know. Somebody probably in their late 60s. I mean, we do have two septuagenarians running this race, and if they both finish, then they can both whip out their driver's licenses and tell us which one was born first.
I can't do that.
Yeah, I don't have any confirmation, but I would venture to guess that there was a possibility that Zachary Bates would have been the youngest finisher as well, potentially, were he not running against a couple of teenagers. I mean, Annie Hughes was 24 when she won Cocodona back in 2022. Oh, I remember who it was. It was Stefan Fiandero. He was 20 when he finished this race back in 2021. I do remember that. Very energetic young runner, Stefan Fiandero. But yeah, a quick little scan through historical data tells me that Annie Hughes was the youngest woman to finish this race. I don't know if we have anybody younger than her on the women's side. Yeah. Yeah. It would require a lot of clicking to parse that data. Once a race starts, you're locked out of the ultra sign up matrix until.
I want to say we had it for like the first 12 hours, but then they locked it. Yeah, I don't even know where to find some of that information.
Yeah, it looks like in 2022, 69-year-old Bart Mangino finished the race. That would be the oldest person to finish this race. Of course, we're here at Fort Tuthill, keeping an eye on runners. This camera is set up, kind of faces the entry and exit areas of the aid station. The entry door traditionally is actually to the right of the screen. The exit that they normally take is actually the garage door right there. But given that it's closed because it's cold up in these hills, they use the door right next to that. What is the outside temperature right now in Flagstaff?
According to the ticker, 33.
Oh, is the ticker actually wired in to?
It's set to Flagstaff.
Okay, perfect. Yeah. I did not realize that. Yeah. So,
For our international folks, 0.7 Celsius.
okay, so it's basically above zero. Here's the thing I've learned about the Celsius Fahrenheit conversion.
It's weird.
No, I mean, yeah, but international people tend to know Fahrenheit a lot more than Americans know Celsius. I can't like think of certain random temperatures right off the bat, but I know that 40 is really hot, 30 is really warm. Yeah. Yeah. It's like, but I'm not that good at it, at being able to figure it right off the top of my head. I know that's like 5/9 plus or minus 32 or something to that degree.
Randy just chimed in 34.
So yeah, if it's 33, 34 in Flagstaff, that means Eldon is cold. And those runners get up to the top of Eldon and it is super exposed and the wind is whipping.
High 20s.
Oh, no, it's closer to 20.
Really?
Yes. Yeah. It's 2,000 feet higher and it's exposed.
Well, actually, I'm looking at this. It's about 3,000 feet higher. Jeez.
Yeah.
I didn't know it was
And it's,
that higher.
I've been up there when the wind is going and it is not a lot of fun. Aaron Flesher 257 is cold and needs a shout out. Aaron Spacer. I really like Aaron. He's a good guy. I smile whenever I see him. He's been an early supporter from a distance of what we do here at Mountain Outpost in terms of our race coverage. He's always been really cool to me. I believe that I met him through Hector Rodriguez, who is in this race field as well, last I checked. Yeah, Aaron is also one of the legacies in this race, having completed it every prior year. Hopefully, Aaron is able to get it done, warm up, and come in for the 1,000th mile of his Cocodona journey.
So, has Versteeg not done it all 4 years?
No, Versteeg has started it all 4 years.
Oh, he didn't finish?
Yeah, of course, he won in 2021. He DNF'd in 22 at Prescott Whiskey Row. And 23, he dropped somewhere, I want to say around Dead Horse. That was the infamous night where I was hosting with Pete Mortimer, who's known Mike for a while and run with him in the past. And all of a sudden, Mike's tracker started to go off course, which is extremely interesting because few people know this course better. And what happened was his course was going off course on a trail, and Pete Mortimer and I were sitting here at the desk, and Pete was kind of looking and eyeing at it, and he goes, "Oh, he's dropping." We're like, "What?" He goes, "Oh, yeah, he's basically taking this off-spur trail down to the road, and he's going to get picked up by whoever his crew is, and they're going to drive him home." And lo and behold, he gets down to the road. All of a sudden, his tracker starts going 55, and he gets to the closest aid station and then formally drops there. But yeah, that was Versteeg's race last year. This year was a great redemption run for him. Finishing fifth in a field like this, it's fantastic. Shaved a lot of time off of his race last year, or his race the last time. Last year, he was the first runner into Whiskey Row. This year, he was fourth and was still 2 hours faster than he was last year. So everybody was moving really fast.
Someone in the chat on temperatures, 28C is 82F. Is 82?
I appreciate that. Thank you, Casey. Yeah, because I know that 40 is rarefied air, and when it hits 40 in Arizona, which it does, It's a stay the heck inside kind of day. Except when it's Wednesday night when we have our group trail runs and we still go outside and run anyways. We do take it easier though, and we start after the sun has started to set a little bit. But yeah, when you're out here in Arizona, you know, when you see 40 degrees Celsius, you know that it's hot.
And yet we still don't keep schools in and stuff.
Yeah. Somebody was asking about Arizona Snowball by Mount Eldon. Do we slash it up in the winter? I don't go to Snowball. I'm not a winter sports person. I haven't gone skiing in almost 30 years. The last time I went skiing was the day that it was announced that Chris Farley died. That's how long it's been since I've been skiing, because I remember I was strongly suggested by ski patrol to get off the course because I was so awful, stay off the slopes. So I went into the bar and I was sitting down with a friend, and the news came across the screen, and it was pretty sad. But yeah, Snowball is a big thing here for people who do like winter sports. It is the only place in Arizona where you've got this kind of setup. So it's very popular. I guess to that end, I'm kind of grateful I'm not into winter sports, because I know that access to it here is sorely limited. Yeah, Killian Quarth's drop was unfortunate as well, because he had come in to Whiskey Row, I want to say in 7th, but was still, you know, way ahead of last year's pace. So,
Yeah, it had to be speed.
no, oh, the heat? You said it. No, it was allergies. Yeah, Killian Quarth had to deal with some allergies that were giving his body problems. Apparently, they wreaked havoc on him last year, but then the same spot, the same symptoms. Yeah, the mileage to kilometer thing is actually much more comfortable for me to do, simply because I'm a fan of running. Like that one, I don't have any problems with it at all. Yeah. It's not like 0 is in a different place. Yeah, Rachel is somewhere along the base of Eldon. It will take her some time to get up that hill.
She's just a few minutes behind the current women's record. That's about halfway up,
Yeah.
just short of that, I'd say.
Of course, the current women's record held by Sarah Ostaszewski, just short of 73 hours.
Kevin Goldberg's taking a break for about no pings for 33 minutes.
No pings for 33 minutes from Kevin Goldberg, and also no posts in the chat.
Active area. Yeah, no chat posts, nothing.
Yeah.
Internet?
Yeah, Kevin Goldberg has to be taking a break of some kind at this point. Looks like Finn Malanson is really getting fairly close to Buffalo Park. About 3 miles from the finish line.
Let's do a check-in on Andy Blaze. No updates from Andy Blaze.
We can only pin one comment at a time, and we decided that it's best to pin the runner tracking. So if you did want to look specifically about a runner, say Mika, you can check it out there. We do have our current female standings at the bottom as well to give some heads up with regards to where the women's field stands currently with her dropping out of the race. Travis Longcar is actually up at Eldon Aid, giving us a little bit of an extra set of hands when it comes to runners coming through, filming them and getting the gist of. He just wanted the barbecue. Let's be honest. I don't blame him. But yeah, well, he drove up there. He knows people, so he cannot wait to say BGE to Kevin Goldberg to his face.
What is BGE?
Big Goldberg Energy.
I've been trying to figure that one out the entire time. Like, I can understand, like, OHG or a chat guy. Did you ever figure out who the umbrella person was?
Didn't figure out who the umbrella person was. No. I mean, we know who Orange Hat Guy was. The other Orange Hat Guy won the whole dang thing. Some of the other monikers that people might have come up with, I'd have to think about it, but looks like Brody Chisum is pretty much, I don't think that he would catch Goldberg or anybody ahead of them at this point, because he's about 6-7 miles back of Goldberg, another Brody Chisum, another 2 miles back of Rachel Entrekin, and it's possible, obviously, as we've learned at this race, anything is possible, but just not very likely. Of course, we also do have our Sedona Canyons 125 that started. Michael Greer has taken the lead in that race on his way to Walnut Canyon. And in second place is Eddie Healy. I'm not familiar with Eddie Healy. I am familiar with Michael Greer, as Michael placed third at last year's Cocodona 250. Looks like they're about a mile and a half apart, with Michael in the lead. As we mentioned, they don't go up Eldon. They head over to Walnut Canyon Aid, and they take a different route around the base of Mount Eldon and have another aid station, Sandy Seep, rather than the Eldon Aid.
We got Finn 6 minutes ago, 2.9 miles from the finish. Should be getting him on Shad's feet soon.
Yeah, I didn't get any news that person dropped, Kimmy.
No, Manu is still currently at Walnut.
Yeah, I mean, Walnut has a sleep station.
Is it?
Yeah, they've got cots. So it's a cot. I think they have cots, and it's a crew access station. So if somebody is not moving via their tracker at Walnut Canyon, I'm not really too worried about it. No, Molly, it hasn't been shared what happened to Mika, and we've kind of left it at that. While we're here, hopefully waiting to see Finn Malanson, once our follow cams have eyes on him, we will pivot there. I do want to give a shout out to the whole slew of sponsors that have joined us here on this journey across the state of Arizona. Speedland, Satisfy Running, Catula, Darn Tough Socks, Spring Energy, Ultra Aspire, Discover Flagstaff, Gnarly Nutrition, Beaver Street Brewing, Tannery Sunscreen, Lecky, Knock, Squirrel's Nut Butter, Sundog Running, Drinking Horn Meat Hall, Lumberyard Brewing, and Uptown Pub House. Speaking of Uptown Pub House, let's find out how the Uptown Pub House's owner is doing in this race. That would be Allie J. Allie J, bib 99. Looks like she is somewhere between Sedona and Schnebly. Plugging right along.
Oh, Goldberg has moved. He's at mile 238, 2.5 from Eldon.
Huge update from Kevin Goldberg. If Kevin wants to talk to us, he knows where to find us.
He does.
See, this is what happens when you go to bed like a normal person. You wake up and you find out that a whole lot of carnage happened. As you can see, a couple of runners at Fort Tuthill Aid. Of course, as I mentioned, Fort Tuthill Aid will be closing on Friday at about 3:30 p.m. And that's good because it's going to get pretty crazy at Fort Tuthill at the Pepsi Amphitheater, just across the road there from one another. And I don't mean road like a highway. I mean like across the parking lot, as the Fort Tuthill Amphitheater will be playing host to none other than 80s rocker Billy Idol. And yeah, I would be at the Billy Idol show if I wasn't going to be spending my Friday night with you folks. Matt Smith making his way up Eldon. Looks like he's getting to the good stuff. I've done Eldon in the day and I hate it. I can't imagine doing it at night. Of course, I'm going to just be here for a little while longer, perhaps about an hour. And the plan is that AJW himself is going to take you up solo until the Deer Pass cutoff at 5:15 a.m., at which point, a little bit thereafter, another member of our team, Corinne Shalvoy, will be joining him, and they'll be calling in finishers at that point. Probably going to have the honor of calling in our first women to come into this race. There's about 3 hours left for our lead women to come in to break the current course record. Sarah O's time last year was 72:50. So yeah, like you're talking just under 3 hours remaining to do that. So yeah, our cutoff times today, we already had the cutoff at Dead Horse Ranch earlier this morning at 12:30 a.m. Deer Pass's cutoff is at 5:15 at mile 148. Sedona's cutoff is at 12:15 at mile 162. Schnebley Hill at mile 179.5 is at 9:30 p.m. and Munns Park is at 1 a.m. We do have cameras at Sedona and at Munns Park. My hope is that we can get some additional or redirected lighting at Munns Park, simply because, as you can see right there, it's a little bit dark. And I would love for us to be able to give better visuals as those last few runners tomorrow night hit Munns Park and are able to head out. That right there is Sedona Aid, and unfortunately we don't have...
It's such a clear picture, too.
It's a clear picture, but it's a dark picture, yeah. But if we were to turn up the lights, we would definitely not make happy the people who are hosting us there, as it's a dark sky community and it is currently 3 a.m. here locally in Arizona. So yeah, we've got just a handful of cutoffs here in the next 24 hours or so. Yeah, after that, there's only a couple of cutoffs at Fort Tuthill and Walnut Canyon. And of course, the final cutoff is going to be at 10:10 a.m. on Saturday morning. So we'll be broadcasting either until then or until the last finisher crosses, whichever comes first. Can we go back to Tuthill? Cool. At least there's a little bit of action there. Do we have a finish line cam?
We do, but it is literally
Empty? Yeah.
I mean, if we want to look at it.
Yeah, we're waiting on Chad first. Yeah.
Yep. I mean, I don't know where Shad is exactly. I know the rough area where it picks up.
I know Chad's watching. I know that he is paying attention to the live stream. He's always watching us.
As of a minute ago, he's 2.1 miles.
Do we have the Eldon aid shot available?
Yes, we do, but it's going in and out.
So that right there, yeah, I can see what you're saying about the freezing up, but right there is a shot of the Eldon aid. I can see our friends of the broadcast Travis. That is Panda Pete Mortimer now. We can say that as opposed to Pete's Meats, because I'm not going to go into Panda Meat. And that was also Santa Galuzzi, Santa Julian Galuzzi, as the theme up at Eldon Aid this year is Christmas, as they're taking care of the runners for that final descent and treating them like it is a Christmas dinner full of barbecue.
So something's going on in the chat about Jeff Browning being assisted. Do you have any input on that?
Yeah, for those just waking up, there's been a lot of shakeup. For those who missed both on the men's and women's side. Of course, on the men's side, Harry Shuberis passed Jeff Browning with just a couple miles to go and became the winner of the Cocodona 250. And Mika Thews dropped out at mile 233 on the women's side. And currently, Rachel Entrekin is leading that race as she is just starting to make her way up the always imposing Mount Eldon. And we have our current female leaderboard at the bottom of the screen. We've just hit the 70-hour mark of the race here at the Cocodona 250. This is Fort Tuthill Aid. A handful of runners have made their way here so far. I'd say a couple dozen in the 250 and just a handful of the 125 runners. Shout out to the volunteers that are working this shift. That's one of the things about this race that I really didn't think about initially covering it. And as time went on, I kind of realized how fortunate we are in Arizona to have such a vibrant, active trail running community. Because it's one thing to get volunteers for a race on a weekend, but we're asking these volunteers to give of their time during the week. And a lot of people who would love to do that simply can't because they have jobs, they have lives, they have obligations during the week that they simply can't do it. I know some people are able and willing to take personal time and consider this almost a vacation, and more power to them. But we're really, really fortunate to have the volunteers we do, and in some cases the same volunteers year after year handling the same aid stations, and without them none of this would be possible. You know, it's one thing to try and find people to volunteer for Javelin 100 and be there, you know, for a 30-hour race, or, you know, even Western States or Hard Rock. Hard Rock's 2 days, but it's the weekend, and frankly, you know, people are lining up, and certain aid stations have 10-year wait lists and certain qualifications to get there because it's gorgeous, it's stunning. And here we are, grateful that we have people like Kim and Joe Casey willing to jump in and volunteer along with Squirrel's Nut Butter maestro Chris Thornley and take care of these runners in the wee hours on a Wednesday night, Thursday morning. So thank you to all of them. I mean, wow. You know, and also this race is wonderful, and I love being a part of it. All of these communities that have welcomed us with open arms, you know, whether they be, you know, Black Canyon City, Deep Canyon Ranch at the start of the race, you know, Crown King. Crown King is a wonderful town, but pretty limited logistically. I mean, we run through the...
I would definitely say Deep Canyon Ranch as a start area was an amazing choice for both Black Canyon and this.
Absolutely.
It supports everybody. And at this time of year, we don't have to deal with all the mud.
Yeah. I want to clarify, I didn't, and nor did anybody else officially associated with the race, give any reason for Mika's choice to drop. We don't have any information, and we haven't shared any due to that fact. Continuing to give the flowers out to the communities that are a part of this race. Prescott Valley, Jerome, Sedona, Munns Park, Flagstaff. Thank you to all of these communities that make this thing possible. If you're asking about volunteering, typically there is a Cocodona, or on the Cocodona webpage, there is a volunteer tab. So if you just go to cocodona.com, I believe is the homepage. Yeah, cocodona.com/volunteer. If you're talking about crewing and pacing, that's the kind of thing where you can do that as long as you've got a runner to do it for. You can, if you've got a friend doing the race, or if you want to reach out. I know that there's a pretty active, vibrant, year-round operating Cocodona 250 runners page on Facebook. That's where I would say most of the interaction between people putting things together goes. One of the things that I do see on that page is people trying to arrange travel with about 2 days before the race. I highly encourage you, if you're running Cocodona next year, to not wait until the week before to try and find a ride from Phoenix to Flagstaff to Black Canyon City or to Jerome. You can do it. I know there's a shuttle that goes from the Phoenix airport to the Greyhound / bus train station in Flag, but yeah. I'm sorry? Amtrak, that's right. Well, no, they've also got a Greyhound service there, I guess, too. Yeah, I didn't know that. As we are looking at Finn Malanson, the single tracker himself, looking to be the 7th finisher here at the Cocodona 250. Yeah, you're going to see him finish. You're going to see everybody finish. That's why we're here. We're not going 55 hours more between here and the finish of the race to not bring everybody possible. The one thing we do have is follow cams dedicated, and we're going to have people following and escorting runners up and down the streets of Flagstaff. And when those runners hit Beaver Street, it's on, because I know that Shad, Kevin, Jamil is going to be doing follow cam work this week. We've got a full complement of people. Of course, Finn was part of our coverage last year here in the studio. He and Brett Hornig were holding down the middays most of the days here, typically going from about noon till 6, give or take, and doing things such as basically giving their opinions and takes. And I think that they really had a lot of fun doing it. And I think they'd be back were it not for the fact that Finn decided to run the dang thing. The only thing that that Finn and Brett did that kind of makes me bang my head in the table every so often is cause people to ask me on the streets about the Aravaipa blimp. Yeah, Finn is reviewing those shoes right now for content. I haven't been following Finn's social media. Has he been posting pretty actively here this week?
Do you know what his handle is?
I'm not sure. I know I follow him. It might be under the single track, if I remember correctly. Yeah, run single track. I got it. Oh, yeah. Yeah, he's posting. No, he's posting a lot of content.
Oh, he's got a great photo of the night sky at Sedona.
Oh wow, yeah, that photo that Finn posted of the sky in Sedona on his Run Single Track account is stunning.
See, we might have some audio from there.
If only Finn had an outlet with which to share his thoughts.
No, it's left right on this light.
Do it.
And Finn has almost 1 mile exactly to the finish. Yeah, Finn's always got a lot to say, but that's one of the reasons why we like him so much. When I first met,
He's showing reality. Give us a puke. I could.
I did reach out to his sometimes partner on single track, Brett Hornig, to let him know that his presence was missed this year, and he said that he was loving the coverage and enjoyed following the race. Of course, Brett could not make it here this year. I think he's saving his hall pass for Western States and to be part of that coverage. Yeah, as more and more finishers come in and we continue our coverage Friday and into Saturday, what you're going to see a lot of times is you'll be seeing a follow cam such as we have here with Finn and his pacer, and coming the other direction you'll see a couple of runners carrying gimbals, and those are typically our follow cams that are basically going out to try and I guess, quote, lasso in the next runner for them to follow in.
Yeah. Left on Birch? Left on Birch, yep. The iconic left on Birch.
He's got about 5 blocks away before he can get excited about that. The alphabet counts down backwards.
Oh, that race messed me up. Okay.
I'm excited to see what recovery looks like. You think a week is nothing? A month is nothing? Yeah. Leah was totally like swearing off ever running again during further. Yeah. And then 6 days later she's like going out on little hikes and stuff, and then she was like, okay, actually I kind of missed it. And like a week and a half later she was definitely going again. I see people. That's like our gang. Oh yeah.
I believe they are currently between Fine and Elm on Beaver Street. Oh no, they're at Beaver Street Liquors, so that's at the.
Cocodona stuff.
That's at Columbus, rather. So once they actually get into the downtown area, which is a few blocks away, they will have the streets count down backwards alphabetically. It'll be Fine, Elm, Dale, Cherry, and finally Birch.
Yeah, you did it, baby. Oh, yes. Yes, you did it. Not yet. Come on. Let's run in. Let's go. Woo-hoo!
Yes. Yeah, we're spending around all that.
I think as soon as
It's been like a little chilly, but I've just been in this the whole time. It's been really nice. Huh? Good job. Wow, what a great audience.
Thanks.
in the middle of the night. I can't wait to
It was more just him not trying to not fall asleep.
Oh, I took like a 5-minute dirt nap. It was terrible. He was so patient.
Well, we got it one back for you.
5 minutes was relatively short.
We have a flat tire.
Could have been a lot.
I know, I thought he was going to ask for 20, and he asked for 3. And then after like 30 seconds, he asked for 5. And then he woke up after like 4.5, and he said, I think I just got a full REM cycle.
What you're seeing is single track pod host Finn Malanson
We actually
in
ran
the final
about 5
blocks
miles from the
heading
finish.
down to the finish.
So we got like
You're straw buying this?
our shopping at like 7-5 miles long. We got Billy Pierce. We got Sherman.
The other half of the Hey, that's right.
Yeah, I have to admit, I'm shocked and almost offended at how good Finn looks right now. Yeah, I mean, of everybody that's come in so far in the last, well, in the entirety of the race, I would say the only person that really looked better than him at this point, or as good as him, was Harry.
Oh, yeah.
Take a left at that red light there, Penny.
I hope people aren't like being woken up by them heading down the street. It is mostly businesses, but there are a couple. There's an apartment complex, a fairly large one, coming up here in a little bit.
As soon as we got to the steepest climb of this whole thing, like the bottom of the 3,000-foot climb, he goes, all right, I'm ready to spill my poles. I'm done with these things. Since then, he hasn't been using poles.
Yeah, Finn's a media guy. He knew when to look good.
Yeah.
That's one of those things. I mean,
And then he started hiking up, and
know
he
when
goes,
to look
oh,
good,
yeah.
know where the
Hands on
cameras are
knees,
at all
I've missed
times.
this.
Yes.
Is that power hiking then? Yeah. Emphasis on the power.
It was a lot of power for like
Hashtag
2/3
power.
of it, and then the top third was like
Oh,
Goldberg.
hey, guys, I shut it down and for that energy. You guys all made this possible.
We made it one thing.
You guys all made it possible.
You definitely
You know what I'm doing
with that idea.
Probably could have done it without Joe. Besides that. You're super raw.
Then how do you feel about 7th?
7?
He looks
Yeah.
so good.
As long as I'm number 1 in your heart.
You're always number 1 in my heart.
Yeah, he looks better than we feel here in the studio.
What's up?
Finn, can you mime out how good you're feeling?
Board game. I want to play that terraforming art game. Oh, yeah. 12-hour game. Austin's legs prepared for this.
You tried for it's really good fun. Yeah.
Yeah, he's changed it up a lot in the past mile.
What?
It was, my goal was to have a stride. The tread on those shoes is going to be so dark. And like he's going to get such like terrible contact. I've never heard the amount of shoes stuff.
Finn would have stopped or finished 3 hours earlier, but he stopped to make 2 podcasts during the race. That tracks.
And it's left across at the light.
Left right here, or second one?
Like go thing. And then it's one of these little half box.
All right.
The live stream is amazing, y'all.
He's about to make the most
Here you go,
iconic
Ben, left.
left-hand turn of all of
Thanks for being
sports,
out here.
the left on Birch. Of course, Finn has now made the left on Birch. He is on Birch.
I love this sport and I don't care who knows.
He's going to be crossing LaRue Street right here.
Final mile.
All right, now we have
That last
The right here.
building he is passing and is going to make that right-hand turn down Cocodona Alley. And here we go. You can see Jam with the Cam heading back to catch this. Also, thank you to Randy for being there for Finn Malanson, our 7th place finisher. 70 hours, 22 minutes. He did not break last year's previous course record, but still a heck of a finish for Finn Malanson. Your 7th place finisher in the Cocodona 250, presented by Air Viper Running. Looked really good, looked really smooth, and I'm really impressed. I mean, I know Finn is a talented individual, but I think that the way he looked at Crown King on day 1, I had some concern, but he didn't let it affect his race long term, and now he is among the Cocodona 250 finishers, finishing in 70 hours, 22 minutes. People just lining up for those hugs. Well, now that Finn's done, he can come and hang out in the studio and take a shift. He knows how this works. He's been here. Yeah. The nice thing about this, and there are some, as he's handed his buckle. The nice thing about this is that, we don't have audio at the finish. However, Finn will tell us everything we want to know and a lot of stuff we didn't. So, Finn Malanson, excellent job. Oh, we do have audio from Randy. Nice.
That's how this works.
The audio's on.
I turned it on.
Oh, Chris, this is Finn. I just wanted to say thank you so much for everything you did this week. Everyone was raving about the live stream. You've become such an integral part of this whole race the last couple of years, and just thank you so much. We really appreciate it.
Hey, Finn, thanks for giving us such a great story to tell. I can't wait to hear what you have to say all about it. Wow, that's that's huge. I'm honored that he would say that. So again, Finn Malanson, the 7th place finish here at the Cocodona 250, presented by Air Viper Running. This is the Mountain Outpost channel. As Finn is getting his photographic memory from Scott Rokas. They take a before and after photo of these runners, and some of them are quite stark in contrast. Of course, that was 7th place finisher Finn Malanson, the Single Track Pod host and content creator. We're going to take a quick sponsor break and share one of our newest episodes of Cocodona Chronicles. We'll be back in just a few moments here, maybe 4 or 5 minutes. Give me a chance to collect what few brain cells I have left. I am hanging out here till the top of the hour, maybe a little bit longer. Depends on when AJW comes in. So stick around here at the Cocodona 250. We'll be back we'll be back soon.
Today's broadcast is also brought to you by Speedland, the best trail shoes ever created. This is the brand new commission, the GS PDX, the 6th model in Speedland's short but illustrious history. You'll notice it's a throwback to the initial colorway of the first model, the SL PDX, though this is built on the GS platform. Plenty of cushioning to take you as long as you want to go on the trails. There's people going to be racing in it this weekend in both the 50K and 28K, but also people wearing it at Cocodona here in just a couple months' time. Everything you've come to expect, the double BOA fit system, the HTPU midsole, the drop-in P-backs, secondary midsole, also removable carbon plate, nothing better than the Speedland. Go pick up a pair of the GS PDX. You'll find a link and a discount code here in the description on YouTube.
This is your machine. It is strong and fast, tough beyond measure, brave beyond belief. It will take you high in the mountains, deep into the woods, over rivers and deserts, and further within yourself than you have ever dared to go. But it is only as good as the fuel you put into it. Feed it real food. Feed it real power. Feed it spring.
and I'll not be crabby. Overall, we're less than 100 miles to go. How awesome is that? One little segment at a time, that's all I can do, you know? Because, whatever, 90 left. Is that where we're at? 80 left? 88 left? That's too much.
Yep.
That's still too much for my brain, so I'm gonna say 17 left, because that's the next segment. How about that for psychology?
So yeah, I'm Jen, Miss Bossy Pants, and we're running the Sedona aid station. Over here is Tie-Dye Guy. Those are Tom Murray, my we got burgers. I got some scrambled eggs, a little bit of pancakes left from breakfast. Yeah, it's been kind of slow. Still kind of towards, we haven't seen the middle of the pack yet. So yeah, it's a good morning. I expect it to get pretty crazy in the next few hours. I work for Bus, so I've been running aid stations for them for a little over 5 years now. There's worse places to spend a couple days, for sure.
Made it! That pavement got a little hot. Good, a little hot, but this helped. Ready for Kasner.
Swan dive.
Oh.
I took a power nap under a tree. You know, not bad other than just feeling sleepy. But that's the heat. Again. Yeah, and I'm excited for this river crossing. The uphills are much nicer. You actually have to focus a little. Downhills you can kind of roll through.
Your day's going good so far?
Yeah, kind of hot. She's been crushing it. Excited to go up on the rim. Everything's good. No complaints.
Surely there's at least a kid.
I really haven't had any complaints.
That's impressive.
Smiles.
That feels good. Oh, that feels really good. Thank you, Mark. Yep, see you around.
There you go. That's one way to do it.
Really don't want to put my shoes back on.
Look at the growth of ultra running the past few years. In fact, now they have 200-mile races, 240-mile races, 250-mile races. They're growing exponentially. I've been involved in all of this along the way, and everything has been the same. Athletes, truly inspired by athletes, want to go farther and faster in the mountains. What an incredible journey this has been. The joy that people experience when they're in the mountains, the personal growth that is obtained through going faster and farther in the mountains, the journey that an athlete has to go through, going from the ups and downs and the highs and the lows, and how the products that they carry and the systems that they put in place, the training that they put in place in order to accomplish what 35 years ago I thought was not possible. But now it is possible. And it is possible because all the great innovation that is going on in this world in all the areas of the industries, and now they are obtaining things that are incredible. With Ultraspire, we are truly inspired by athletes. And as I reflect back on my years, going from there to now, I am so happy to be a part of this journey.
Loda! All the energy of soda. None of the fizz.
And we're back. We are here at the finish line of the Cocodona 250 presented by Air Viper Running. This is the Mountain Outpost channel. I am Chris Warden. For those of you just tuning in, welcome. We have now had a magnificent 7 finishers here at the Cocodona 250. They are in order: Harry Schubertus, Jeff Browning, Arlen Glick, Joe Stringbean McConaughey, Michael Versteeg, Jeff Garmeyer, and the most recent finisher, single-track pod man himself, Finn Malanson. We're awaiting potentially Jonathan Van Geens as our next finisher, but his tracker is showing up as one of the more unique placed trackers on the day. There is no way he is currently in Devil's Chair because it's just not physically possible from where he was running. Okay, so I haven't had a ping come back yet recently, so we're hoping to have Jonathan. We have Shad on the field to give us that shot, and we will follow Jonathan in once we get him. I am here expectedly till the top of the hour, but I'll be here until the bullpen is ready to come in and handle things for the next few hours. I believe that would be Andy Jones-Wilkins. Of course, after that, I am going to go and get some sleep, but good luck with me trying to do that based on the fact that it's in the same house where AJW will be forced to talk for a couple hours. That should be fun. Something like that. Right now we've got Eldon Aid, and all we can see is Peter the Panda Mortimer and Julian Santa Galuzzi hanging out atop Eldon. Our current women, we're expecting Rachel Entrekin to summit Eldon here sometime in the next, if she's 1.7 miles from Eldon, that's potentially about 30 minutes because it's pretty tough. What? 6 minutes? Okay, so sometime in the next half hour, perhaps by the time I am there. Yeah, Rachel Entrekin would be expected first up Eldon. Second, Manu Villaseca, who is just leaving Walnut Canyon. And in third place in the women's race, as far as I know, is Kylie Drugan-Epich. But Kylie has been at Fort Tuthill at mile 215 for a little while, perhaps just kind of heading down for a rest. Prior race leader Mika Thews has dropped. She dropped at about mile 233. We don't know why, but we're just going to give her the privacy that she wishes, and if she wants to come back and talk about it, we'll talk about it. Other than that, hopefully, first and foremost, that she's okay. That is Matt Smith coming down from Eldon, and Travis Lonkar doing us a solid here, basically bringing himself up there. I guess in exchange for some barbecue, he thought he would film some runners. We're grateful. Yes, that should be part of the discussion. He should be bringing us some barbecue. Now, I think it's going to be pretty interesting. Most people have been taking 2 hours to get down from the top of Eldon to the finish. Sarah Ostaszewski's women's course record is 72:50. So that's 2 hours, 10 minutes. And as I mentioned, I thought Rachel was about 25 to 30. I'll have to double check because the climb up Eldon is, even in year 4, still really difficult to gauge. So according to our tracker, she's a little bit behind the course record pace, but I think it's still within reach based on how she's been moving. I don't know if she has a pacer, but she definitely has somebody alongside her heading up that hill. Somebody who is no stranger to our live streams, that is Kevin Goldberg, who is having himself a solid race again this year, going for his 3rd straight top 10 finish here at Cocodona. Back atop at Eldon Aid, Panda Pete Mortimer, and Santa Julian Galuzzi, making sure that the barbecue is nice and hot and individually portioned for all these runners. They don't have to grab a plate and slather it on there. They can take some foil wrapped ribs or sausages or whatever they want and just be on their way really quick. I guess that Jonathan Van Geens' tracker has corrected it itself, and he is heading down towards the streets of Flagstaff. I'm operating under the assumption that Shad has gone back out to grab Jonathan, and will definitely pivot over there once we've got that shot. Of course, let's show them what the destination of this race is. It's a little bit quiet right now, but sure enough, later on and into Saturday, this banner, this arch, the Cocodona 250 finish line, right in Heritage Square in downtown Flagstaff, will be hopping. The finish of this race is something special. It's a very emotional thing. I've been down there when the final finishers have come in. I've also been in here at the studio to call it as well. Not quite the same, but I'm happy to be here and be a part of it any way I can. Of course, we've also got one other camera that is viable at this point, and that would be the Fort Tuthill aid. And you can see Kim Casey and Chris Thornley's crew there taking care of all the runners. One other person I want to shout out here. I've been trying to acknowledge and appreciate the runners, their crews, pacers, all of you in the chat, all of you watching, the towns that we run through, the volunteers that make this possible. And I haven't given this person their due yet, and that is our board producer, Jordan Schmidt. Jordan is basically hanging out here, making sure that we're giving the best content and picture possible, working on the technical side of things. And he's just a kid, and he's doing a fantastic job. And Jordan, thank you so much for what you're doing here. You add so much to these broadcasts. Without you and the production team, I know Bryce is back there sometimes, and Trevor is also, I think he's taking a nap in the room behind me. But yeah, thanks to all three of you. You do a great job, and you make this all possible. So we appreciate what you do. Yeah. If it's a job you love, or if you work a day, go to the. I'm not even gonna try.
You never work a day in your life if you love your job.
Something like, we'll go with that. We'll go with that. I am apologizing for being somewhat tongue-tied at this point. I'm a little bit tired, a little bit wired. Got a couple of cans of beverages that I'm going to have to clean up before AJW comes in. Well, this is my mess, not AJW's mess. AJW makes his own mess. If we both leave messes, then it's going to be a problem. Let's see if I can actually check out our broadcast schedule for the rest of this Thursday broadcast. So AJW is going to be taking over the reins from me here fairly shortly, and he will be on by himself through the Deer Pass cutoff at 5:15 a.m. And shortly thereafter, Corinne Shalvoy will be joining AJW. The two of them will be together, and then Mercedes will join AJW. And then he'll bow out, and Mercedes will be joined by Shelby Farrell. Shelby Farrell will be with Mercedes, and then Mercedes will take a break, probably sit over on the other side in the green room and post responses and snark in the chat all night long. While Eric Senseman, the recently retired Eric Senseman, makes his way into the studio to join us. Eric and I had a blast last year, and I'm sure he and Shelby will have a good time, and he and I will also hang out for a bit until AJW comes back in, and he and I will be taking the reins of Cocodona After Dark starting around 9 p.m., and we will be at that point at the Schnebley Hill cutoff. We will see through the Munns Park cutoff on Friday morning. I'm probably going to have to get creative with the schedule there because there's just no way I'm going to be able to pull that shift, but we'll see what happens. On Friday, we're going to be welcoming a new commentator to the team, Brianna Grigsby, Air Viper Racing team member and former Cocodona finisher, as well as Mercedes, Shelby, Corinne, AJW. We're all coming back. And we're just going to basically do it as a team until Saturday, 11 a.m. The final cutoff is at 10. We will definitely hang out through the last runner or the final cutoff, whichever comes first. Probably have a little bit of post-mortem, share our thoughts, thank everybody who deserves thank yous, which is a lot of people. But we'll do that, and then we'll sign off finally probably about between 10 and 11 on Saturday morning. But we're going straight through until then. No sleep until Flagstaff. Do we have people making requests to Santa Galuzzi in the chat? Well, you know, if you have the opportunity, you might as well take it. We are expecting our next finisher to be Jonathan Van Guens, followed by Matt Smith. Then potentially the two people that are closest to Eldon Aid, Kevin Goldberg and Rachel Entrekin. Following them, Brody Chisum, Manu Villaseca, Mike McKnight, Damon Chavez, Troy Allen, Rolando Mendoza, Wes Rittner, Chad Lassiter, OHG himself, Brian Pape, Jose Sosa, Adam Williams, and Kylie Drugan Epich. So those are some of the names you're going to be hearing from AJW and his broadcast partners over the next few hours as they make their way either up Eldon, over through Walnut Canyon, or from Fort Todd Hill over to Walnut Canyon. Of course, for those just joining us, it's been an absolutely wild race to this point at the very front. Jeff Browning had been leading for an excess of 130 miles and was passed literally at the bottom of the Eldon descent by Harry Schuberis, the 2024 Cocodona winner. On the women's side, Mika Thews had been in a very commanding situation for this race. At one point, by our estimations, about a 6-hour lead on the field, and dropped out at mile 233. So we're expecting, if things hold to form, Rachel Entrekin is going to be your 2024 winner. But after what's happened so far, there is no way any of us here in the studio or on the Mountain Outpost team would ever venture to call a race at this point. Definitely not. So yeah, we don't have any information on Mika's drop, but I do have information on who we see on the screen, and that looks like Kevin Goldberg. Yeah, Kevin Goldberg there in Eldon Aid. Yeah, that's Goldberg. BGE, Big Goldberg Energy. Can't you feel it? Somebody asked, where is Finn? That's a good question. I would assume somewhere trying to sleep, as Finn Malanson was our most recent finisher here at the Cocodona 250. The People's Champ. Kevin Goldberg at Eldon Aid. I'm assuming that we're going to see Rachel in there as well fairly quickly. It's entirely I mean, that's my assumption because we didn't see Jeff Garmeyer in there because Jeff didn't need anything. He basically spoke with Pete Mortimer on a corner just outside of the tent and then was on his way. And I almost didn't catch him, but yeah, I'm hoping that we see Rachel here in the tent fairly soon. There we've got, is that the Travis cam? Shout out to Travis Longcar from Free Trail Fantasy doing the deed here. As you can see, we've got some big Goldberg energy hanging out at top of the course. Kevin Goldberg at Mount Eldon. Just a handful of miles to go, and most of them are downhill. The rest are flat. You can see Julian Galuzzi on the right, Pete Mortimer on the left. Looks like Kevin's pacer as well. And we're assuming we're just minutes away from the lead woman hitting the Eldon 8 as well. Yeah, well, maybe we'll get a chance to replay the No Sleep Till Flagstaff video sometime. But as much fun as I had with that, I would almost prefer to see a replay of the lines that the bars that the bars that Rory the trail gangster was spitting with AJW beatboxing and providing a little bit of yes, entertainment for sure. And he's off. Kevin Goldberg. Kevin Goldberg heading off into the night. Every time I say the phrase Into the Night, I am reminded of the 80s radio classic Into the Night by Benny Mardones and how incredibly weird that song was and how incredibly inappropriate it was at the time. Josh caught it. Said that sounded like an AGW laugh.
Good morning, Cocodona. How are you? This is AJW signing in. Chris, what a nice long evening you've had. How are you?
Yes, it was long. It was fun. There was a lot that happened. I don't know how much you paid attention. Hopefully you're able to get some sleep. But one of the more amazing things that we've witnessed, I mean, this year we've had a couple of absolutely stunning changes during our race here at Cocodona. And one of those things is the fact that women's race leader, Mika Theus, who had been dominating this race for 100+ miles, dropped out at mile 233.
I was so surprised to hear that. Do we have any reports from the field about what might have happened?
No. And we're kind of just leaving it at that.
Right. I mean, I'm aware that Mika had requested, or her crew had requested throughout the day yesterday, that she have some space, not necessarily from the static cams or the drones, but from the on the ground cameras in the aid stations and so forth. But I'm checking my notes here. Is there an aid station at mile 234, or was that like where the trail crosses the paved road?
There's road access right there, so I think that's what they decided to do. So the story was, as we see Kevin Goldberg on the descent from Eldon.
Look at that energy.
thanks to Travis up there on the...
Oh, Travis Longcar is out. Travis Cam on Eldon.
Yeah, I think Travis exchanged the access to Pete's Meats Buffet for some footage and coverage.
Not a bad trade. He traded some late night, early morning meal for access to.
Exactly.
Oh, beautiful.
So the way that it went down with regards to Mika's drop is as follows. I was here and sitting next to Noah Doherty. We had let him out of his cage. And
Noah?
Yeah.
You let him into the studio?
I know. I was living dangerously. But Aravaipa big man Noah Doherty was here in the studio with me, and we were talking about the logistics of the race and how much goes into it. And I get the text from Race Command from Aaron Schmidt. And it says Mika Thews has dropped at mile 233. And I'm looking around the room scanning to see if anybody else has gotten that same text, because it wasn't via our normal
group. It wasn't
channels.
In our normal back channels.
Exactly. It was a direct message from Race Command. And after about 30 seconds, I kind of realized it was told to me because
you were supposed to announce it.
Yeah. And I did. And an audible gasp and, deflation of the room.
My goodness.
Like
yeah.
Everybody in the room, in the green room over there, just, stood up and turned around and looked at me. And I said, this is direct from Race Command. And Aaron Schmidt, our Race Command director, corroborated it in the text and in the chat. So I said, okay, well, that's our story. And
there you go.
Yeah. And as somebody who has come from a radio background, one of the things that I'm always sure to try and do is corroborate with the right sources.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
The thing is this came from the right source.
Yeah.
So there was not necessarily a need to corroborate, but I was still nervous because it wasn't seconded. That was kind of thing that, for instance, I know we've had times where people have said in the chat, oh, well, so-and-so dropped. I'm not going to repeat it on hearsay in the chat. And it's not that I don't trust the people. It's just simply how I do things. And so I might go through and message, the people I know to let us know, but I generally shy away from, making declarations that I can't confirm to be true beforehand. I may make some silly predictions, but that's a different matter entirely. And so this one really came out of left field and was different than any other situation that I can think of in our coverage. And
to just clarify, Rachel Entrekin, who's now the current leader, she had not caught up to Mika. In other words, as far as we know, Mika was the first place female, and she dropped out.
At the time, our estimations is that Mika had about a 6-hour lead.
Okay, so she had maintained that extended that
yes.
massive lead, but for whatever reason, called it a day.
And
it will be fascinating to get that story when we can.
Yeah, and for those who might get a little bit out of their ahead of their skis when making
no one ever does that in this sport.
With their
no one jumps to conclusions in ultra running
and their expectations. I mean, they'd have been 0 for 2 today because the presumptive late leader in both races ended up not winning.
Yeah.
Definitely a wild kind of day.
I mean, you and I were sitting in the background as the men's final moments were taking place. Just assuming that a lot of the hype in the chat and so forth about Harold catching Jeff was just hype. And next thing you know, it happened.
And when you and I having private conversations is one thing, but when people asked me or brought it up, in terms of publicly, I always qualify my statements, and I would say, unless something absolutely crazy happened, Jeff is going to win this race.
Yeah, for sure.
That's
something
why
crazy
I leave
happened.
myself the out.
So
Absolutely.
of course, I'm just getting caught up. Andy Jones-Wilkins here with Chris Warden. We're transitioning. Chris is getting ready to take a much-needed break. He's been on through the night. But this is the Pete's Meats / Mount Eldon by Cotulla aid station. Is that correct? And I think we have a panda bear and Santa Claus?
Yes.
Okay.
So
all right. That seems entirely appropriate.
It is, Christmas theme up there.
That
is
ho ho ho.
Santa is Julian Galuzzi. He is the person in charge up there, along with Claire Augustin. And the panda is Pete Mortimer. So that is Panda Pete Mortimer and Santa Julian Galuzzi. They are probably dancing to try and keep warm up there.
Yeah.
Because it's
chilly. I mean, it's I just drove over from my friend's house, and it's about probably 32 degrees right here in Flag.
Yeah, so it's unbelievably bitingly cold out there. Down here in Flagstaff, and at another 2,000 feet of elevation to get to the top of Eldon. So with that, I'm going to duck out and try and get a little bit of rest before I actually go to work.
Right on. Yeah, you have a little bit of work to do today.
Yeah. I got to be quote in the office about 8.
Okay.
So
well, it's 4:15. You should be able to pull that off.
Is this wait, hold on. I guess if this is going to be the last thing I see, so be it.
Handstand coming.
We have a panda handstand potentially coming.
I think so.
Oh yeah. Stood on hands. So Julian Galuzzi. Oh, stretching out. Okay. Gosh, it's pandemonium up there.
Yeah, Stephanie, I appreciate that. I probably did repeat it quite a bit. I mean, what can we do? We want to bring people information, and Jordan and I had a discussion about how to approach this, and my thought was that we would list the top female standings, which we do have, that are still holding.
I like that's relatively new. It only took us 3 days to get that going down across the bottom of the screen.
Well, the thing is that things were so dynamic at the time. Once things kind of happened, I mean, and we're currently where we're at now, I felt a little bit more confident that we could keep that up there for a while in case I did lapse in following the tracker. But
again, to update on the race itself, Rachel Entrekin, we do expect her as soon as the next runner through Eldon, correct?
I absolutely expect her to be the
assuming
next runner through.
we had Kevin Goldberg through there last.
Yep.
Okay, we're showing about a mile out on that climb,
which means she's probably summited.
Yeah, that means she's past the summit and kind of could be 12, 15, 18 minutes, somewhere in there.
And you know who we probably expect after Rachel?
I do think our young 17-year-old friend from New Hampshire, Brody Chisum. Brody Chisum has impressed.
Yeah.
And then not far behind him, maybe an hour and 15 minutes, Manuela Velaseca, who has moved into second place female and has run just a really, really solid race. I had some communications with her crew, and she was staying under control, measuring her effort, sleeping when appropriate, eating.
Yeah, no, I mean,
good stuff there. And then Troy Allen, I'm seeing, and then Michael McKnight. We got a leaner.
I really want to see this come down to a bridge.
That, of course.
Jonathan Van Guns.
Yeah, that is the ultra lean right there.
Boink. Hang on just a second. Stay on the air for a moment.
Sure, you got
Chris,
it.
while I get my coffee.
Yeah, for those just waking up on the East Coast or anywhere here in the U.S., Mika Thews did drop last night at mile 233. Thanks again to Shad Burkholz, who is on the follow cam here, giving us this great shot of Jonathan as he makes his way through the streets of Flagstaff. Josh, these trail hallucinations are wild. He could have sworn he saw an aid station, and it looked like a Santa and a panda were staffing it. Our leaner here is Jonathan Van Guens, who is looking to be our 8th overall finisher here at the Cocodona 250. And, still 71 hours, still, extremely impressive. That would have been a podium finish last year.
Jonathan Van Guens, the gangster lean. Okay, I'll take that. A gangster lean, trail lean, runner's lean. We got all kinds of leans.
Harkens back to the Stephen Park finish back in 2022 as the final finisher, albeit without a 20-pound backpack.
I'm giving, but I'm going to give this a 6 out of 10 in terms of leans I've seen. I mean, I've seen as much as a 90-degree kind of full-blown Scotty Mills lean, where if it were in this scenario, he'd be kind of bouncing up against that guardrail. So it's not, that's the 10 out of 10 lean. But see, if he's making a right-hand turn, he's going to roll right into it here. But he's not, so he has to kind of force himself left, fighting against that lean. By the way, the runner's lean, we don't mean to joke. This is one of the great sort of mysteries of long distance ultra running that happens to folks as their core strength begins to give out. We got an announcement coming in from our producer Jordan.
From source Travis Longcar from Mount Elvin, John's pacer is Olympian Ben Blankenship.
Oh, well, there you go.
Ben Blankenship is an American middle distance runner, world record holder as a member of the 2015 USA Distance Medley Relay Team.
You probably got about
and he ran the 1600 anchor.
Oh, you got this. Come on, man. Suck it up. Let's go. 3/4 of a mile. You got this.
He just took a little break.
This is a 3:57.83 miler.
Our cell phone died. We have one headlamp.
Pretty good, I hear.
It's been a real shit show.
Sean asking why does the lean occur? As I did mention, it is a bit of a mystery. It does happen quite frequently. Not sure how old Jonathan is. It tends to happen with older athletes.
You get down to Birch, you're going to turn left.
Some folks lean right, some folks lean left.
And then you turn right.
No political connection there.
Yep.
You really
left on
can't
Birch and then right into Heritage.
Discriminate between a left leaner and a right leaner.
Oh my goodness!
But
the gates
lack
are
of
open.
core strength,
this,
hip
man.
flexor weakness, all kinds of
Look how
stuff. I mean,
cool
all
this
kinds
is,
of stuff
man.
goes
You're
haywire
doing
when you've
it.
been out there for 70 plus hours. But
At least I think
interestingly
I can
enough,
get you
too,
to the start line, or to the
obviously
finish line.
Jonathan's going to finish this race and spend some time recovering. In most cases, by 4 or 5 hours after finishing, they're totally back to normal. They could walk, they could jog a couple hundred yards.
Like any other year, John would be a podium finisher right now. I know.
Sometimes some of the more higher profile races that don't allow polls, you see some more dramatic leans and people sort of stumble, like in this case, might be stumbling into that mailbox or down into that person's driveway or
there's
right
no
into their living
traffic.
room for that matter.
There's a guy turning left.
But here we go.
I saw it at Western States a couple years ago.
Yeah.
Look at me. I'm the one to bring up Western States.
It wasn't me.
With the second to last finisher that finished steps ahead of a friend of ours, Paul Bonet.
Mm-hmm.
Probably close to the bottom of the hill.
Well, on that note, I am going to retire for the evening/morning. This is Jonathan Van Guens, looking to be the 8th finisher here at the Cocodona. And thanks everybody for hanging out with us. AJW is going to take you through the morning, and I know that you've got a lot on your plate here because still a lot of runners on course, and you just got to hold together until Corinne is here to carry you the rest of the way.
That's right. Thanks a lot, Chris.
All right,
thanks for that was a big shift for you, and enjoy a little bit of sleep before you begin your actual work day.
All right, come on, man. Finish it up.
Okay, that is Chris Warden. He had a marathon of his own. He came on the air shortly before 8 o'clock yesterday, and here we are at 4:25. So an all-nighter in the true sense of the word, and a lot of solo duty for Chris as well. I've only got a couple of hours here of solo duty. Fortunately, Jordan's here. He and I are used to doing this, as is Chris, doing this sort of burning the midnight oil on these Mountain Outpost After Dark broadcasts. But as Chris mentioned, we do have the team coming back together. Corinne Chalvoy, who was up on Eldon for quite a bit of time last night. Oh, he took a little couple quick steps there into the streets of Flagstaff. Jonathan Van Goon. So Corinne will be in for about 6 hours. Then we'll get the ever charming and equally snarky Mercedes. And I'm sure we'll be having some fun as we'll start to be calling in the sort of the 77, 78, 79 hour finishers. And then, as Chris was mentioning earlier, a celebrity cast of Shelby Farrell and Eric Senseman, and I'm sure we'll find out all about Eric Senseman's retirement and his shuffleboard skills and pickleball. If he's gotten a pickleball sponsor yet in his retirement, it will be very good. But this is Jonathan Van Goons. I'm giving it a 6 out of 10 in the runner's lean. He's running. He's running, folks. Yep, he's smelling the barn. But yeah, he is, and so is Ben Blankenship, his Olympian pacer. You know, that's one of the things about Flagstaff, Arizona. You just walk down a random street at 4:30 a.m. and there's an Olympian. Happens here more than you know it. Oh boy, don't leave that. Is this Shad? Is this our man Shad Burkholtz on the camera? Shad Burkholtz. If you do not know Shad, he's an incredible guy. Hopefully we can get him into the studio to talk a little bit about his experiences out there today. But yeah, he'll run runners in. He'll run back and forth to Buffalo Park as much as we want him to, like we're doing here. And Jonathan Van Goon.
I think this is her right up here.
Excellent to hear from everybody in the chat. Again, we are tracking Jonathan Van Goon. The most recent finisher was Finn Malanson, who was in 7th place, coming in just after Jeff Garmeyer in 6th. And so Jonathan Van Goon's the 8th place male, running through the streets of Flagstaff with pacer Ben Blankenship.
Yo! He's crushing it. He's cementing his 8th place finish. Look at that. All right. You got this. All the way.
Jonathan Van Goon.
Second up for her. All right? Yeah. All right.
With a bit of a lean, puffy coat, hose, pants, and looks like a friend, pacer, companion has come out to join Jonathan for a little bit here.
It'd be the next flight.
Beaver Liquor, one of the important landmarks on the finishing approach.
Nice job.
Fortunately, the crew pacer has got the memo about the blue puffies, so they are coming through in sartorial splendor.
Finish it up, man.
Ben Blankenship has peeled off a bit to give them their moment. moments.
Yeah, man.
And I'm gonna say it's probably a safe bet that John here is not, even though he's our 8th place finisher, he's definitely not going to be our final leaner. As we were talking about, these leans are more common than you think in the final stages of a long ultra run. In fact, legendary hard rock runner Blake Wood, 60 plus years old, a couple of years ago at Hard Rock, pulled himself out of the race at about halfway because he was developing a lean, and he was developing it on a section of the course, the Bear Creek Trail, where if you make one false step in the wrong direction, you could plummet several hundred feet down into Bear Creek. And Blake, being the smart guy that he is, realized that he was going to err on the side of caution and pull himself out of the race. Lane Mack asking about a leaner. Yes, indeed. As I was talking about, late in a race such as this, the muscles do strange things, particularly stabilizers in the hips, in the core, especially that part of the core. I remember Scotty Mills had several years of getting a lean, and he over the winter would get it. He was a 68, 70-year-old runner, would get into Pilates, yoga, 3 times a day planks, particularly those side planks that we all love, where you put your arm out and lean, do the side plank, lift your leg, put your other arm over your head to help with the eventuality of a possible lean. But a couple of other spectators now have come out to see John and be there in case he were to lunge to the right. I also mentioned earlier the lean can go both ways, and it's apolitical, but some lean to the right, some lean to the left. You can clearly see John's a right leaner here. Yeah, Pam Reed. Pam Reed was on a podcast. I have to look up which one. Pam Reed, good friend of mine, but she developed a massive lean at a race a couple of years ago, and saw some medical folks in down in Scottsdale, where she got some of the answers, and this is something too. You can you're not really going to get much relief, but just the kind of pressure that he's putting on, particularly on his right side, when developing this lean, is taking a little break. Shad has told us that they're about half a mile out. John, if you're just joining us, John Van Goens on the streets of Flagstaff. He has passed the landmark of Beaver Street Liquors. Right turn coming up, I believe. Left turn coming up. No turns coming up. 5 streets until the left turn, Jordan tells me. A couple more questions about Mika. I know Chris told the story multiple times overnight, but Mika abandoned the race. Mika Thews, our longtime leader on the women's side, abandoned the race at mile 234 overnight. We don't want to speculate as to the reasons why. She was still in the lead by a significant margin. But Rachel Entrekin has now taken over the lead, who was Rachel was an early leader of this race. And Manuela Villaseca is holding in place in second place, followed by Kylie Drugan Epic in fourth and Eliza LaPierre in fifth. Again, Jonathan Van Goens coming in to Heritage Square Heritage Square, Flagstaff, Arizona. Jordan, you are keeping an eye on the Christmas aid station up top too, in case we get Rachel through there. Mm-hmm. We did see the tracker that you. Yeah, okay. We do know that Rachel has summited Eldon. As I think most people know, the aid station is not on the summit. It's several hundred feet down from the summit where Pete and Julian are entertaining folks with Santa Claus and Panda outfits, and of course a wonderful spread of Pete's meats, smoked brisket, burgers, sausage, and the like. Yeah, several people noting in the chat that this sub 72-hour finish from John Van Goons, which this year is good enough for 8th place, would be in the podium. For example, last year, lean or no lean, it'd be in the podium.
You got this.
You're doing awesome, John.
Thank you. You got this. You're so close. I know you can feel it.
John Van
So
Goon,
close.
8th place finisher, first leaner across the line, we're going to guess. I was sleeping when the other folks finished, but moving. Wow. Jordan reporting to me that Finn Malanson had a very impressive finish. Not surprising. He was well prepared for this race. Be good to hear the story about his race when the time is right. Maybe we can convince him to come up here to the studio. We shall see. John Van Goon, the course marker, making the left on Birch.
Got this. You're doing so well. We're going to see this slide through. No. Yeah, we keep going straight. Just two more blocks. Yeah, you know, you said it. It's really just so much there.
Thank you all for joining us. This is Cocodona 250, brought to you by Mountain Outpost. I'm Andy Jones-Wilkins. You can see in the top left there the early morning light starting to hit the eastern horizon in Flagstaff, Arizona, the dawn of day 4
There's no traffic.
of the Cocodona 250. We are here providing coverage through the final finisher on Saturday morning. Wall-to-wall, nonstop.
You just got to go
Chris
right
Warden
past
took
that
us through the
white
night,
van
just handed the
parked on the
microphone
street
off
there
to
and
me.
hang a right.
I'm going to
shortly
hold
after
down
that.
the fort for a couple of hours in middle relief, after which I'll be joined by 2 wonderful women, Corinne Chalvoy, for a few hours, and then Mercedes. We'll have lots of fun stuff to talk about. Corinne spent some time out on the course yesterday and last night, so we'll hear a little bit more about that. This is John Van Goons on the streets of Flagstaff.
Just got to cross the blue mat and hang right.
He's going to make the right through the gate. There it is. He sees the finish line, hands in the air. That was pretty cool. Shad's going to settle back in, and we'll watch this. And just let's let this moment sink in for John Van Goons. He's in. John Van Goons, 71 hours, 28 minutes, 53 seconds. 8th place in the Cocodona 250. With a lean. Ben Blankenship paced him, former Olympian. His friend, crew, companion came out there for the last little bit got him through the streets of Flagstaff. What a great finish. There's Ben, his pacer. He battled a lean. Who knows how long he was battling that lean. It was certainly quite present. Again, I gave it a 6 out of 10. I think many of us have probably seen a lot worse. Still a significant lean, don't get me wrong. But it didn't quite have the zigzagging, flying into people's front yards, kind of yard sale leans that you sometimes see. Nonetheless, it was a bold and brave finish there for John Van Goens. 8th place, ran steadily strong all through the 3 days. Just under 3 days on the clock. 72-hour mark, which is about 30 minutes away. We'll mark 3 days. We are coming to you live Thursday morning from Flagstaff, Arizona, our studio. I'm joined here by Jordan in what is a somewhat quiet, lonely house, as is often the case. You're right. Folks mentioning the lean that Ash Bartholomew had at Western States that was memorialized in Dylan Harris's film, Lucy's Dad. That was a full-blown 9 out of 10 lean. Yep, and Scotty Mills' lean, the year he finished his 18th Western States, was a full-blown 90-degree lean. This one's a 6 out of 10. Still gets he gets bonus points. We'll figure out a way to get those to him. Adventure awaits for sure. The Cocodona 250 banner there above Jonathan. Adventure completed, Jonathan. Adventure completed. From the desert floor just north of Black Canyon City, up through the Bradshaw Mountains, and into the historic mining town of Crown King. Down the equally historic Whiskey Row in Prescott, Arizona. Up to Mingus Mountain and down to Jerome, the copper mining town of Jerome, Arizona. Then through Cottonwood and Clarkdale, ultimately into the vortex of Sedona, the beauty of the red rocks of Sedona. Through Schnebley Hill, Munns Park, the county fairgrounds at Fort Tuthill, the reaches of Mount Eldon over 9,000 feet, and now down into the streets of Flagstaff, Arizona. Now, see, he's going to lean back, stretch out his back a little bit. As I mentioned, as he was coming in, an hour or so, possibly even now, it disappears. The lean just disappears. Or you relax your muscles. Heart rate gets down, blood starts flowing in places it hasn't necessarily been flowing for a while, and you can kind of move normally again. Not always right away, but you can see he's stumbling a bit, but going to get his finish line portrait. That's I'm guessing Howie Stern. He's bundled up, but I'm guessing that's Howie Stern. Race photographer getting the finishing photo. All right, everybody, we're back on course, having seen John's dramatic finish there, Jonathan Van Goen, and this is Rachel Entrekin, perfectly timed on the Travis cam. Travis Loncourt, who's a member of our field team and a great statistician of the sport, is with Rachel Entrekin. Early leader. She might be heading off to the porta potty, which Travis will let her do in peace. That is the actual mountain outhouse up there. It's red. And it's right behind the aid station. If you're just joining us, Rachel Entrekin, first place woman. We got some stats on her on the first day of some incredible accomplishments, including the one that was eye-popping to me, a first-place overall win at the Plain 100 up in the Pacific Northwest. And if you don't know the Plain, it is a 100-mile race with one aid station. 100-mile race with one aid station. But Rachel assumed the lead when Mika Thews, who was the leader of the race for the better part of the of day 2 and day 3, surrendered the lead and abandoned the race at mile 234. Inquiring minds might wonder, how do you drop out at mile 234 where there's no aid? That you might recall, as you were watching the drone footage, we might see it again as the day breaks. There's a section between Walnut Canyon and Mount Eldon where the runners traverse a somewhat busy paved road, actually. And it was at that point where she met up with her crew, and they ultimately decided to call it a day at 234 miles. Rachel Entrekin, women's leader. She didn't take anything from the aid. She used the porta potty. I guess she's just saving the Pete's meats for other people. That's very nice of her. As a gracious women's. Oh, she might be a vegan. Yeah, we're going to fact check that. Maybe she had no interest in Pete's meats for dietary reasons. But that all joking aside, all Aravaipa aid stations, even ones that are called Pete's Meats, have vegan, vegetarian, gluten-free, gluten-intolerant options at every single aid station. One of the great features of an Aravaipa race, we are getting confirmation that she's a vegetarian. So thank you very much, Chad. Noting too that she was having a little stomach upset, so perhaps she's just going to finish this off without anything else going into her stomach. Rachel Entrekin again at the 71:37 mark, crossing over Mount Eldon, beginning the descent, just having left the aid station. I agree, Lucas. The Aravaipa chickpea salad sandwiches are incredible on that thin pita. They're just delicious. Typically at a typical Aravaipa race, some of the other vegan vegetarian options, in addition to the chickpeas, are the bean roll-ups, the refried bean roll-ups using Rotel refried beans. Badger Mountain 100 outright this spring. Yes, I remember that from yesterday. Bunch of FKTs, including the unsupported Wonderland Trail. So some incredible accomplishments. Just to set the stage here, back a little bit further down the course. So in between Rachel and the finish line are two other finishers, Matt Smith, or potential soon-to-be finishers, let's call it that. Matt Smith, who at last count was about 5 miles behind John Van Goons, who we just saw leaning into the finish, and Kevin Goldberg. Kevin Goldberg summited Eldon about 30 minutes ago. So we have 3 runners on the descent to Buffalo Park. And okay, got a correction there. Mika, who we've been talking about all day and dropped out, is is vegan. Oh, this is even better. The legend grows. Not only did Rachel win the Plain 100 outright with the 100-miler that I was telling you about with one aid station, she did it with an iPhone for her flashlight. It's the way to do it. But we have Travis Loncar, who's working who's working hard on the top of Eldon, or almost to the top. He's coming from the aid station here, with Rachel Entrekin and her pacer, descending the approximately 2,000 feet down to Buffalo Park in Flagstaff, where I suspect at one point she will join up with Shad Burkholtz. Shad is our runner cam, bringing the finishers in. He's just finished with Jonathan Van Goons, and I'm sure he's turned around and he's running back out to Buffalo Park, where he'll join Matt Smith and or Kevin Goldberg for their triumphant run into Flagstaff. Again, as folks are waking up and inquiring about the status of Mika Thews, she abandoned the race at mile 234, details of which we don't know. As those become available, we'll certainly report them. And Travis is going to let them run off into the early morning light. Travis Loncar, who's working the gimbal out on Mount Eldon. And there's a good shot of the aid station, the Katula aid station. And that's a Jamil Curry sighting. He's not in costume. That's unfortunate, but Jamil Curry, the president of the owner of Era Viper Running. Chad knew. Yeah, you'll have to come next year so that we can have Chad and Chad out in the field doing some gimbal work. We now have 8 finishers of the Cocodona 250. Most recent finisher, John Van Goon, who leaned into the finish about 15 minutes ago. First place female, Rachel Entrekin, is up and over Mount Eldon and making her way down the mountain to Buffalo Park. Poncho Bryce has made an appearance here in the studio. If you don't know Poncho Bryce, you should. You probably saw him on screen, among other places, running runners into the Walnut Canyon aid station yesterday, gathering up some footage for the interwebs. Good shot of the aid station in Eldon. A couple questions about the 125-mile leaders. We're going to get some info on that, but to put it in perspective, last year Jeff Browning was the winner of the Sedona Canyons 125 in a time of 25 hours and change. So assuming the 125-mile leader is somewhere in that range or a little bit faster, it would be about between 7 and 8 a.m., so still a couple of hours away. We're shortly before 5 a.m. here, Arizona time. As I think most people know, Arizona does not pay any attention to daylight savings time. My state is on Mountain Standard Time all year round, so for half of the year, pardon me? We're on Pacific Daylight Time. We're on Mountain Standard Time. We're always on Mountain Standard Time, so that That is to say, the rest of the world changes the clocks. We don't. But yes, we are the same time as Pacific Daylight Time for half the year. So for half the year, we're like California and Oregon and Washington. And for the other half of the year, we're like Utah and Colorado and Montana and Wyoming and New Mexico. And we like it that way. And if you don't like it, tough luck. This is Sedona. We've been trying over time to occasionally get some data here from our camera crew there, or if we can just catch some bib numbers, we do. Sedona aid station is at 162.3. All right, savings. See, Jonathan, I don't bother myself with these things because we don't honor it here in Arizona, so I don't need to know whether it's saving or savings. Do you have a savings account or a saving account? Yeah, you're right, Brianna. Arizona is doing it right. By the way, second and third place females are Manuela Villaseca and Kylie Dugan-Epic. Jordan, can you help me identify this aid station? I think it's Munns. I was right. Okay, Munns Park aid station is on your screen right now. That's 191, mile 191. Munns Park. Closing in on 5 a.m. Yeah, your good point. The Jonathan points out that the Navajo Nation up in the northeast corner of Arizona, that portions of which extend across the border to New Mexico, they do change the clocks. So there is a portion of Arizona that does change the clocks to daylight saving time, with the fact that the capital, I believe it's Farmington, New Mexico, is in New Mexico. Yeah, Chelsea, we will get a stream of every finisher. We most recently had John Van Goons, who finished 8th place male, and we have Shad Burkholtz out there with the runner cam, going back out towards Buffalo Park to catch up with Matt Smith and Kevin Goldberg, and then shortly thereafter, women's leader Rachel Entrekin. This is the Fort Tuthill aid station, the indoor portion in this kind of old sort of military barracks they have down there. This is mile 210. So we have eyes on the ground with still cams at Sedona, mile 162, at Munns Park, mile 191, and at Fort Tuthill, which we're seeing right here, at 210, as well as Mount Eldon by Cotulla. And there's Chris Thornley, owner and president of Squirrel's Nut Butter, the grand poobah of lube. We had him on Aravaipa After Dark on the first evening. Yep. We do have the first place female descending Eldon. Has two men in front of her. Matt Smith will be the likely 9th place finisher, and Kevin Goldberg, the likely 10th place finisher. We are beginning to see the early light of day here at our studio in Flagstaff, and the eastern sky above the town is beginning to wake on day 4. Count 'em, 4 of the 2024 Cocodona 250. The 4th running of the race. Josh, one of our cameramen from Sedona yesterday, who's reporting in on the chat about the Deer Pass cutoff, which is Deer Pass Trailhead is the aid station at mile 148, and the cutoff there is 5:15 a.m. Although, if it is down to the wire, I think doing the math due to the 10-minute late, they're not delaying. Thank you very much for checking that, Jordan. So the 5:15 cutoff is held. So that's in 15 minutes. We've hit the 5 o'clock hour, 71:50 on the race clock. We understand that there are 4 runners not quite there to Deer Pass, and hopefully they're moving along and going to arrive there in the next 15 minutes. As if running 250 miles isn't hard enough, they're doing it with a fair degree of pressure, and they're just about halfway done. Mika Thews, our longtime leader, has abandoned the race at mile 234 for reasons that are not entirely clear to us at this point. As we learn them, we'll relay them to you. Thank you, Josh, reporting in that he's where he was at Sedona a lot yesterday. He's back there today. He's going to set up the cam. I know a lot. We're at mid-pack time down at Sedona, mile 162, and Josh will get there, get set up, and we'll get some as day breaks. We'll be grabbing some bib numbers at Sedona and reporting those out to you. I know many of you are looking for runners. Trying to catch up with family, friends, loved ones, participants. Those of you out there who are looking for runners or would like to know where and when we're going to have boots on the ground, Sedona Aid, which is at mile 162. I'll do these in order as they're going down the course. Sedona Aid, mile 162. Munns Park, mile 191. Fort Tuthill, the aid station on your screen right now, and Mount Eldon Aid, where we have Santa Claus and his reindeer. and, of course, the finish line. We know that we have 3 runners in between Mount Eldon aid station and the finish. The order in which they went through that aid station were Matt Smith, Kevin Goldberg, and women's leader Rachel Entrekin. Dear pass aid station question in the chat, 147, 148-ish, 5:15 cutoff, so that's just a few minutes away. 10 exactly. Friend young Haynes Gauzen in the chat. Good to hear from you, Haynes. I hope you signed up for next year. It's filling fast. Have a good run this morning. I'm going to have to wait and get mine this afternoon. Duty calls. Not to mention it's just freezing cold up here for my thin desert blood. Come on, runner tracking. Come up. Can I change to the other internet, or are we still not doing that? The Aerovipa mobile. Is there an iPad or a second computer or something that I could get the leaderboard on? Because I'm going to have it. And it's just spinning on mine. Okay. Who's All right, thanks. Just taking care of a few technical issues here in the studio. We do know that GPS tracker seems to be down, so hang tight on that. This is the static cam on the Sedona aid station, mile 162. We are nearing the cutoff time. We're about 5 minutes away from the cutoff time at Deer Pass Trailhead, mile 148. And as I mentioned, we're going to have boots on the ground through the day and night and day and night and day at Sedona, Munns Park, mile 191, Fort Tuthill, mile 210, Mount Eldon by Cotulla, mile 240, just over the summit of Mount Eldon, and the finish line. We've had 8 finishers, most recently John Van Gun with a dramatic lean across the finish line. This is Munns Park. You can see the Thursday dawning behind the aid station through the pines. See lots of bundled up runners. Running us through the aid station. This is Mount Eldon by Cotulla. That's Pete Mortimer in the Santa Claus outfit. In the Santa Claus outfit? Oh, that's Julian in the Santa Claus outfit. Oh, okay. I got them flipped around. It's Peter Panda and Julian Santa. Thanks for the correction, guys. And dressed up as Jamil Curry is Jamil Curry. To Julian's left, our right. Monitoring things up on Eldon. Back to the Fort Tuthill aid station. Nice little indoor spot, sponsored and brought to you by Squirrel's Nut Butter, the best lube in the business, right here in Flagstaff, manufactured here in Flagstaff. We'll hear about what happened at the Deer Pass Trailhead, but as you know, we're covering parts of the race, but in each and every cutoff point, there is usually a little bit of drama. I like to think of it as if there's 6 or 7 golden hours as each of these checkpoints close down and runners remain on the course. At last word, we heard that there were 4 runners en route to Deer Pass Trailhead that has a 5:15 cutoff, 5:15 a.m., so that's just about 2 minutes away. Now, following the Deer Pass Trailhead, there is the next cutoff is at Sedona, where we will have folks on the ground, so we should get some footage there. And that cutoff is at 12:15 today, so shortly after noon, 12:15 at Sedona, which is at 162. So assuming the runners make it and build it up for get through Deer Pass Trailhead at 148, that gives them 6 hours. Sorry, bad math. 7 hours. Gives them 7 hours to traverse the 14 miles from Deer Pass to Sedona. So basically 2 miles an hour is required to get from Deer Pass to Sedona. And in fact, 2 miles an hour is the average needed to hit most of the cutoffs down towards the end of the race. There is no cutoff at Mount Eldon by Cotulla. So if runners make the Walnut Canyon cutoff, which is 9:30 on Friday night, 9:30 p.m. on Friday night, which is mile 227, they have 12 and a half hours to do the final 22 miles, which again is in that case a little bit slower than 2 miles an hour, in large part because the climb up and over Eldon. Excellent question in the chat. What happens to all the leftover food and beverages? Perishable food is dealt with as most perishable food is. It's either disposed of or donated or brought, volunteers are able to bring it home. But the rest of the food, extra soda, chips, candy, and so forth, is transported back down to Phoenix and Aravaipa headquarters on 24th Street near the airport, where there is a rather spacious and crowded warehouse that houses aid station supplies for the in excess of 30 events that Aravaipa produces each and every year. It's fascinating. And here's our first drone of the morning. We've got a drone in the air here on Thursday morning. Of course, we can't fly drones in the dark at night, but as day breaks, our pilots can get them up there. And this is a drone shot of the Mount Eldon by Cotulla aid station, the Pete's Meats aid station. Good close-up view there. And, of course, the recognizable red porta potty that is behind it. The mountain outhouse itself. So runners come, this is a little bit below the summit, maybe 3/4 of a mile and a couple hundred feet. Runners come in from the top of your screen there to where the drone is scanning now. There's the towers that mark the top of the mountain. So they come up from the east right there, go to their right, our left of those towers, and then traverse that mile, a couple hundred feet down to the aid station. And then, of course, the descent continued by that little snow patch. And then they continue the descent all the way down to the Buffalo Park in Flagstaff. And so far, 8 runners have done it. 8 runners have made it to Heritage Square. 3 more are between the top of Eldon and Heritage Square. Matt Smith, Kevin Goldberg, and Rachel Entrekin, all en route. Here is a camera shot back at Sedona. I think Josh has gotten set up. Josh, give me the thumbs up if that's you. Yep, there he is, Josh, our man in Sedona. Bib number 220. As soon as my tracker comes up, I'll try to identify that runner for you. If somebody knows the runner and can pop it in the chat, we can give them a shout out. Pole stuck in the bridge. Always a potential hazard. So Josh is going to take a few minutes with this runner. This is the now familiar exit section from Sedona Aid Station. This bib number 220 embarks on day 4 of the Cocodona 250, brought to you here on YouTube by Mountain Outpost. We have officially opened day 4. We're 72 hours and 10 minutes into the race. as I know people continue to awake in various parts of the world and wonder how things went through the night. Thank you, Chad. This is Greg Cesatero. Greg Cesatero, bib number 220, and his pacer leaving Sedona with our cameraman Josh or Christopher Jones. Okay, we're getting mixed messages in the chat. That never happens. Could be Greg Cesatero, could be Christopher Jones. Let's see the bib number again. Yeah. Reconfirming Greg Cesatero from Kayenta, Arizona. Kayenta, Arizona is a town, village in the heart of the Navajo Nation. There we go. Thank you, Alejandra. Sorry. This is the section departing Sedona Aid Station, mile 162. And we're following Greg Cesatero from Kayenta, Arizona. Summarize, we are awaiting the arrival of the 9th place and 10th place men. The order in which they left Mount Eldon was in 9th and 10th place. And then the arrival of first place women's runner Rachel Entrekin, who assumed the lead when Mika Thews, the longtime leader of the race, abandoned at about mile 234. We do await word. I know many people are curious in the chat about what may have happened to Mika after having gone along so well for so long. We don't know the facts of that at this point. We don't want to speculate. But we know that she was still in the lead, and it was not in an aid station. It was actually in a section I'm sure we'll see through the day, which is a paved road that the runners cross in between the Walnut Canyon aid station and the bottom of Mount Eldon. And apparently she got there, she met up with her crew, and they decided to call it a day. Our coverage team is awakening for day 4. Many of them have been awake already. We will have some follow cams like this one that Josh is manning in various places. This one in Sedona, of course, as well as the Shad Burkholtz finishers cam. We've seen some shots from that already. And we've got a static cam at Fort Tuthill. We'll probably have a boots on the ground there as well to run that section in along that little nice smooth trail that comes in behind the fairgrounds and around the sort of old former military barracks where the aid station is set up. This is bib number 222, Greg Cesatero from Kayenta, Arizona, the heart of the Navajo Nation in the northeast corner of Arizona. I spend a fair bit of time on that road. My oldest son, Carson, and his wife live up in Durango, and when you're driving from Phoenix to Durango, you go straight through Kayenta. Yuba City, and then Kayenta. So this is the dawn of day 4. This is Josh, our cameraman, bidding farewell to Greg. Had a couple of minutes there. Now panning out to the beauty of the Arizona sunrise. We're treated to our 4th Arizona sunrise this morning. still cam from so from Sedona. Sorry, I just was asking my friend to get a little coffee. More than my friend, it's Corinne Chalvoy. She's going to be coming on board in a half an hour or so. Just to kind of set the stage here, we are in our Airbnb in Flagstaff, Arizona, where our studio has been set up since the weekend, and we've got the team in place. We've just done a producer swap, so Bryce Brooks, after several days out in the field, is taking over producer duties. Bryce did an incredible job producing for about 48 hours straight at Hard Rock, if you recall that. And fortunately for Bryce, he's got a little bit more diversity of assignments this year, and spending some time in the field, and then also spending some time here in the studio. But we've got people sleeping in all the rooms, and so Corinne is just rallying, and she'll be on at about 6 with me, and then several hours later, Mercedes, and as I mentioned, a whole crew of commentators through the day. I'll be with you till about 3 this afternoon, 3, maybe 4. And then I'll go for a little run, sleep a bit, catch up on phone calls, and be back at 9 or 10 to take us through the night. Big shift for me today. Update on both Kevin and Matt Smith, Kevin Goldberg, Matt Smith, as well as women's leader Rachel Entrekin, have passed this aid station, the Mount Eldon by Cotulla aid station, and are on the descent to Eldon, down Eldon, I should say. And by the time they get to Buffalo Park, we'll have legendary follow cam Shad Burkholtz there to run them in. He just ran in John Van Guns, who was sporting quite a bit of a runner's lean. I gave him a 6 out of 10. And here we go. The Shad Cam with Matt Smith. Matt Smith from California, outside of Joshua Tree. Matt Smith, the 9th place runner. I got some intel from my good friend Pam Reed, a legendary runner who has spent a little time training and advising, let's just say that, Matt in his preparation for this race. Of course, Pam is a veteran of the 2021 epic here at Cocodona. Yeah, Rachel Entrekin is in the lead. She has not finished. She is en route to the finish line on the downhill portion of the descent of Eldon. She's probably a couple of miles behind this runner here. We see Matt Smith, who's running well with, I'm assuming this is Shad's camera. Matt Feldick has joined us in the chat. Good to hear from you, Matt. I'm sure we'll see you here in the studio or somewhere out and about in the field today. If you missed it, Matt is Flagstaff's newest Father of the Year. He was doing a follow cam Varlin Glick a couple days ago with his son in tow, and the drone shot picked it up. It was fantastic television. Fantastic television. Yes, running water. It does look like Matt Smith is going pacerless. The camera here is Shad Burkholtz at the point where they exit Buffalo Park. If you've never been to Flagstaff, put Buffalo Park on your list of places to go. It's not unusual if you go on a little 5-mile run in Buffalo Park to encounter Olympians, Division I runners for Northern Arizona University, people who've just come to Flagstaff to enjoy running at 7,000 feet. Ultra champions like Jim Walmsley, Rob Krar, others, Eric Senseman, the newly retired Eric Senseman. You might encounter all of those. Are they going to pass Beaver Street Liquors? Yes, indeed, Ultra Crew Hub. In fact, the Beaver Street Liquors pass, looking at the way Matt's moving, will be coming up shortly. Matt Smith from California is on the screen. The trails are done. He's on pavement now. Sidewalks at a couple spots from now until the finish. And again, I know this is the 9th place finisher, but this coverage is what we endeavor to provide for each and every finisher here at the Cocodona 250. Now, sometimes there are 2, 3, 4 runners, between Buffalo Park and the finish line. And it's a little trickier to get a devoted runner cam on every one of them, but we try. And the field does spread out. We still have 53 hours left on the clock. The overall cutoff here is 125 hours. We still have 53 hours on the clock. So we hope to be able to provide camera footage like this for every finisher, to most finishers, if not every finisher. Question about Brody Chisum. We are expecting Brody Chisum, 17 years old from New Hampshire, to be the next runner into Mount Eldon by Cotulla Aid Station on the flanks of Mount Eldon. Another runner leaving Sedona, bib number 212. My tracker's still not loading, so if someone could pop in into the chat who bib number 212 is, we can give him a shout out. Josh, our cameraman on the ground, is going to be jogging with him for a bit. Looks like he's going pacerless. Matt Smith again on the shad cam. Really good crisp camera shot here from that camera shad. By the way, did you notice that sprightly step up on that curb after 249 miles? There's a left turn. Elliot Waldock, thank you very much, Molly. Elliot Waldock, bib number 212. If you're tracking Elliot out there, he is out of Sedona. He's out of mile 162. He has a mere 88 miles to go until he's like this guy, Matt Smith, who's moving very well into Flagstaff, heading towards Heritage Square. Here's Elliot going at this section solo. This is a 17-mile section from Sedona to Schnebly Hill. From Sedona to Schnebly Hill, and it's there's one water stop. There's one water only bunch of jugs on the side of the trail to break up that 70 miles. Elliot's chatting with Josh. Josh will give us a little intel on what they're talking about, but I'm sure it's fun. And again, here's Matt Smith coming into Flagstaff. He's in Flagstaff, coming into the finish at Heritage Square. Matt Smith. Asking about McKnight updates. As of last word, Michael McKnight was the runner most closely behind Brody Chisum, and Brody was behind Rachel Entrekin. Elliot Waldock, just there coming out of Sedona. Matt Smith coming into Flagstaff. Kevin Goldberg coming into the chat, as is his custom. He's on the descent off of Eldon. There he is. He's gotten some cell service as he approaches Buffalo Park. Yes. Oh, Matt, Kevin Goldberg is in Buffalo Park. Fantastic. So Kevin Goldberg in range of Matt Smith. So we've got this will be one of those moments for Shad. Matt Smith moving well. Kevin Goldberg has let us know he is into Buffalo Park. Followed, I would assume, 20, 30 minutes later by Rachel Entrekin, women's leader. Matt Smith, just a few turns left till he makes the triumphant run down that chute into the finish line as 9th place finisher of the Cocodona 250. Matt Smith, California, outside Joshua Tree, making his way through the streets of Flagstaff with Shad Burkholz along for the ride. We've gotten word from Kevin Goldberg himself that he is into Buffalo Park. Yeah, we know that the tracker is having some challenges today. It's true for all of us. We have trouble here in the studio loading the tracker, so I'm sure there's someone out from Race Command working on that. But in the meantime, we have this excellent camera footage from Brad Burkholz as Mike makes that left-hand turn. Matt. High-fiving his buddy. He's done this without a pacer, at least this section, if not the entire race. Matt Smith from California. Brisk, cool morning here in Flagstaff. When my wake-up call came, I was chilly. Needed to warm up with some of this coffee we have brewing here in the studio. Good shot of Matt Smith there. And there it is, the turn down the finishing chute. Matt Smith from California, 9th place finisher of the Cocodona 250. Nice work, Matt. Back out to Josh coming out of the Sedona aid station. There's a bundled up runner. Nice red puffy. I have one of those. I love that hood. Comes all the way around your head. He's got some sort of little green animal strapped to the bottom of his pack. He's chatting with Josh. Bib number 270. Brandon Hozak. Brandon Hozak, we think. Thank you, Chad. I'm hoping to get an entrance list here, bib number list here at some point if the tracker stays out. In the meantime, we now have 9 finishers, and Shad, we're assuming, is sprinting back out to meet Kevin Goldberg.
So I do have a little information about Brandon on the screen here. So Brandon actually has a form of arthritis that gets worse if he doesn't move. So basically, the best cure for this disease that he has is movement. He actually has there's a YouTube channel, The Disillusioned something, And they documented last year when he made an attempt at it and DNF'd over the halfway point somewhere, and he's back this year to finish it out.
Oh, that's great. That's great, Bryce. And by the way, that's the first of many little tidbits of information. Bryce and the team at Aravaipa have collected a lot of data from a lot of the runners with the runner information survey, which we'll try to pass along to you as we gain access to these runners. It's great stuff and gives us an opportunity to showcase perhaps some unusual components of each of the runners. And great, thank you, Chad, for commenting on Anki losing. I'm probably pronouncing that wrong, but thanks for that. And what an interesting condition that it is movement, and quite literally, motion is lotion, as the saying goes. Brandon Hozak with a form of arthritis that requires movement to keep it at bay. And this is our man on the ground, Josh, who's doing a fantastic job. Are you going to do a little fist bump there for Brandon? Absolutely. That's great. Most people call it AS. Thank you very much. We also know, too, as you saw in the latest finish of Matt Smith, that our static cam at the finish line, as day breaks, the glare from the sun begins to affect. It makes it look somewhat overexposed. So we've got a team down there, just going to move that camera a bit. Hopefully, it'll be in place by the time Kevin finishes, and Rachel. Kevin Goldberg is our next expected finisher, and then Rachel Entrekin. This is the drone shot from that road, the road between Fort Tuthill and the base of Mount Eldon, which is the objective you see there in the distance. And it was in that spot, approximately 234, where the runners do run for a half a mile or so on the paved road, that Mika Thews chose to abandon the race, so relinquishing the lead to current leader Rachel Entrekin. Travis Loncar, who was up on the mountain for most of the night, is going to take a little bit of a break. We'll still have camera footage from the static cam up there on Mount Eldon. There's a good drone shot of the aforementioned Mount Eldon. Good to get a little beta here. A little bit of news on Olga King, who's running the 125, one of the OGs of the sport, and coach and advisor to Annie Hughes, a well-known 200-plus distance runner. Annie will be crewing Olga. I know last year I witnessed firsthand Olga crewing Annie at Hard Rock. So good to see that the as is noted here by our commenter, the tables have turned. Indeed, they have. I imagine Annie will get a little pleasure out of cracking the whip on my old friend Olga. Kevin letting us know that in his podcast, he interviewed Helgi about the AS condition. that we just learned more about from Bryce Brooks. Brandon Hozak shared some of that information with our team. In turn, shared it with all of you. Great early morning drone shot. Oh, yeah, long knock. I remember that. You paced me at Rocky when I beat Jaime. Oh, those were the days. Can someone please text Jaime and remind him of that? That'd be great. The aforementioned Jaime is Scott Jaime, also known as Fast Eddie or Mexi Fast on Twitter. Good friend of mine. We had a fantastic battle back before there was electricity at the Rocky Raccoon 100-miler in Texas. And yes, Olga's other half paced me. That was fun. Day is breaking on the Eldon Baikatula aid station. You can see Santa is there. And that's the final aid station. And this is Kevin Goldberg. Kevin Goldberg. Shad has caught back up with Kevin Goldberg. He's still working his phone. Kevin Goldberg, a multi-time finisher here, is going to finish in 10th place. Chatting with Shad, our man on the ground. Excuse me. Kevin Goldberg taking a picture of Shad, probably posting it on Instagram. Kevin Goldberg has, I think most people know, sort of found himself in a bit of a celebrity status here at Cocodona, as well as just in life in general. Great sense of humor, podcaster. Yeah, again, sorry about the tracker. What we do know, because we had eyes on the ground up above on Eldon, is that after Kevin here will be the 10th place male. We expect Rachel Entrekin to be coming in 11th place overall and first place female. Kevin Goldberg, second time in the top 10, we're learning. He does work the phones a lot during the race. Distance to Empty is the name of his podcast. Distance to Empty, kind of a cool name. Should probably listen to it. Beaver Liquors. Beaver Street Liquors, I guess is the full name there. Don't think they're open yet, if you're asking. Finish line with a garbage can in front of it. It's a nice shot. We are watching Kevin Goldberg, prolific visitor to the chat, coming into the finish. Hopefully they'll get the garbage truck out of there, but it would actually be pretty poetic if he had to like slink around the garbage truck to get his finish. That'd be funny. We're getting a pretty good insight into the world of Kevin Goldberg. He just kind of runs and plays with his phone. So again, this is Kevin Goldberg coming in for a 10th place finish and getting ready for a little sprint here, it looks like, on Beaver Street. That's pretty funny. Hope he doesn't pop his hammy. Shad Burkholtz out there with Kevin Goldberg, our 10th place finisher. We expect Rachel Entrekin within 20-30 minutes of Kevin. He obviously needs a glove for his right hand with one of those little rubber things on the thumb, so he doesn't have to take his glove off to incessantly text. It's likely we'll get Kevin up here to the studio at some point to share with us a little bit more detail about his journey from Deep Canyon Ranch to the finish, to Flagstaff. Back out in Sedona with my man on the ground there, Josh. He's been running runners in out of the Sedona aid station for the last several hours, or last several days, I should say. Took a little break at night, but with that beautiful sunrise over the Red Rocks. Back to Kevin Goldberg. Going to make this left-hand turn. Nope, not yet. Yep. Yes, yet. Oh, he put the phone away. That's good. Imagine if he had to do all that texting and dipping into the chat, if he had a lean like John Van Goon had. I mean, texting and running is one thing. Texting and leaning, that's a whole nother thing. But yeah, this is the final stretch here. Looks like it'll be under 73 hours for Kevin. Kind of goes through that little gate. We're hoping the garbage truck is gone. Greeted by a well-wisher. Past the parking garage and boom. Yep, garbage truck's gone. Kevin Goldberg coming in. 10th place. Rounding out the men's top 10 at the Cocodona 250 2024 edition. There it is. $72.51 approximately for Kevin. Great job there. And texting the whole way. Back to Sedona, where Josh is tracking some of the runners. Can't quite get this bib number, I'm afraid. If anybody recognizes this runner, drop it in the chat. There we go. Thank you, Josh. Boof. Darn. Beautiful early morning light in Sedona. No worries. This is the nice smooth trail heading out of the Sedona aid station. Mile 162. The Sedona cutoff, by the way, for those who are interested, is at 12:15. So they've still got runners still have over 6 hours to make it in and out of Sedona. Josh is getting some great footage and also some great time on his feet. And hey, I am joined by my colleague Corinne Shalboy. Corinne, how are you?
Good morning, everyone. I am great. How are you?
I'm doing great. Did you get a little sleep?
A little bit. Yeah.
All right. Well,
ultra over here.
Yes, indeed. Well, it was fun to have you up on Eldon last night, late afternoon last night. I'm sure that was
great.
Kind of fun to be up there and run around a little bit.
Did you hear I ran into Katie Scheid on my way up?
Did you really? I did not hear that.
First time I've met her in person, and she was doing a water stop during her run.
Right on.
Went up and said hello, and yeah, it was pretty awesome. She is just
she's incredible.
On a roll.
Indeed, yeah. Had a fantastic run at the Canyons 100K a couple weeks ago, and is on track, I'm sure, for a fantastic Western States 100 in a couple of about a month and a half. So we have we're likely going to see our next finisher be the first place woman, Rachel Entrekin. Yes, Rachel is leading. We learned overnight that Mika Thews, who'd been leading for most of the race, ended up dropping out at mile 234, right nearby this spot here we're seeing on the drone, the road section between Walnut Canyon and Eldon. Yep. I know folks are asking if we know any of the reasons for the drop, and at this point we don't want to speculate.
Yeah, it's a decision that she made, and it's heartbreaking as spectators, as observers, to see her go that far and be on such a massive course record kind of pace, but we don't know what happened, and we absolutely need to respect her choices there. I actually wrote an article called Decision Not Failure, DNF.
Nice. I like it.
After my first DNF a couple of years ago, because it is an extremely personal decision to do that, and there are so many reasons why people decide to end their race that it really is something that just needs to be respected. And the amount of courage it takes to stand on the starting line of a race like Cocodona 250 is just insane. So I think we need to just honor that, and we are sorry to see that happen, but it was her decision and hers to make.
Fantastic. Bryce, can you take a quick check on Corinne's mic? We're getting some chat that maybe it's low. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Sorry about that. Thanks for everybody in the chat for because this is again, we're back on our static cam at the finish line. This is Kevin Goldberg, our most recent finisher, 10th place male, and his crew, it looks like, crew and pacers. And let's do this again. I want to hear. We were talking about Mika's DNF and your own personal experience with a DNF and an article that you wrote. Decision, not failure.
Decision, not failure. DNF. Yes. Yeah. I think I was listening to the live stream last night when there was some chatter in the chat about it, and I don't know. I just wanted to say that it's heartbreaking to see Mika decide to end her race at mile 233 after she was on just what seemed to be a tear and many, many hours ahead of course record pace, even ahead of the men's course record at some points in time. But I think it is just such a personal decision to end your race. There are so many reasons, especially in this sport, especially in a race that is 250 miles long. You have no idea what is going on with somebody in their head, in their body, elsewhere. So it's something that I think needs to be respected. And, we should really just be celebrating Mika for what she did, which was run 233 miles in an extraordinarily fast pace. Hope that she is okay, and just kind of celebrate what she did out here, because she was inspiring so many people for so long.
Yeah. Lots of love for the decision, not failure. Where can folks find that article?
It is we have a website, shalvoyrunning.com. That is our coaching website, me and my husband's coaching website. And we have a few blogs on there. That article's on there. I believe Free Trail also published that article. Right. So it might be on the Free Trail website. But yeah, it's something I wrote just in reflection after dropping out of my first race that I have. I've had 2 DNFs so far. It happens in this sport, but Black Canyon 100K a couple of years ago was my first DNF. And, some people say death before DNF in our sport. And, the reality is if you do this long enough, it's likely going to happen. And so I think it's just a reflection on kind of reframing that acronym and that term.
I love it.
Yeah.
I love it. Decision, not failure. Okay. We have bib number 167. This is Josh out there getting
Let's go, Josh.
footage.
Let's go.
Josh is our camera guy. We still don't have.
Also, let's go, Josh.
Still don't have our leaderboard. Bib number 167.
Great.
Can you read
Samuel?
That?
Samuel. Last name C something.
All right, drop it in the chat if you know this guy. But great to hear about that. And again, it's human nature to want to know, hey, what happened? What's going on? How could this be? She was having this otherworldly race, and we certainly understand. We certainly wonder. Samuel Cooper, thank you, Doghouse.
Samuel Cooper,
and
doing great out there.
Samuel running again. These folks leaving Sedona right now. Just to give you a little bit of perspective, they're still 6 hours ahead of the overall cutoff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we've seen the men's top 10 finish this race.
Mm-hmm. 10 men in under 73 hours. We expect Rachel Entrekin to be the 11th overall first place woman. We expect Shad has made a U-turn and said goodbye to Kevin and is running back out towards or to Buffalo Park.
Yeah, that's
to find Rachel.
That's going to be so cool.
Questions about Brody Chisum? Yes, Brody Chisum. We've been talking about throughout the broadcast. A 17-year-old. Well-known through hiker from New Hampshire is in the race along with his brother Ben and his mom Jenny. And last we heard from Brody, he had left Walnut Canyon and was en route to the base of Eldon.
Looks like another beautiful morning out there.
Sure does.
Have you gone through the men's top 10 recently, AJW?
No, let's do it.
Okay. Hold on. I will pull it up here. We'll get it going, but we should definitely shout out all of the, all of the individuals who have finished this. We're just, dang it.
I wish I'd memorized it.
I remember a handful of them. Let's see what we could do from memory.
Okay,
all right.
We have Heraldus Subertus in first place.
Jeff Browning in second. It was Joe
McConaughey in third.
No, Arlen Glick in third.
Okay, Arlen Glick in third.
Joe McConaughey in fourth.
Michael
Versteeg in fifth.
Jeff Garmeyer in sixth. Finn Malanson in seventh. Priming the pump a little bit. Most recently, John Van Gun in eighth.
Great.
First place Leaner.
Yep.
Ninth place Matt Smith, and our most recent finisher Kevin Goldberg.
All right, you did it. Thanks for the end there. I didn't know I had seen seventh, but I'd seen that Finn
that's our
finished
top
seventh.
10 men. Did that from memory. We're still waiting for the leaderboard and the tracker to reload. In the meantime, we're doing it old school. With our cameras on the ground, zeroing in on bib numbers where possible. Again, we are just going with what we have here, like we always do at the Cocodona 250 broadcast. This is a drone shot, obviously.
And last night we saw Rachel Entrekin and Manu Villaseca in the Fort Tuthill aid station together. They were very close, so, it'll be interesting to see how much time has gapped here. But boy, both of those ladies running fantastic races, really, really consistent. Rachel was leading for a long, long time until she decided to take a significant nap. And then,
That'll be interesting to learn about post-race, is Rachel's strategy of definitely longer sleep breaks, at least as far as the information that we were getting, that she was taking more significant sleep breaks and was not at all concerned about, losing a place or two in the standings. And so it certainly has paid off at this point. Not exactly sure when the Rachel passed Manuela, but it was somewhere overnight.
I think she might have left Fort Tuthill before Manu.
Okay.
We saw her doing what appeared to be just like that cognition test, but fully packed up, ready to go, speaking with medical, maybe right before she left. And at that point, Manu was still sitting and changing shoes and eating. So it may have been just that she left Fort Tuthill first and then stayed ahead of her the rest of the time. But they are quite close, especially for this length of a race. And Rachel Entrekin is not a first-time, 200-mile runner. This is Manu's first 200 plus race. So,
Bryce, is this actually going through Buffalo Park?
It is. I'm quite certain it's Rachel.
So this is
confirmation.
Okay.
So we're thinking this is Rachel on the drone shot, and Shad is probably en route out to meet her.
This could be your women's leader, anticipated winner of the 2024 Cocodona 250, Rachel Entrekin.
Great. Dan Bucci, I hope I'm pronouncing that right, or Bucci, one of Rachel's crew, noting that they did make the decision to sleep during day 2 when it was warm outside. The heat was getting to her. And
nice.
So
good call.
It was an intentional plan to take advantage, well, I guess, to opt to sleep during the heat of the day. Yeah, which is actually a good strategy.
Great strategy.
And a little more intel in the chat. Unofficial, we're hearing that Brody Chisum, I just mentioned, is at 239, which would put him just a couple miles below probably about a mile below the summit of Eldon and maybe a mile and a half from the aid station.
Wow, that's amazing. And he's the 17 or 18?
17-year-old.
Yeah. Beating older brother.
Yeah, we may be able to get some footage with the static cam that's up at the aid station. Well, I know that Travis Loncourt, who was taking over for your duties of running back and forth up at the top of Eldon, is going to take a little break right now.
Okay.
Understand from the chat, folks are asking about the decision, not failure article. It is on Free Trail, so I think if you just go to Free Trail,
I'll try to
Free
pin
Trail
the
website and
pin the link,
and also Corinne will try to pin the link on there. I remember my first DNF, which was at the World's End Ultra in Pennsylvania, 100K, and my friends at Trail Runner Nation, Scott War and Don Freeman.
Love those guys.
They were so excited that I DNF'd that they invited me on the podcast almost immediately.
Nice.
And we titled it, if you Google Trail Runner Nation and just title it Autopsy of a DNF.
Okay.
Autopsy of a DNF. You can you can hear that conversation.
All right.
Which is, that was something. And it was interesting because normally when I go on Trail Runner Nation, we plan, like a week ahead of time.
Is it this one, Anatomy of a DNF?
There it is,
okay.
Anatomy of a DNF.
We'll post that one in there as well.
Actually, nope, that's not it. That's someone else's Anatomy of a DNF.
Okay.
Is that Don and Scott?
2018. That's Scott and Don.
That's Don's DNF.
Okay, so this is Autopsy. We'll try to find it and put it in there.
That's Anatomy. I think it was Autopsy. But yeah, we did have Don DNF'd at the Tour de France, and then
that race, holy moly! I think I remember listening to that
post-mortem case study with AJ.
Oh, it's a case study.
Post-mortem case study.
Very good. There we go.
Right, and they were so eager to have it fresh in my mind that they wanted to do it literally the next day.
Didn't he film himself during that?
He did.
I remember that.
Himself, yeah. Comments about World's End. Absolutely, World's End Ultra 100K is quite a run. David Walker is the race director there, as well as the Black Canyon 100K. It's a beast of a course back in Pennsylvania. Really gives the Beast Coast its name, and just fantastic event. Check it out. Early June, fills up every year in like 2 days. A great race, and I dropped out at mile 21.
So 2 different perspectives on DNFs from us in the chat. There are links in the chat if you care to check those out and hear some thoughts about it.
But the long and the short of it is, it's nothing to be ashamed of. It's something that happens to us all.
And sometimes it's a smart call.
Yes, indeed.
Can extend the longevity of your career. Can really create a fire in you to nail the next one. It's
can teach you lots of lessons.
Absolutely, it teach you so much. And yes, this is a aerial view of the top of Eldon, but we are anticipating Rachel Entrekin coming through and into town soon. She's in Buffalo Park, we believe. So she is your first place female.
This is our drone shot because Shad's still making his way out there, it looks like. A great way to plug that there's still volunteer spots open for World's End. Very good. By the way, World's End State Park, beautiful, beautiful state park in Pennsylvania. If you don't know, the Pennsylvania State Park system is among the best in the country. In fact, Gifford Pinchot, the founder and first administrator in charge of the National Forest Service, who was a Pennsylvania native, set as his goal when he was the head of the Pennsylvania State Parks group that no Pennsylvanian would be more than 50 miles from a state park. And if you find yourself on the ground in Pennsylvania, that will definitely be the case. Okay, Could you get this bib number? Because I think this is Josh on his familiar section coming out of
191.
Sedona. 191 coming out of Sedona. We have the tracker back up. So, and this is what I thought. I've got to do a little personal shout out. This is Amelia Keegan, who is an athlete I coach. She's from Maryland. She works for the Friends Committee on Legislation in Washington, D.C. She spends a lot of time on Capitol Hill, has been extremely busy in her training build-up for this race because just about every time there was a potential government shutdown, she and her team had to go onto Capitol Hill and testify and meet with congressmen and senators. And Amelia's wonderful, a mother, early 40s, and decided to sign up for this race after having to drop out DNF conversation appropriately because of the Tahoe 200. Because her head had an unfortunate encounter with a tree branch.
Oh, ouch.
And she wanted to continue, but she got to the next aid station. And as everybody knows, head wounds tend to bleed a lot more dramatically than most other wounds. And she abandoned the race. And within a week, we had decided that she would sign up for this. So here she is, more than 160 miles.
Congratulations.
So congratulations, Amelia. I look forward to seeing you when you get to the finish line.
Yeah, Amelia. Getting it done.
Maryland has a cottage up in West Virginia. Hey, Josh, if you can hear me, tell Amelia AJW says you got this. Little
coach encouragement.
They can hear us. We can't hear them. But just to note this, just looking at
I think he's telling her.
Yeah,
she's smiling.
The aid station at Sedona is 162 miles, and just by my count, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, we have over 20 runners. Including some noteworthy folks like Logan Troutman, Cassidy Hood, Callie Vinson, Jordy Throw, Anthony Roussel, Kevin Flieger, Matthew Bates. All of these are pinging at 162, which is the aid station at Sedona. So Josh, if you end up getting back there, I suspect Sedona aid station is a madhouse right now.
It's bussing. It's bussing, as
I'm counting more than 20 runners.
And the cutoff there is 6 hours away. Yeah, so they're well ahead of cutoff.
It's noon. Okay, Shad has caught up with Rachel.
Here we go. Rachel Entrekin making her way through the park. She is. Do you think she knows? I think she probably knows because yesterday she went on Instagram Live during the race. We were encouraging folks to keep one screen up with the live stream and then go on their phone or another screen to check out the live stream. I didn't see what was going on, but it was pretty cool. I heard you kind of got a inside view conversation between her and her pacer in the middle of this race, which is really unique. So,
and I guess I don't want to in the chat where I think the yellow hair chat, is that the case? Is the yellow lightning is her nickname? I think the yellow hair is perhaps a Rachel trademark. Yeah, Josh says that the aid station bussin' is an understatement. Thanks for putting that up, Bryce. Unsponsored yellow lightning Rachel Entrekin.
All right. I know Ultra Crew Hub, Mason Boswell, Bussin, our 9-year-old says that too. So does my 9-year-old. That's where I got it. It's a current trend on the 9-year-old circuit.
My goodness, my kids are too old to even know the hip language. They probably don't know what bussin' is.
She is looking great. Man.
They're springing her step. Absolutely.
Yeah. She's got to be getting excited at this point.
So again, she will be 11th overall finisher. We have 10 men into Heritage Square. She'll be the 11th overall finisher.
And she will be the winner.
And she'll be the winner. And I don't know, we want to do a quick course record look up?
Oh,
from what Sarah did last year?
Yeah, she is a couple hours over it.
Okay.
I think it was 70.
Low 70s? Okay.
Yeah.
Couple hours over course record from Sarah O last year.
I'll check it, but I know it is in the entry
Yellow Lightning
in the runner guide.
7250.
Oh, so she is just a
little
25 minutes.
Yeah.
30 minutes, depending on how long it takes her to do this fast little stretch or this final stretch. So yeah, only about 30 minutes. That is amazing. Be the second fastest time in the women's field for this race.
This is great for women's leader. This is the portion where they exit Buffalo Park. They get onto the roads.
Yeah, we know Annie Hughes ran 71:10 in 2022, but that was a different course, so we don't compare to it because it was a reroute due to the Crooks fire.
And most notably, didn't include the infamous first 37 miles.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just going back to Sedona aid station for a second. Again, it's still 6 hours till the overall cutoff, but I think it's safe to say that would have to be considered the mid pack there, because upwards to 20 runners in either just leaving or in the aid station itself. I know we have our man on the ground, Josh, there, and we're going to stick with Rachel through her finish, but we'll take a small commercial break after Rachel crosses the line, and we'll be back with obviously the rest of the women's top 10, as well as all of our finishers that we endeavor to cover just this way with Shad or a little pooch.
I wonder if that's her dog.
Looks like
certainly
looks like they're interested in the dog is interested in being part of this.
Soak it in, Rachel.
Rachel Entrekin, lead woman. Early morning sun here in Flagstaff, Arizona.
Rachel did across the year's 48-hour in the very end of the year last year and ran 212 miles during that 48-hour. So I'd say that was a solid training.
Again, in addition to this finish line coverage that we're going to have for the next 2+ days, we'll continue to have coverage at Sedona, aid station 162 through the cutoff there at 12:15. Then again up the trail at Munns Park at mile 191. That'll be through about 1 a.m. We have a static cam there right now.
So this is Brody cresting Eldon.
Okay, I know we've had several folks ask in the chat about Brody Chisum, 17-year-old from New Hampshire. This is Brody Chisum cresting Eldon. So just a few minutes before the aid station.
That's Jamil, isn't it?
It does look like Jamil, the hair and the red puffy. Or no, maybe the puffy's off already. But yes, that's Jamil.
Yeah, so he just came out of the technical section of Eldon on that backside or the other side, and now he's on the smooth. I was up there yesterday, and I think it's a big sigh of relief when you get off those rocks and onto a little bit of a smoother surface. You know that it literally, other than just below this where they have maybe 100-yard uphill, it's pretty much downhill the rest of the way to the finish line. He's running. I am so impressed with the fact that a 17-year-old has the mental fortitude to complete something like this, and just it's incredible. I mean, we did not see, 17-year-olds doing ultras at all just a few years ago, let alone something like a 250. And it'll be really fascinating to kind of follow what Brody does over the years, starting out at 17 years old.
I mentioned this to Jamil yesterday too. We're back to Rachel now, but incredibly crisp camera shot of those drones. They are really, I mean, it seems like each broadcast we get a little bit more crispness out of those drone cameras. Here we are back to Rachel. We got a little bit of data here in the chat. The Pacers are Jake and Pete. Jake and Pete are Rachel's Pacers.
Nice.
Way to go, Jake and Pete.
That's huge. I mean, I saw some things about Pacers doing up to 80, 80 to 100 miles themselves, which is, I was talking with Harold's Pacer yesterday a little bit. And I said, "How are you doing?" He said, "I'm tired." Yeah. It's also mentally taxing to be concerned and thinking about your runner out there with them that entire time. All right. People are doing detective work and seeing that Rachel has a cat, but maybe not a dog on Instagram. So it might have just been a fan dog.
That's right.
Fan dog. Right. But, hallucinating herself stacking rocks.
And then her crew found rocks in her pack.
What? This is wild. You guys are watching Rachel Entrekin coming into town, getting ready to cross the line as the winner of the 2024 Cocodona 250. If you are just tuning in, the race leader, Mika Thews, did decide to stop her race around mile 233, 234. We don't have details on why. But as a result of that, Rachel is going to be winning this race.
We're back now to the drone shot up high above Eldon of 17-year-old New Hampshire high schooler, I would assume, Brody Chisum. He's also here with his brother Ben and mother Jenny, who are also both still in the race.
Yeah, they're running. Not just here with them. They're all racing.
Yeah.
The whole family. I'd say that's an inspiring mom.
Yep, and they've got a lock on the family division, I think.
Yeah. How many can enter the family division?
Yeah, I don't
can
know.
You have like up to 4 or 5, or your top 2 are the ones that the scorer? I don't know. We have to define that.
Getting a little help in the chat from John Harper that Brody has hiked the 3 big trails in the United States, the PCT, the AT, and the CDT, which is quite an accomplishment when you're only 17 years old.
Man.
Maybe he's not over summer. Maybe he's not a high schooler. Maybe he's a trail schooler.
Just do that over summer breaks, or
maybe COVID came and the family was like, "We're going hiking.
We will do lessons in the evening and we will hike all day." Yeah, I think somebody needs to tell that story of that, that family and just kind of that lifestyle, and that'd be fascinating to kind of learn about. I wonder if mom was inspired by her
indeed.
Parents. It's just
Yeah, my wife and I thought we were cool because we took our kids car camping.
You are cool. They were outside. That's enough.
Shad's getting a little intel.
Again, she's live on Instagram. Wow. Very cool. She's got great posture right now.
She does.
She's looking like she's out for a nice morning walk in in Flagstaff. Wonder if people know as they see her coming in what she has done over the last 73 and a half hours.
Running again.
Scissor Canyon Run Club.
Out of Ojai. Oh, beautiful town. Not far from Santa Monica. Home of the wonderful Coyote 2 Moon events, which were around for a couple of years.
And Kyle letting us know she's a PT, so
that explains
the posture. Thank you. Thanks, Kyle. Also got to be beneficial to be a PT.
Indeed.
When you're doing something like this, you don't have to bring one with your crew. You can just kind of diagnose yourself. Yeah. And
Tamjin asked, looks like she's wearing topos. We'll see if we can get confirmation from that somewhere out there. We've been a surprisingly lack of shoe conversation here on the chat so far this year. I did see
that Finn wore the Nike Zagama 2s for this entire race.
Oh, which is a sweet new shoe. Really,
brand new shoe.
Really cushy.
Yeah, I'd love to get my hands on a pair of those. Cushy. I heard the 2 was quite the upgrade from the 1. And
yes, indeed.
Yeah. I could see that with having some, like you're saying, good cushioning and wide variety. Jeff Browning was in ultras.
He was.
I think he was going back and forth between the 4 mil drop and some of the, classic 0 drop.
I know. I'm sorry. I said Santa Monica. I meant Santa Barbara. I always confuse Monica and Barbara.
Yeah.
What can I say?
2 great ladies.
Yeah, they're awesome. My 2 aunts, Aunt Monica and Aunt Barbara. Yes, it's up the road from Santa Barbara. Something like 90 miles from Santa Monica.
Yeah. Yeah, Finn did say he was going to wear the Genesis. Maybe he wore them for some sections, but who knows? I don't know. I wore the Genesis yesterday. They did great on Eldon. That's a good shoe.
Here we go. Brody Chisum coming into the aid station.
That's Pete Mortimer in his suit.
Pete Mortimer in the panda suit.
Also just highly practical. It's cold up there, and that looks cozy. With the oh my gosh.
He looks good. He's still rocking those shorts he's been wearing the whole time too.
Here he is at the aid station. So is Pete been up there all night?
Again, Brody Chisum. Looks like he has maybe that's one of his brothers. I understand there are 4.
Oh, wow. Yeah, they kind of look alike. So now that brother has to finish the race and then go back and grab his other brother and continue pacing him. It's the only reason that other brother's not participating is he's pacing and going to do more than 250 miles on his own just through pacing. No.
That looked like we were doing a little shoe talk. That looked like we just panned out a little Stinson on Brody.
Panda Pete and his meats.
Panda Pete said, you want some meat or, you're still a school kid. You want some fruit snacks? Back to Rachel.
Fruit snacks are great.
I love me some fruit snacks.
All right. What's your favorite fruit snack? Put it in the chat.
Yeah,
lots of brands of fruit snacks.
Yep, mother is running too. Jenny, she's through Sedona. I'll see if we can get it, but yeah, 2 of the boys, Ben and Brody, and Mom Jenny, and it looked like. I mean, I don't want to assume, but it looked like Brody's pacer was a brother, cousin, looked like a family member. I'll just say that and shut up.
Someone in the chat saying that their mom is at mile 190.
There we go.
Not sure if that's accurate or not, but if it is, that is amazing. Thank you, Delmar. And yeah, that. Whew.
Yep, I'm seeing that as well.
Making quick
kind
work.
of in the same area code as fan favorite Andrew Glaze and Pete Kostelnik.
Nice.
This is Jenny Chisum.
You are watching race leader Rachel Entrekin making her way to the finish line. Getting very close now.
And 18-year-old Ben Chisum last pinging around mile 202.
Okay.
Which would be closing in on Kelly Canyon.
Okay. Shout out to Mom, who's not too far behind them.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
All right. Brody's pacer is his brother Elliot. Thank you very much. And here's Rachel Entrekin. And making the turn.
The dog's still there.
Corinne, there you have it.
Woo!
Female winner, women's winner of the 2024 Cocodona 250. Rachel Entrekin, unofficial time of 73 hours, 31 minutes, and 30 seconds.
Just about 40 minutes off the course record, women's course record from last year, but a fantastic time.
There's race director Steve Adderholt in the Black Puffy. Calm, cool, and collected as always.
Yeah, lots of love for Rachel in the chat. Keep it coming. I'm sure she will look back at this. Amazing job out there, Rachel. Now you can take a very long nap.
Indeed. Yes, lots of folks mentioning the fact that Rachel's not sponsored. Surprising. That may change. We're back up to the top, almost to the top of the mountain, where Brody Chisum is in the chair there with the red sleeves.
Looks like he might be partaking in some peas meats.
I think he might be.
I see foil. And was it Brody who did the Eldon Crest 38 last year?
He did.
Okay.
Yep.
So that was his longest trail race. Of course,
it's his only ultra sign up result.
He's at 100%.
I don't want to confirm this, but I don't know if I can confirm this, but apparently they hiked the AZT. He and his family, they hiked the AZT and then got to Eldon and signed up on the day of the race.
Nice. Just roll it right into a little harder effort at the end there.
Okay, Robin Entrekin, Mom is in the chat. Hello, Robin. Thank you. Or it might be Dad. I'm not sure. Robin. I don't want to assume. But father or son of
that's my daughter,
Rachel, with a big heart. Proud parent. Robin Entrekin.
And
very excited about daughter finishing. I assume it's father, just given the picture, but I don't want to overassume.
Oh, yeah.
Proud papa.
That's gotta be a very proud feeling as a parent. I just watched one little basketball game and I'm like overwhelmed, let alone seeing your daughter or son finish something like this.
Yes, getting confirmation it's Dad.
Your daughter is a boss. That is right.
Probably should have thought that through. My dad's name was Robin as well. There's Brody. He is definitely hitting some Pete's meats, isn't he?
It's awesome.
As is his brother Elliot.
Yeah. It's a perfect time.
This is great camera work by the team up there.
6:45 in the morning. Good
what
breakfast.
What could be better than a little brisket? No, folks are asking for perhaps more footage of Rachel. You know, Shad wants to be real sensitive, and our other camera people on the ground there to honor whatever the runners want, but he also is busy to run back out and hopefully catch up with Brody after Brody gets down this mountain, because he would be next up to the finish.
Yeah, we just have a static cam there, so she is out of view, probably taking a well-deserved seat and celebrating with her family and friends. So if you are just joining us, we just saw Rachel Entrekin cross the finish line winning the Cocodona 250, and we will go to a quick break, doing a quick ad break here. We'll be right back with you. Good job.
Oh, okay.
Today's broadcast is also brought to you by Speedland, the best trail shoes ever created. This is the brand new commission, the GS PDX, the 6th model in Speedland's short but illustrious history. You'll notice it's a throwback to the initial colorway of the first model, the SL PDX, though this is built on the GS platform. Plenty of cushioning to take you as long as you want to go on the trails. There's people going to be racing in it this weekend in both the 50K and 28K, but also people wearing it at Cocodona here in just a couple months' time. Everything you've come to expect, the double BOA fit system, the HTPU midsole, the drop-in P-backs, secondary midsole, also removable carbon plate. Nothing better than the Speedland. Go pick up a pair of the GS PDX. You'll find a link and a discount code here in the description on YouTube.
I know that you've been fooling around on me right from the start. So I'll give up and I'll take back my heart. And when you're tired of fooling around with 2 or 3, just come on home and fool around with me.
Look at the growth of ultra running the past few years. In fact, now they have 200-mile races, 240-mile races, 250-mile races. They're growing exponentially. I've been involved in all of this along the way, and everything has been the same. Athletes, truly inspired by athletes, want to go farther and faster.
To go. How awesome is that? One little segment at a time. That's all I can do, you know? Because whatever, 90 left. Is that where we're at? 80 left? 88 left? That's too much. Yeah. That's still too much for my brain, so I'm gonna say 17 left because that's the next segment. How about that for psychology?
So yeah, I'm Jen, Miss Bossy Pants, and we're running the Sedona aid station. Over here is Tie-Dye Guy. Those are Tom Murray, my co-cat. We got burgers. I got some scrambled eggs, a little bit of pancakes left from breakfast. Yeah, it's been kind of slow. Still kind of towards, we haven't seen the middle of the pack yet. So yeah, it's a good morning. I expect it to get pretty crazy in the next few hours. I work for Bike Bus, so I've been running aid stations for them for a little over 5 years now. There's worse places to spend a couple days, for sure.
Made it. That pavement got a little hot. Good, a little hot, but this helped. Ready for Kasner.
Swan dive.
Oh.
I took a power nap under a tree. You know, not bad other than just feeling sleepy. But that's the heat. Again. Yeah, and I'm excited for this river crossing. The uphills are much nicer. I have to focus a little. Downhills you can kind of roll through.
Your day's going good so far?
Yeah, kind of hot. She's been crushing it. Excited to go up on the rim. Everything's good. No complaints.
Surely there's at least a kid.
I really haven't had any complaints.
That's impressive.
Smiles.
That feels good. Oh, that feels really good. Thank you, Mark.
Yep, see you around. That's one way to do it.
Really don't want to put my shoes back on. Welcome back. And you were just watching some great video footage that everyone has really been loving, getting some insights into other runners who are out there on course, just kind of thoughts from earlier on in their journeys and learning about all of the individuals that are taking on Cocodona 250. So really appreciate all the hard work that was done to put those together. And we are back in studio here.
Yeah, I want to just give a shout out to Tony Hill. If you all don't know Tony, Tony's just a genius with this kind of stuff, and he's kind of the mastermind behind these little Cocodona Chronicle clips. And many of you have been asking, if they're going to be sort of stored somewhere for people to watch later, and absolutely they'll probably be embedded in the Aravaipa website as well as the Cocodona section of the Aravaipa website. So and we'll have a few more. I mean, I'm sure another handful will be created over the next 2 days.
Subscribe to the Mountain Outpost YouTube. They might also live there. And just a quick note
that we did hear there is a need for a pacer for Zach Bates out of Sedona. If anyone is out there or anyone is interested, please, you can reach out to, is it Josh? I mean, I don't know if we could reach out directly to Josh, but just head out there or let them know at the aid station there in Sedona that you would be open to doing that. And it sounds like he is looking for a pacer to take him out of the Sedona aid station. That would be a really cool opportunity for someone who wants to get a few miles in and just be part of a journey.
Absolutely. Josh is our cameraman on the ground there. And has messaged that, put it up on the chat. So if you're in Sedona or on your way to Sedona, perhaps you have a runner who's maybe not going to make it, or you're there with somebody else. Zach Bates is an autistic runner, and his pacer is dropped out. His pacer's not going to be able to continue. And Zach's 22 years old, great guy. I had a chance to meet him a month ago. So if you're available and interested and able to pace, even if it's just that one section from Sedona to Schnebly, please head on up to the aid station and let Jen or Josh or anyone up there know, and we can get that set up. We also did get confirmation that the Chronicles are already up on the Aravaipa YouTube channel. So if you would rather watch those than watch us, feel free.
And we just recently saw your first place female, Rachel Entrekin, cross the line in Heritage Square, winning this year's female division of the Cocodona 250. And we have second place female Manu out on course right now. Manu Villaseca from Spain, originally from Brazil. She will be making her way up Eldon here.
That's true.
Final climb, which is a heck of a climb, heck of a way to finish a 250-mile race. I was on the backside of that just for a couple miles yesterday, and there's Jamil. Yeah, I don't know if he's smiling about that, but yes, I was on there, and it's a rocky, slick kind of technical steep climb, and we are looking at
that's the Sedona aid station. Sedona aid station. So mile 162.
Yep.
And change. This is where our friend on the ground, Josh, is. This is probably Josh. He'll give us a thumbs up if it is. And as I was commenting on before we took a break, they are busy right now. Busy.
Breakfast at Sedona Aid. Everyone's coming.
Yeah.
Partaking. And they probably do have some breakfast items. We have a list of everything available at the aid stations here. Sedona is offering burgers, scrambled eggs, tofu, bacon, and pancakes. That sounds delicious.
That sounds great.
We just have a classic breakfast platter there. And a lot of folks are taking a little bit of time because they are then going to venture off into a 17 or so mile section. They'll have a water stop in the middle of that, but
yeah, and there are probably people catching up on a little bit of sleep here. There's a little bit of everything, but just by my kind of back of the envelope count based on the tracker data, there are in excess of 20 runners currently in Sedona. So this is great. Great footage.
I think they're sharing war stories.
Yes, indeed. Less than 90 miles from here.
Just another ultra, just another 100-miler or so. That's all they have left to go.
Question about Callie Vinson. She is one of those that are showing on the ground in Sedona at 162.
Yeah, but this is a sleep station too. Folks could be taking a rest, doing a lot of various things.
So my friend Amelia Keegan leaving the aid station a little while ago. We know that Zach Bates is in here, and as we just mentioned, but is worth mentioning again, we would love to help Zach find a pacer who can take him for the next little bit. It's a big stretch from Sedona up the Kasner climb. It's 17 miles
Mhm.
between aid stations. There's a water stop, but if you're on the fence about pacing, it's a hike. Let's just say the running you would be doing would be minimal as it climbs just under 2,000 feet back up to the Cocodona Plateau. There's a plate of food. We got a quick glimpse of that. Oh,
Nice.
that looks good.
Yeah, we have had 10. How many men finish?
10 men and one woman.
10.
One woman. Yep.
Yep. Rachel was 11th overall, so 10 men have finished the race. We had a pass in the final 3 or 4 miles of the race. Harry Subertas from Alaska did overtake Jeff Browning at the very end of this race. Jeff was ahead of him at the top of the Eldon climb. They both descended, and then in Buffalo Park area, just a few miles outside of town, Harry moved past Jeff Browning, who came in very shortly after, second place in his first 200-plus mile race.
Yep. Arlen Glick, really strong third place finish.
Yep. Sorry, I have to correct myself. Jeff has done another 200, but
he did Moab.
He did Moab, but this was his second. But he won Sedona Canyon's 125 last year, but this was his first time running the 250.
Arlen Glick with a strong push to the finish for third. Joe McConaughey, early leader in fourth in the Heritage Square. Michael Versteeg in fifth. Jeff Garmeyer, who we saw battling Achilles challenges for much of the day, in sixth. Finn Malanson in seventh. John Van Guns in eighth. Matt Smith in ninth. And Kevin Goldberg in 10th. Here is again some camera, really nice, crisp, clear camera from Sedona Aid Station, the bustling Sedona Aid Station.
And the runners that we are anticipating coming in next, just to run through who is still out there but is getting fairly close to finishing. Brody Chisum right now, or was in the Eldon Aid Station, partaking in some Pete's Meats. And then behind Brody is Damon Chavez, Troy Allen, then second place female Manu Villaseca, Mike McKnight, Mika's showing there, and Rolando Mendoza, Brian Pape, Wes Rittner, Chad Lassiter, and right now third place female is looking like Kylie Drugan Epic, who has been in the mix all day.
Yeah.
I say all day. All
days.
All race long. All race long. Eliza LaPierre is also still out there, trudging away, sitting in fourth place currently. So we will expect all of those runners. Joe Corcione is out there around mile 214. Dylan Leppert, Carrie Henderson, Ashley Paulson, Stephanie Rosenbaugh.
That'll take us right. And Elsa Jaworski. I think you said Emily Kratz. I think that takes us about to top 10 women.
Yep. Jake Jackson is out there still. So is Eli Webby. Is it pronounced Webby? I think it is. Webb or Webby.
Gary R. did comment, though, as you were going through that list. I did notice that the three people that after Brody, Troy Allen, Manuela Villaseca, and Damon Chavez are all, at least again according to the tracker, within a half a mile of one another.
Okay.
3 miles behind Brody, but it looks like a group that could actually be running together, or close enough to be considered running together. Bib number 97 leaving with a pacer. And it looks like Josh might join them, as he's been doing a little bit.
Question from Trudy, was this Rachel's first 250? Looks like, according to Ultra Sign Up, she has run 200 plus miles during some timed events. This may have been her first 200 plus mile race. So that is what I know. I'm not super familiar with her, but according to just what we can see online here, it kind of looks like that might be the case. Not a stranger to the distance or being out for, a couple of days, but she rocked it. She pushed through for a long time without sleeping, and then she took a solid chunk of sleep before getting back out. So that was an interesting sleep strategy. After that, I don't know how long or when she slept, but it was kind of a little bit of a different strategy than we've seen from some who decided to take 20 or 30 minutes on the first night. Mm-hmm. She just went through, 30 plus hours and then slept for a good bit.
Number 97, Kaya LaFerrere, was the most recent runner to depart Sedona. That was his pacer right there in the foreground. We're getting some good footage of that aid station. There's a little table that they check out on that we're about to see to the right. So we've got, again, this slew of runners that are heading out. Here comes another one. Getting ready for that 17-mile stretch up to Schnebly Hill. And again, we are looking for Zach Bates is out there looking for a potential pacer to jump in with him for the next section. His current pacer is unable to continue. Thank you. This is the community at work. Kathleen Ochipa volunteering to help out maybe at the next aid station.
Thank you, Kathleen.
Zach is coached by Nicodemus. If that name sounds familiar, that's one of the very few Barkley finishers on Earth.
I was just checking to see if Arlen Glick's race is up on Strava yet. Not quite yet.
Come on, Arlen.
What are you doing? Sleeping, Arlen? He was in such good spirits yesterday. Great attitude.
Static cam in Sedona.
Yeah, if you're just joining us, I am Corinne Chalvoy.
I'm Andy Jones-Wilkins. We are reporting to you from our studio in Flagstaff. Bryce Brooks is on the controls. A couple of the rest of our crew are getting some much-needed rest. Chris Warden, who went through the night, is working in his day job.
Yep, and we are on day 4.
We are on day 4. Sun has risen on day 4. You're seeing the aid station just off the summit of Mount Eldon. Pete's Meats. Mount Eldon presented by Catula. Pete Mortimer is up there. Jamil Curry has been spending some time up there.
Santa with his bag.
Santa's got some treats.
He's walking around with his bag. Julian, this is awesome. They went with a Christmas theme this year.
Again, one more time, if there's someone on the ground in Sedona or in the immediate area that's got some gear and would like to log a few miles with Zach Bates, please let the aid station know. Or if you see a guy running around with a camera, that's our team there. Let them know, and we'll try to hook them up.
Yeah, Jade Bellsberg let us know that, Nicodemus is also trying to find a pacer for him.
Yeah.
There's some channels there in Sedona. We'll make it happen. That's what the community does.
Yeah, camera on Brody. Our Travis Loncourt who was running up and down the mountain for a couple hours like Corinne was doing last night, is taking a little bit of a break, but we know that Brody is on his way down the mountain now. And certainly Shad Burkholtz, our chase cam into Heritage Square, will probably be able to get all the way into that little cattle crate, that little cattle guard at Buffalo Park, and spend a fair bit of time running with Brody and his brother Elliot on the way into Flagstaff.
Small Forest Films is asking about volunteering for next year. That's awesome. That too sick to not be a part of this. Yeah, I agree. And it does take a massive amount of volunteers doing all kinds of different things, follow cams. You can sign up on the Aravaipa website. They definitely will put out a link for volunteer sign up at some point. So keep an eye posted for that. But yeah, that is where you would want to go, aravaiparunning.com, and find the Cocodona race itself. And then there would be a volunteer sign up link somewhere down there.
Yep, and I'm sure can imagine, we need volunteers for the Cocodona 250. It is a massive, massive undertaking. And if you are interested and available, as little or as much time as you can give to the race, please consider doing it. The dates are set for next year, May 5th through the 10th. So very similar time frame to this. We know that the Monday to Friday or Monday to Saturday schedule is difficult sometimes for folks. But if you have the free time and you have the availability and you have the interest, we would love to have you out here. I know I'm going to be out here again next year. A question about 125 finishers. Just a little historical perspective. Last year, Jeff Browning won the Sedona Canyons 125 in a time of about 25 and a half hours. The clock time for the Sedona 125 right now is 24:17. 24:17 is the clock time for the race. Keep in mind, due to the course changes that I reviewed with everybody last night, the 125 miler and the Eldon 38 do not go over. They do not go over Eldon or to Pete's Meats. They go around the back side of Eldon and join up with a new aid station there. That's about 8 miles from Walnut Canyon before making the final trip into the finish.
And then tomorrow morning we will have the Eldon Crest 38 starting.
Mm-hmm. Michael Greer has been the leader of the 125 for much of the day and night. And I was showing him at about mile 118, ahead of myself here. I suspect I'm just going to see Michael Greer at a mile 120. So Michael Greer, again, according to the tracker, the leader of the 125, 5 miles, give or take, from the finish. The next 125 runner would be Philip Sebastiani, and then the first place female 125 runner would be Catherine Edwards.
Nice.
Yeah.
Troy Allen and Damon Chavez getting close to the Eldon summit. Yes, I would suspect that.
You'll be fine. Okay, then that's fine. The puppy counts. Oh, okay. So you're fine. No, it's like either or. So if you have a puppy, that will count. So I've got a long sleeve. I'm going to bring this. Okay.
I think somebody mentioned this last night or yesterday evening, but right now there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 3 or 4 women in the top 10 of the Sedona Canyons 125.
Yeah, including more seasoned runner Olga King. Although maybe Olga's fourth. If I'm
she's out. Yeah,
Olga, Andrea, Catherine. Yeah, third place, Olga King.
She might even be, third place right now.
Right, if I'm
running in
counting
third.
Right, Catherine.
Yeah.
Andrea.
Yep.
Olga.
Exactly.
That way, Olga.
Yes. Awesome job.
Folks pointing out that Greer, who's doing the short race this year, did the third place in the 250 last year.
Oh, stepping down in distance.
He's doing a sprint. He's doing the sprint. Had some work commitments on Monday and Tuesday, perhaps.
That's very cool.
This
I just need to get coffee for a run. Is it okay if I?
Yeah, those daily episodes that are a new addition to the broadcast and to the media this year. If you subscribe to Air Viper Running YouTube, you can see all of those daily episodes, recaps, which really do showcase the whole entire field and a lot of the terrain and just the sentiments and thoughts of folks out there in the middle of their races. Great stuff.
Yeah, Cocodona Chronicles. They are up and posted on the Air Viper website. Yeah, comment on Annie Hughes is crewing Olga, I think, planning on returning the favor from Olga's tough love at last year's Hard Rock 100. As you know, Olga is a coach/advisor for Annie, so cool to have Annie out here. She knows her way around these trails.
Yep.
Having competed here a couple of years ago.
Won the race.
Mm-hmm.
And this is eyes on the Eldon aid station. From here, they have about 8.6 miles to the finish. It's their last stop. If they'd like to, they can partake in some delicious meats of sorts and even vegetarian options, spring rolls.
Absolutely. Vegetarian, vegan, gluten intolerant, gluten-free. For sure.
Santa Julian is there. Pete Mortimer is there in a panda suit. All the good vibes are there.
Here we are. I haven't been here in a while. This is the aid station, indoor portion of the aid station at Fort Tuthill.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, mile 210 on course, where they also go through a little bit of a cognitive assessment with the medical team there, just to make sure everyone is in a good state as they continue on. They're very sleep deprived. They've been out running for a really, really long time, so we want to make sure everyone is going to be safe from this point on. So they have to answer a few questions, and then they can be on their way.
Yep. Nestor, I imagine this is a good time to mention this. I summarized it a little bit last night, but let me just do it one more time. About 5 weeks ago, as the race organizers were doing their final permitting with the United States Forest Service, the Forest Service notified race organizers that they would have to limit the number of runners on certain portions of the course, particularly between Schnebly Hill and Munns Park, and then again in the area between Walnut Canyon and Mount Eldon. The principal reason for this was the presence of the Mexican spotted owl, which is nesting at the time. And so once they made the decision to limit the numbers, the race organizers determined that they would continue with the Sedona 250 runners running the regular, what we would call the regular or the conventional or the standard course, which is what they're doing. And that capped the number at about 250. In fact, it's a little bit over 250 because many of those runners would be going with pacers. And it was concluded that they would modify sections of the course to skirt around the spotted owl habitat. The most significant thing that necessitated was about a 9-mile shuttle ride, where when runners got to Schnebly Hill aid station in the 125-miler, they would board a shuttle and take that shuttle to Munns Park. The race clock would stop. They would board the shuttle, take it to the Munns Park aid station, get off the shuttle, and continue the race. That, of course, does not happen in the 38 because the 38 starts later than that. Then the race organizers, because of that 9-mile shuttle, had to add some trail sections to the course, which they did in the areas around Fort Tuthill as well as the areas of Walnut Canyon, and then rerouted the course instead of going up and over Eldon, around Eldon, at where there's an additional aid station just for the 125 and 38 mile race. And then it comes back around the other side, joins up at the north end of Buffalo Park, and gets on to the rest of the course. It was real quick. And, anytime you get a surprise like that with 5 weeks to go, it's a challenge. But the course adjustments were made. It was certainly better than the alternative, which might have been to cancel those two events, the 125 and the 138 altogether. So instead, they got the lemons that they were given, and they made lemonade. And there you have it.
It's probably also, one of the only races that you get to get in a vehicle during the race. It's kind of a fun experience, kind of a unique thing, but you do still get to experience so much of the course. And fun fact about the Mexican spotted owl, they are one of the largest owls in North America. Mm-hmm. There are only 4 of the 19 species that are larger than them. And they, on average, are 16 to 19 inches and have a wingspan of 42 inches. Their average weight is about 19 to 23 ounces. And the females are larger than the males on average, 100 grams heavier. So they are beautiful. I was just checking them out, really pretty. I did hear a hoot when I was on Mount Eldon yesterday. May have been making it up, fantasizing it. I don't know, but I'm pretty sure I heard an owl. So that's cool. I would have liked to see him, but I did maybe hear him, and they are really unique looking, really beautiful animals. So definitely.
Fantastic. Well, so for those wondering about the course changes, that's how that went down.
Yep.
Here we are at Fort Tuthill.
Got a Feggy in the Crown King gray shirt there. John Feggy.
Oh, John Figure. Gosh, we've got Barkley finishers all over the place.
Oh, it's
John
a who's who.
from Flagstaff, formerly from the Beast Coast, in the house here at Fort Tuthill, probably volunteering.
Yep. Did you hear the post race discussion with Harry? What he said?
No, what did he say?
Okay, so apparently, one of our team members was out there talking with Harry after his race, just mentioning we would love to have him in the studio, love to do a little bit of an interview and talk to him about how the day was going. And then I heard he said, well, I might be able to, but I was planning to go volunteer tomorrow.
I love it.
So we've got Callie Vinson here. Awesome. She is, there's Scott Traer.
This is at the Sedona aid
They're
station.
in Sedona. So she was there, may have taken a little bit of a rest, but we didn't see her. But now we are looking at Callie Vinson rocking it in Sedona, mile 162. She did this race a couple years ago started it to celebrate losing 200 pounds. 200 miles plus for 200 pounds of weight loss. And she didn't finish that year. So she is back for redemption. And yeah, she is awesome. I had a chance to talk with her before. She said something pretty funny. She said, I said, do you want people at home that are watching or tuning in to know anything? And she said, so if you're following me and you see that my tracker stops, don't worry, don't fret. I'm probably just taking a little bit of a nap. So that was what she wanted everyone at home to know. And that may have been what she was just doing here. But man, she had a great attitude about everything. And yeah, is a huge inspiration, body positivity, and just really love her energy. She also does fantastic content. She's a writer just got promoted, I believe. She's a creative director for an ad agency, and so she is excellent at kind of storytelling and descriptions, visuals. She's so good at that stuff. So it's awesome. I know so many people are following along with her and excited to see her out there.
Also, speaking of live streaming, Callie and her significant other Scott, who you see there in the pale green jacket, did the graveyard shift at the Javelina 100 live stream back in October. They were on from about 11 o'clock at night through the morning hours, and they were hilarious. Hilarious.
I bet.
Funny and creative, and just a lot of fun. So hopefully, as this whole live streaming thing goes along for races that they don't choose to race, perhaps they can come back here and be in the booth with us.
Looks like she's getting a nice wide-brimmed hat on, getting some sunscreen going.
Look like, again on the shoe thing, those look like Hoka Speed Goats. And a pair of gaiters. A little bit more look around the aid station. We're trying to ID as many runners as we can here in Sedona. It's an art and a science with our team on the ground there. This is mile 162, still several hours away from the overall cutoff here. Sorry, thank you, Brad. That was Black Canyon. Black Canyon, they all blur together. They did the overnight at the Black Canyon 100K, which was one I was mentioning that was very funny. Question about, do we have coverage at Schnebly Hill? I'm afraid not. Pretty remote out there. We do have a static cam, however, at Munns Park.
Drone going out there.
Oh, we have a drone. There you go.
Not yet, but en route.
En route.
Drone going out there shortly.
Yep.
To Schnebly Hill. Yeah, can't wait for the Speed Goat 6 either. I have it on inside information that it'll be coming out about the time of the big rollout that Hoka typically does around the Western states. So stay tuned for that, the Speed Goat 6.
AGW, did you just say Western states?
I did. Okay, everybody in the chat, got a drink. Sponsored by Topo. Okay, well then that obviously wasn't a Speed Goat on Callie's feet.
Yeah, I know Scott is sponsored by Topo. I didn't know if Callie's also a John G athlete, and she said she was going to be drinking a lot of Goo Rockchain during this race. It's her fueling of choice. I kind of wanted to see a chronicle of all of her outfits because they're always fabulous.
Oh,
so.
yeah. And glitter. She's got some.
Oh, yeah. She's always looking good. Great sunglasses.
Always looking
I want to go shopping with her. Next time you're in town, Callie, let's go shopping.
Let's do it. Although I don't think she would rival you in the Halloween costume department.
Ooh, I don't know. She might be coming for me. She had a pretty sweet, fur jacket. She was Barbie at Javelina. She was good. No, I think we should.
And Scott was Ken.
Yeah,
I mean, it was.
It was solid. There was a lot of Barbie theme. The best was that Jubilee had a jacket that said Race Director Barbie on the back of it. That was the absolute best.
That was really good. Some of you might be coming on looking for the finish line. We do now have 11 runners in to the finish, 10 men, with the 10th male being Kevin Goldberg. And our first place woman, Rachel Entrekin, has finished the race. We are awaiting Brody Chisum. We think he'll be the next one down into Buffalo Park. Shad has gotten a little bit of a break to catch his breath after running in Matt and Kevin and Rachel in pretty quick succession. 17-year-old Brody Chisum and his brother Elliot. We saw them eating some of Pete's meats back up in the Eldon aid station, and they're on their way down. And once they hit Buffalo Park, they'll probably be joined by Shad, and we'll see them running in. And then there's one could almost call it a pack of Troy Allen, Damon Chavez, and Manuela Villaseca, who are on the climb up Eldon. Will perhaps be picked up by a drone as they summit that climb, and or Jamil running up and down. And then we'll see them hopefully as they get into the aid station just off the summit of Mount Eldon.
Yep. And right now you are looking at Callie Vinson, who is 162 miles into her journey, taking a reset here at Sedona before going out for another 17 or so mile section that does have a water station in the middle, but no aid. So that is what's going on there. She's prepping. Scott Trier's there with her. Might have a pacer as well. And everyone was excited to see Callie out there.
12:15, again, 12:15 p.m., so just a little bit after noon. Today is the absolute cutoff in Sedona. So we're still 4 hours and 40 minutes from that.
Yep.
Plenty of time on the clock. If anybody's sleeping here, if anybody wants to come on over, if you're in the Sedona area and you want to see what it's all about, come on over and help out. We also, as we've said, a kind of a public service announcement, but worth saying again, Zach Bates, one of our an autistic runner, 22 years old, is in need of a pacer. He's currently in the Sedona aid station, and looking for a pacer to accompany him from the section that Corinne just reviewed from Sedona up to Schnebly Hill. So if you're available to pace and you're in the area around Sedona, come on by. Josh, our man on the ground there with the camera, is helping to facilitate that. Callie is up. That's her with a white brimmed hat and the black pack. She's up and doing their final preparations before heading out.
And just in case you are joining us, we have had our top 10 men finish the race. And in 11th place was our first place female, Rachel Entrekin. Mika Thews did decide to end her race at around mile 233, 234. We do not know why. We are giving her privacy as she well deserves, and we will keep you posted if we hear anything. But right now we are just honoring her privacy and letting her really do whatever she wants to do. She earned that. So we are unsure. We think she is safe and potentially, okay. Yeah, we believe she's okay, but we are not sure what happened. So the winner of the 2024 Cocodona 250 on the women's side was Rachel Entrekin, who came through, 30 minutes ago?
Yep.
About 30 minutes ago. And right now, Manu Villaseca is sitting in second place and potentially doing the last climb up Mount Eldon. Big last climb, but she's on her way in. Yeah, looks like Callie will be leaving with a pacer here. Poles in hand. And out they go.
All start live cam.
Or maybe a trip over to the
quick restroom stop
quick
before
restroom
you go.
stop. But Josh is going to pick up this bib number, hopefully.
Is this Zach? Oh, we have audio.
Oh.
Okay, can you guys hear us? Okay, we got audio. We're following a runner out. Do we know who this is? Can they talk to us? Okay. We have audio, but we might not be able to speak to them. So there is a chance, because we saw it on our text thread that it was that Zach and Callie were in there together. That could have been Zach Bates leaving, and if so, he had a pacer. Hopefully it was, and the journey continues.
Sedona aid station with our man on the ground. We have Callie Vinson getting ready to get out of there after a little sleep and some sustenance.
All right, just wanted to share with everyone an official stance or statement from the team here at Aravaipa. Our official stance on Mika is that she left the course and proceeded to the finish line, where she informed Race Command she had decided to end her race. She was not medically pulled from the course, and the decision was made under her own volition. And we strongly admire the grit that she displayed for over 200 miles and wish her a quick and speedy recovery. Completely agree with that, and we are all thinking about Mika.
All right, that's great.
Yeah, I would just ask, that folks maybe just refrain from speculation in the chat on what happened with Mika. We talked about this earlier if you weren't on, but this is a personal decision to end a race, and we need to kind of honor that. So if anything, we need to just celebrate and say, amazing job to Mika for the effort she put out there over the course of the last few days. A huge congratulations to what she did accomplish. All right. We are back here at Sedona.
We're back at Sedona. Scott Traer, Callie Vincent's significant other, just leaving the frame. Callie's getting ready to head out on this 17-mile section that takes you back up to the Coconino Plateau. Just a water station, and that's it between the two.
And as you mentioned, there are a lot of runners in the Sedona 8 right now, partaking in bacon, scrambled eggs,
they may
pancakes,
have burgers going,
burgers if you want it.
Yep, a little bit of everything.
All right, we're looking at runner 236.
236 is in the house.
Maybe with son there.
Thomas
family,
Watson.
Family.
Thomas, good work, Thomas.
Welcome to Sedona, Thomas.
And there's Callie, white hat.
Ready to head out with her pacer.
Thomas Watson.
She has her no whining shirt on. I love it.
Oh, I love it.
Looks like she's moving well.
Mm-hmm.
Especially after sitting for a while. I can't imagine what that would feel like standing back up, but she's going to get the legs going here. Rocking the pink poles and heading out.
Down and take a left at the yellow arrow.
Question about if there's
photo.
Oh yeah, gotta do it for the gram. There we go. Gotta get that content.
Nope, other way. Down there.
Question about if there's any visually impaired runners out there this year. I do not know the answer to that. I do know that we have a deaf runner, correct?
Mm-hmm.
That is an Aravipa employee out there running.
How you feeling?
That's right. Woohoo, Kelly. Fire, 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 fire. Let's go.
Fall asleep last night.
Josh is going to take Callie out, it looks like.
Was that here?
Yeah.
Yeah, this entire week we have had really fantastic weather. It has gotten cool at night. And of course the runners are making their way up to a little bit higher elevation.
It's not fun for that.
Where you are going to get into, some breezes and some potentially chilly temps on the top of these mountains here, but otherwise we have seen lows in the 30s and 40s and highs between maybe 65 and 80, which all things considered is really, really moderate.
Yeah.
Oh, we've got audio.
No way.
Good job, Callie. The chat is giving you lots of love.
Yeah.
Yeah, right up that road. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Wrong one. This road. That one's the school. Sorry.
A point of history. I was just taking a quick peek of the DNF list, and of course we've also been talking about Mika and her DNF. A brief glimpse at the history, the short 3-year history of this race is that runners who make it past Sedona, assuming they make it with enough of a time cushion, finish the race upwards of 90% of the time. It is not easy by any stretch, but the time cuts in particular do become more generous after the Sedona aid station. So, for example, all of these folks we're talking about, the 20 or so that are in Sedona aid station, sleeping, eating, what have you, still with 4+ hours before the cutoff there, have enough of a cushion that were they to average 2 miles an hour, so 30-minute miles, have ample time to finish this race. So it's kind of a cool thing about the Cocodona 250 that, you know, at least the most difficult, challenging part is front loaded right into the beginning. And so good to see so many runners collecting themselves at Sedona, and also, you know, putting their heads down and getting out of there knowing that, you know, Heritage Square is waiting.
Yeah, you are watching Callie Vinson leaving Sedona aid station, mile 162, with her pacer.
And back up closer to Flagstaff, we are awaiting Brody Chisum and his descent off of Eldon, 17-year-old runner, currently 11th place male, 12th place overall, running with his brother Elliot as a pacer. Would be dropping into Buffalo Park sometime soon, where our man on the ground, Shad Burkholtz, will probably meet them and run into town with them.
Yep. I think it was over Thanksgiving. Callie Vinson completed the Maricopa Loop FKT.
800 plus miles, is that right? No,
I think it was a couple hundred.
AZT.
Yeah,
200 plus.
Yeah,
miles.
I think it was a.
Maricopa County's big, but not that big.
Okay, we have audio. Yep, can you guys hear us?
And then I've done the Eldon line.
Oh yeah, okay.
But other than that, I think it's kind of new. But I know what we're about to get into.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful section though.
It is. Yeah. I hope the creek is a little more tame now.
Yeah. It sounds like from.
All right, so they were just talking a little bit about this section of the course and talking about how beautiful it is out there right now. Okay. Another aid station here, back to Sedona. Was that Munns? All right, new aid station camera. That all right,
oh,
Walnut.
Sweet, Walnut.
This is a new one because we did not have Walnut last night. Walnut Canyon. Walnut Canyon aid station is mile 227.
Quick question in the chat about our two 73-year-old runners, Michael Coppy and Terry Gardner. Indeed, they are both still in the race. Michael Coppy is north of about mile 190, and Terry Gardner is registering as just a little ways out, a little bit up front here of Callie Vinson, who we see. So both of them are well under cutoffs and making their way back here to Flagstaff. Thanks for asking. Michael Coppy and Terry Gardner are our two 73-year-old runners. And I have to apologize. I'm not exactly sure which one of them is older, but they're both 73.
Yep, Callie also completed the Moab 240 in October of 2022.
Wow.
So she has been through this journey before of a 200+ mile race.
Again, I know that somebody asked if we're going to have eyes on Schnebly. We have a drone heading out that way that we will have some footage from, and where we know we have aid station static cams and people on the ground. Sedona, which you're seeing right here. This is Callie Vinson, a few minutes out of Sedona. And then Munns Park, Fort Tuthill, and Mount Eldon. This is a good shot right here of Munns Park, mile 191, static cam.
Yep. Okay. If Dustin in the chat is accurate, he says that orange hat guy, who is affectionately known as OHG on day one, we saw him up in the front. Looks like he moved up 8 places overnight and is in 19th place right now. So
OHG,
we have a
OMG,
OHG. We have a resurgence coming.
There you go.
Resurgence of OHG, a well-beloved acronym, one of many that we have come up with over the course of this.
This is a great shot of the final aid station up on Eldon. Jacob Puzzi, thank you for your comment about the unpredictability that race directors experience. Yeah, I know a lot of race directors, and you guys have a lot to deal with. I distinctly remember the year Craig Thornley had to reroute the Waldo 100K 2 days before the race because of a massive fire. And pulled it off, and only because of good, meaningful relationships, in-person handshake relationships with the Forest Service and private landowners and so forth was he able to pull it off. And similarly, I'm sure with the group at Aravaipa, it required a lot of phone calls, Zoom meetings, discussions, looking at maps, figuring out how you were going to logistically and practically make the change in the 125 and in the 38 to meet the permitting requirements of the Forest Service while also allowing the races to continue. Because as disappointed as some folks perhaps are at the changes, they're probably less disappointed than not doing the race at all.
Continuing to watch as Kelly Vinson leaves the Sedona aid station with Pacer. Some great footage here. She is well past where she dropped out of the race last year. 30 plus miles beyond that, so she's on her way, and she is well under cutoffs. Looking good. I was just going to mention a little bit about Jake Jackson because we haven't talked too much about him, but I did have a chance to speak with him before the race. What a nice dude. Just so nice. Just a nice guy. I could have talked to him for a really long time. He's from Loma Linda, California. He is a UPS truck driver by day, and this is his first 200 plus mile attempt. He is a highly experienced and prolific racer of, ultras and 100 milers, but this is his first time at 200. He said that, I just want people to know that anybody can do this. I am just a normal guy. I like pushing my limits. And if you wanted to do this, you could do it too. So we wanted to share that from him. Shoes, because we're talking about shoes. He's going to bring 2 pairs of Speed Goats and 2 pairs of Stintons to this race, and plans to switch out between them during the days. And his goal, he was aiming for 70 hours. That's kind of what he was telling his crew. That is an ambitious goal. He's a little off that at this point, but he is still running really well. He did do 48 hours at the Dome and did 187 miles around a track. So while he hasn't done a 200 plus mile race, he has run almost 200 miles during a 48-hour event. And he also came out and did recon doing the first 37 miles during a training run that Aravaipa put on. And he said he was so glad that he did that because it really just gave him confidence, let him see that first 37, which is a bear of a section in and of itself. But he was really glad to have come out and done that. And he is a big fan of Monster and Coke. So no Red Bull, Monster Energy. He said Monster works for me. I'm going Monster. And he definitely was going to be using caffeine during the race. He also said that he was a little nervous about the sleep aspect, but really excited about the whole race and the course. And there are certain sections that he has watched on the live stream that he's really looking forward to now running.
Okay, we saw Runner, just a glimpse of him, but here he coming around the backside. Here we are up at Mount Eldon. So this is one of those chasers. This is this next runner after Brody Chisum. So it could be Troy Allen or Damon Chavez because they were very close together. That looks like the Pacer bib, right? And that's the runner, and they're out. They're out. We'll get a
Ooh, we almost
get
got
a bib.
it. So close.
Moving well. So either Troy Allen or Damon Chavez, if there's folks in the chat who know by description or by that quick camera shot, if that was Brody Chisum or Troy Allen or Damon Chavez, it could have been. Oh no, Brody Chisum too. Troy Allen or Damon Chavez, and I don't think it was Manuel Villaseca. No, it was definitely not. So it's one of those two. Okay, don't think so. So we're thinking it was quite likely Troy Allen. The last tracker we've had is the would be Damon Chavez next. I chatted with a friend of Damon's on day one, and he was struggling early with some stomach challenges. Obviously, he's come through those as he's.
I think that was him. I found Troy Allen on Instagram.
Okay.
This is his handle. Big tall,
stupid
MF.
Okay. And it looks like a couple.
Yeah, it looks like him. I saw the braids. So yeah, we're pretty sure that was Troy Allen.
All right, there it is. So
yeah.
we're going to confirm that Troy Allen, in and out, super quick. Here we are back down at Walnut Canyon. This is last crew accessed aid station at 227.8. $125ers do come through here. And we talked a little ways ago. Thank you, Folkert. Joling did some work for us in the chat. Michael Copy is 3 weeks older than Terry Gardner.
Boy, that's not much. They're close.
3 weeks older, but they're both 73. You guys are both winners in our book.
Okay, yep, Troy Allen, and looks like he is according to Instagram, a union carpenter, and he's done the PCT in 2021, the Colorado Trail in 2019, and the AT in 2019 as well. So I love that. There's a link to some FKTs that people shouldn't miss. This is an experienced through hiker right here.
This segment brought to you by the Union Workers of America.
Yes.
First, we have Jake Jackson getting a little love from you, and now Troy, but good stuff. Troy was quick and dirty through there and is on his way down the mountain towards Buffalo Park and Flagstaff, Arizona, and the finish in Heritage Square.
Troy was slathered in sunscreen. Smart person. Keeping things protected.
Mm-hmm.
That's a experienced through hiker right there who knows what they're doing. I was super impressed to see just kind of how with it some of the front runners were right when we came off Eldon. Jeff Browning, it got a little bit windy and he just very smoothly pulled out some gloves from his pack and put them on just to be that aware and kind of, cognizant during that point in the race. Just so awesome to see.
Oh yeah. So here we are seeing the action at Walnut Canyon. We haven't had this camera on in a little while. This is mile 227.8. Last crew accessed aid station. There's a fair bit of parking, but it's pretty spread out, the parking, but the runners come in. If you see the red porta potties just over the head of the green jacket person, the runners come in from there and then they exit out the other way.
You can track your runner if you're looking for someone. There is a live tracking link pinned to the top of the chat. You can pop in there and just search the runner and follow them, see what's going on, if they're moving, if they're resting, and where exactly they are at.
Corinne, you've got your finger on the pulse of ultra and trail running style. There's a fair bit of conversation in here about the button-up shirts and the collared shirts.
Yep.
Any sort of pros or cons of those?
Well, there's certainly some great just technical ones that are made by Rabbit out there, but also kind of I would say that's a little bit more of maybe a through hiking type style.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, although I don't know, Scott Trayer also brought button-up shirts to fast ultras, the signature white button down. Maybe it's a polished, look, and
yeah,
I don't know. Maybe it helps you kind of think about that you're out there for business purposes as well.
You're not out here for pleasure,
taking care of business. But I don't know. I can't get into them for myself, but I some people look amazing in them, and like we mentioned, there are a lot of brands that offer kind of that style if that is what you want to rock.
Yeah, definitely a trend that we're seeing in the sport. Several companies include Rabbit, Patagonia, making some cool. Hoka has branched into the apparel business. They've got some cool ones.
Yeah. And so just to update everyone, we have had our top 10 men finish the race. In 11th place was our first female, Rachel Entrekin. She has crossed the finish line. And now the next individual that is going to be finishing, we believe, is Brody Chisum, 17 years old.
There you go.
And we are anticipating, the second and third place women, it's going to be a little bit here. Manu is on the climb up to Eldon, and that is a heck of a climb. Once you get to the top of Eldon, you have then another 8.6 miles to the finish. So
here's Josh, the Josh cam again. This guy, Josh, is doing some yeoman's work out there. Bib 267.
Dan Green.
Bib 267 leaving Sedona. Do a quick check on this.
Okay.
Ben
Got
Gams.
a little audio.
Ben Gams. Hey,
There
Ben.
you go.
Ben Gams. Hey. Can they hear us?
Just gonna get a quick unmute.
Oh, how you doing? How are you? Amazing job out there. Way to go.
I'm doing good. It was a rough overnight. So I'm going out by myself with no pacers and some headphones to give myself an attitude adjustment.
Okay.
And get back on track. But I got, banked time. We're doing well.
Oh, yeah.
Hopefully I can take a few more.
Got tons of time. What are you going to listen to?
Oh, gosh. I don't know. Maybe some death metal.
Death metal. That will help with the adjustment. Of course, you should just throw it on. Whatever you need, man. That's awesome.
I don't know.
Well, you're doing incredible. Congratulations on making it this far to Sedona Aid. Hope you have a wonderful day. And as some people say, it can never only get worse. So you are probably just going to have a fantastic few hours next.
I think it's going to be awesome too. And I wanted to say I signed up the last day of the live stream last year.
You signed up on the last day of the live stream last year.
Yeah, sure did.
Love it. Well, thank you so much for doing the race. Are you glad you did?
Oh, absolutely. Incredible experience.
Way to go. Well, we are all rooting for you here on the live stream, and hoping you have an awesome day out there. Way to go, Dan.
Thanks so much. Thanks for what you guys do.
Thank you for getting out there. Keep it up.
We're doing it.
All right.
Have a good day.
You too.
Excellent. That is fantastic. We have that audio up and running. Hopefully that will be smooth through the rest, or at least a portion of this. This is great stuff. We always have some little glitchy bits here and there, but it's nice to get that going, and hopefully we'll chat a little bit more to some of the other runners that Josh is going to accompany through this sweet section of trail.
Yeah, Dan said he had a rough overnight, but he's going to throw in some headphones for an attitude adjustment, and he's going to keep rolling on. Oh, you got it? Am I on top? That's mine? Ah! Is yours over there?
No, it's under there.
Okay.
There we go. Thanks. We just got muted a little bit there because we were getting set up with this exciting audio connection we now have, where we love that. And Dan, that was great. Oh, good. We're hearing in the chat that there is a pacer on the way for Zach Bates. Thank you, Michael, for getting us that information. If you don't know the story of Zach Bates, 22 years old, autistic runner, has been training on the course and has a Western States finish in sub 24, other multiple ultras, first time in a 250, and is required, strongly encouraged to run accompanied with by a pacer, especially in the latter half of the race. And his previous pacer had to stop, and we've been looking for one for him, and now thankfully have found one. So we'll try and have Josh. I'm sure Josh will be able to get a camera on Zach and his new pacer, and possibly we might even be able to chat with Zach, as we were just able to do with Dan. But whoever's out there that's going to rise to the occasion, take on this pacing gig, thank you so much.
All right, we have some nicknames for Jake Jackson, thanks to Aid Station Fireball. Jake the Total Package Jackson. And Jake Always on Time Jackson. Thank you. Jake Ultra Package Superstar Jackson. Also a shout out to Work button down shirts. Someone says they're the best. So another option if you're looking for a technical hiking or running button down. Everyone wants to know what people are wearing, what the gear is. We've seen all kinds of things out there.
How about Jake, what can Brown do for you, Jackson? Just thought I'd put that out there. Patrick Martin brings up a great point. Free agent pacer. I do know. I mean, these 200s take on a life of their own, with folks being out there for a whole week, or people dressed up as avocados like that dude. But actually, I think you could reasonably come to a 200 miler without a plan and end up pacing a pretty good gig, volunteering at a couple aid stations, maybe carrying a camera or a gimbal.
Oh,
here we go.
We've got audio. Hello.
Josh.
Okay. Those dudes aren't giving me any trouble, and I'm able to move well. Good. Okay.
What's your what's your name?
Oh, there, they can hear you now, so we're on.
Yes.
Good morning. This is Scott Olson.
Good morning, Scott. You said.
Yes, ma'am. So your bid number there.
Amazing, Scott. You are doing awesome. Congratulations.
Scott, how's your day going so far?
So, pushed through Sedona last night. Got to Sedona at sunrise. Did a retape on my feet, and doing a walking bacon and pancake taco, and excited to get after it again today.
Amazing. Bacon and
pancakes taco.
Sounds delicious.
This is something that we used to do as a native Texan. You head out for chores in the morning and you grab whatever's on the breakfast table and go to work, and so you just figure out a way to make it handheld.
Love it. Is this your first Cocodona?
This is. I've been staring at and obsessing about this race for about 2 years.
Nice.
Entered it last May after doing some mountain running in Colorado, and just really wanted to find out what it was going to take to pull this off. And right now it feels like figuring out how to minimize more blisters.
Okay. Foot care is becoming important. Yep. Well, way to take on the challenge, and you are doing amazing out there, and so glad you were inspired to try it, and congratulations on getting this far. Hopefully you have an amazing day today.
Thank you so much, and I appreciate everybody that's a part of this race. It's been amazing.
Well, we appreciate you for speaking with us for a little bit, and just keep rolling. Enjoy those pancakes and bacon.
Have a great day.
Take care. You too. How cool.
Love it. This is
mid-race interview.
This is fantastic. So Scott Allreed, I think I'm pronouncing that right. leaving the aid station at Sedona, 162.5 miles in from Victor, New York. Thank you, Mandy, for doing some research for us and having a taco with bacon and pancakes. Someone in the chat commenting that Jake Jackson and Santa might be in cahoots as they deliver packages. The XC Crow, we expect eyes on Brody soon. I've just texted with our man on the ground there, Shad Burkholtz, with the Shad Cam, and he is awaiting Brody's arrival down there in Buffalo Park.
Okay. Got another runner making his way out of Sedona.
Josh, you are the man.
Bringing us great
I'll see if I can get
intel
the bib
here.
number.
So
203, does that look like?
yeah, how can this runner hear us?
You hear him?
Yeah. My name's Anthony.
Anthony. Awesome, Anthony. Where are you from?
I'm from Michigan.
Okay, why did you want to come do the Cocodona 250?
I was looking for a big adventure, I guess. I've never done any 200 milers before, so this is a new journey for me.
Awesome. You excited to be venturing off on a new day here?
Yeah, it's been so far so good. Just taking it slow and steady. Yeah, hopefully it doesn't get too high and I can make it up to the hill.
Great. Well, you are doing amazing. Congratulations on everything you've done thus far, and we are hoping for the best in your continued journey. Thanks for talking with us for a few minutes here, Anthony.
Yeah, thank you very much.
All right. Awesome. Anthony Russell from Michigan. It's a little cooler up in Michigan this time of year than it is down here in the desert and the medium-sized foothill mountains of Arizona. But attaway, Anthony from Michigan. Josh is crushing the coverage, by the way. That's our man on the ground, Josh, running back and forth from the Sedona aid station, getting some footage. We've got the audio up and running.
There's a lot of Michigan love in the chat.
Corinne doing the in-race interviews.
It's kind of hard because
F1 style.
Now I have to think about what do I want to know, but what do I want to also like we need to be not. It'd be hard to. I don't know. You might get people in different kind of states of mind at this point in the race. We'll get some characters, I'm sure, but
yes, indeed,
it is cool that we can hear from people basically with 100 miles left to go.
Yeah. Thank you, Matt, for the comment for the in-race interviews. It's a little bit of a roll of the dice, see what we can get, make sure the tech gets going. But obviously, we've got it going right now. Josh is doing great work. We found a pacer for Zach Bates. I'm guessing that Josh will keep his eye on what's going on with Zach, since he actually helped him find the pacer.
Yeah.
And we might be able to have a chance. If Zach wants to, we might have a chance to talk with him. Again, as has been the case now for the last couple of hours, just by my quick back of the envelope count, there are probably about 20 runners, at least according to their tracker, in Sedona in one way, shape, or form. Here's the tent at the Sedona aid station on our static cam. So it's not incredibly crowded, but people getting their breakfast there. Obviously, crews can have vehicles there. There are people perhaps sleeping in various places around. And again, I'll just put this out onto the air as well. We have confirmed that Zach's got a pacer committed up to Schnebly Hill, which is mile 179.5, and has a contingency plan in place. Thank you, Michael, but may need a backup plan. So if anybody is interested and available and could make it to Schnebly to help out and check in with folks please do that.
Yeah, or you could head out to Sedona, Schnebly, Fort Tuthill if you want to pay somebody and hang out there. And there's a good chance there could be a runner who would be looking for somebody. Maybe they didn't think they wanted company before, but at this point they're like, oh, let's go. So, we've got another interview. Hello.
Hello.
How you doing?
I'm great.
Tell us your name and where you're from.
Kyle Hopkins from Denver, Colorado. This is...
I'm Paulius. I'm from Mill Valley. Just joined them on my first stint today.
Awesome. Representing Colorado. Well, I'm Corinne. I'm here, and I am from Castle Rock, Colorado. So we're kind of neighbors. So way to represent Colorado. Is this your first time doing the race?
Love it. This is my first 200.
First 200.
This guy got me into ultra.
He used to do Ironman before this.
Oh,
Anymore.
he's come to the better side.
Good. You've left the dark side.
Awesome, Kyle. Well, how's it going for you so far?
All right. That's how your race is going so far.
Oh, really well. There's some highs, there's some lows. I haven't cried yet. I've got really close.
He has not cried yet.
No tears yet. Good to hear.
I'd say that's a win. It looked like you're moving really well.
What was that hallucination?
I lent my poles to someone who needed them on one of the climbs on the first night. Her heels were just blistered up and they were popping and she was struggling. So I was like, here, you need these more than I do. Let's go. And I hallucinated a pair of fresh Lakey poles.
Whoa.
Like the wording and everything. And I was like, is someone taking a dirt nap or is this a gift from God?
Oh my gosh, this is amazing. Did they help you, those phantom poles?
Did the phantom poles help you?
Oh, yeah, they were great.
Hey, Kyle, people are loving on that shirt. Dude, what's the story of that shirt?
So I'm the nipple shirt guy. And I'll tell you the story behind that. I bought this shirt just because you can put ice in it. It's got all these different pockets. And it comes in, I'm thinking, oh, cool and groovy. And my wife sees it, she goes, those are psychedelic nipples. Oh, man, all right, well, I'm going to go out on the trail. That's who I'm going to be today.
This is so much fun. Kyle, thank you so much for joining us. You have a spirit and an attitude of positivity that is just inspiring.
Aw. I heard like a quarter of that.
Yeah. They said you have a spirit and a positivity that's inspiring.
Oh, I love everyone out. Everyone out here's got such a great attitude. I love it.
Yeah.
Ultra run's been pretty nice for that.
So cool. And yeah, so there's multiple pockets on this shirt where you can put ice, and that's why he chose it. But Psychedelic Nipples is the nickname of the shirt. That's awesome. Well, we hope you guys have an amazing day. Thank you so much for talking with us. Enjoy the journey.
Thank you.
Take care,
Awesome.
and congratulations. Yeah.
Oh, Josh, that's fantastic. Thanks so much for this. Kyle, that was great.
Kyle from Denver, completely rocking it, destroying the first 162 miles of this race.
First 200 miler, I think he said.
Yeah.
Hallucinating
an imaginary pair of poles after he gifted his poles to someone else. True spirit of ultra running, helping another runner in need who was struggling with some foot issues. And then he was able to hallucinate himself a new pair of poles to use for the rest of the night.
We are getting, again, Bryce is doing a great job scanning around to our cameras. This is our static cam on Mount Eldon by Cotulla Aid Station, otherwise known as Pete's Meats, or the 240.8 mile aid station, the final aid station the runners come to. No crew allowed up here. But there's some good meat. We did see Brody Chisum, our 17-year-old runner, who we hope to see pop out in Buffalo Park shortly, eating some of Pete's specialties up here. I think it was probably the brisket, but it could have been anything.
Yeah. do you want to run through, if folks are just joining AJW, you want to run through who has finished the race thus far?
I will do that. Let's do a quick run through as we now have 11 people who finished, as we're awaiting the 12th finisher, Brody Chisum. Geraldas Zapertus with an S won the race. And after a little bit of sleep, according to his interview yesterday, is going to do some volunteering. Jeff Browning finished second. Arlen Glick from Ohio finished third. Joe McConaughey, otherwise known as String Bean, finished fourth. Michael Versteeg, a former winner of the race, along with Joe McConaughey, finished fifth. Jeff Garmeyer came in sixth. Finn Malanson in seventh. Jonathan Van Guns came in eighth. Matt Smith came in ninth. And Kevin Goldberg rounded out the top 10 in 10th. And then one woman so far has crossed the line a short while ago. Rachel Entrekin finished and is the first and so far only female finisher. We do know that Manuela Villaseca is on the climb up to Eldon and is likely to be the second place woman finisher.
Cottonwood deer part or Cottonwood deer path. Okay.
Welcome to another runner leaving Sedona Aid.
There, now we got you on.
Can you hear us, Josh?
We can hear you.
Okay. Good morning. Welcome to the live stream. Tell us your name and where you're from.
I'm Kevin Flieger. I'm from Ponte Vedra, Florida.
Florida. All right, Florida in the house.
Kevin, what inspired you to do the Cocodona 250?
What inspired you to do the Cocodona race?
Well, watching the live cast the last 3 years that y'all have done.
Now you're on the live cast. How cool is that?
They got me sucked into it.
They said now you're on the live cast. How cool is that?
Yeah. Yeah, that's something else. I really appreciate what all you've done. 5 years ago, I wasn't doing these, and I just by chance had seen some of your videos on YouTube, and I sent a message to Jamil asking him, hey, what about a first run? And he suggested Whiskey Basin, so I did that. I ended up doing it, I think, 5 times. But from that on, I was in, and I really enjoy all the Air Vipa events, and hope to continue doing them as long as I can.
Oh, you can do them for you can do them for a long time yet. And so glad that you found the sport, and it seems like you have just jumped right in to tackle something like this is amazing, and you're out there rocking it. So we are super proud of you and hoping you have a great day today, and congratulations on getting this far.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
All right, well, have a wonderful day. Thank you so much. And we will be following along, and we'll get you all the way through the finish line.
That sounds great.
Keep it up.
Hopefully not too long.
You take your time. You take your time. Take care.
Funny how the live stream can turn people into ultra runners. We received word that there's an interloper up there on Eldon, tall, skinny, dirtbaggy guy named Jim Walmsley. Perhaps we'll get some eyes on him. He's probably up cheering people on and spectating. Flagstaff local.
What do we have here?
Look at this.
Is this a prep of Pete's Meats? Man.
My goodness, look at this beautiful brisket.
Holy moly. Oh, geez, this is like a commercial. Is this like on like the shopping?
There's Pete.
Oh, Pete, we can't hear you.
If we can unmute, perhaps we could.
There we go.
That's your morning food porn.
Morning food porn.
Pete,
what is that, Pete?
Yeah, what is that, Pete?
That's brisket. It was cooked 15 hours and rested for another 6 hours or something.
I'll be right up,
We got
Pete.
2 of them.
I'll be right up.
Yeah.
Let me just.
When
All
we
right,
come
we'll
off the air, we'll come up and get a sandwich.
We're gonna come right back to you. We got to pop off to another feed, but we'll be right back to you, Pete. Here we go. We got
Manuela
Villaseca.
Villaseca.
She's coming down, Eldon. Manu, go Manu. Yeah, I had a chance to talk to Manu and get to know her a little bit just before the race. Man, she's doing great. We've got audio. All right, can you guys hear us?
Oh, I can hear you guys.
Oh, hey Jamil.
Hey there.
How's it going? Manu is on the descent.
Yep. On the descent. It's a beautiful, perfect day up here.
Is it windy? It doesn't sound too bad.
Nope.
Man.
No, it's pretty calm.
Awesome. Was she excited to get to the top of the climb?
Definitely.
Awesome. Well, we just saw Pete cutting some fresh brisket at Eldon Aid, so if she feels like having some, it's hot and ready for her there.
Awesome. Yeah, we're not far now.
Nope. She is running really well. I saw a smile. Seems to be in good spirits.
All right, Manu Villaseca.
Ole, Manu in the chat.
I fell asleep while hiking, so I had to stop and sleep.
Love it. Love it.
Manu Villaseca from Spain, originally from Brazil. She's a craft athlete making her way down Eldon, where she's just about 9 miles away from the finish line.
Coached by Brittany Peterson of Seven Peaks Running.
Who also paced her for a portion
Who
of the
paced
race.
her for a bit. Second place female. This is Jamil Curry on the camera. Remember, they top out on Eldon and have about a quarter mile, half a mile descent, couple hundred feet down to the aid station that we were just looking at, where Pete Mortimer is cutting into that delicious brisket. Although delicious looking biscuit, I'm going to have to run up there after my shift to find out if it is actually delicious.
Go coach. So
yes, Manu is also a coach with Seven Peaks.
She's a coach, and she told me that one of her athletes actually suggested to her that she do this race. And so I don't know if that was the athlete who did that, but sounds like that was her inspiration to then go down the rabbit hole of all things Cocodona, watch all the videos, watch the live streams. And she said she got obsessed to the point where she said, I have to do it.
Love it.
And she is doing well. It is her first 200.
Are we back on the road into Walnut Canyon?
I believe so. Quite certain.
It looks somewhat like what we were getting, what seems like a couple of days ago when the leaders were going through this bit of road. Pebcap Running asking about a place where people who are looking for pacers can go before a race. I know at least in the case of Cocodona, Steve Adderholt, the race director, administers a Facebook page with a lot of information on it, as well as a monthly, or even more frequently than monthly, Cocodona information videos. And we'll often use those two areas to help match up runners with pacers. In some larger races like Hard Rock and Western States, the race organizers set up sort of a like pacer portal or kind of it's almost like a matchmaking service that you might find in a dating app or something, where somebody might offer their pacer services, and the runner might say, well, I'm thinking of maybe running this pace, and kind of matching up in that way.
even if you're just attending a race, sometimes they're at the race itself. There'll be either just a sign-up sheet on site at an aid station, or I think I've seen that at Hard Rock too, just a board that, you can go put your name in the hat. But yeah, check out the individual websites for the races. I think that's one of your best starting points. And I'm sure that's something that will be created over time too. All right, we're back to Manu.
Yep.
Hiking up this last just tiny little bump before she's going to round the corner and be there at the Eldon aid station. This is Manu Villaseca, currently in second place in the women's race. Getting very close to being... I'm taking a lesson from Jamil on how you do this follow cam. Some from the back, some from the front. Thanks for the lesson, Jamil. Try to do that next time.
TL Cast offering that some runner showed up at their aid station in Jerome and asked who wanted a pacer, and boom, they got scooped up and they were running. That's the community for you, I tell you. Question about Troy Allen. We know he's through Eldon by Cotulla aid station, so he's on his way down Eldon, the next runner after Brody Chisum.
Yeah, also check out Ultra Crew Hub. Mason Boswell and his team, they are also working on this, and looks like Mason says that will be maybe a feature coming out soon, but they do a lot of intel into kind of preparing for races, knowing how to get set up as a pacer or crew, but this might also be an arm of that. So go check out ultracrewhub.com as well. And crew and pacers is a segment of that website that you can definitely look into.
Let me just one more time. David Eubanks asking about the shuttle situation. As I mentioned about an hour or so ago and earlier yesterday, due to the presence of the nesting Mexican spotted owl in several areas in the second half of the course, the United States Forest Service needed to limit the number of participants through several sections of the course. As a result, the race organizers decided to have the 250-mile race continue as planned and to traverse those sensitive areas, while the 125 and the 38 were rerouted to include a 9-mile shuttle ride between Schnebly Hill and Munns Park, the miles of which were missed were made up with additional trail miles in Walnut Canyon, in and around Fort Tuthill, and around the outskirts of Mount Eldon rather than over them. So it was not that the adjustment was made at mile 125. The adjustments were made in the 25-mile race and the 38-mile race. I hope that was clear.
So what are we looking at? Brody? No. Nope, other runner. Okay, back to Manu.
Yes, Brody is 17 years old, Amanda. He's also joined in the race by older brother Ben. Younger brother Elliot is pacing him, and mom Jenny, I'm not sure how old she is running it as well.
Brody? Yeah, Brody. I think he'll be...
Yeah, we're and Ben is paced by their other little brother, Asher. So we've got Ben paced by Asher, and we've got Brody paced by Elliot. And I think that covers the four brothers.
This is between Munns and Schnebly.
Munns and Schnebly.
Okay, this is between Munns and Schnebly. Haven't seen this before. This is great footage.
Good. This is between 179 and 191.
Yep. Oh, that was a bit of a dark zone last night, but now we've got a drone out there. That looks like a really nice section of the course. Pretty. I love that Manu or her crew or pacers were asking about Brody. I wonder if they shared some miles, together, because it sounds like they were invested in his race as well and wondering how he was doing. Ben is being paced by their other little brother, Asher. This is quite the family.
Indeed. So getting it right, it's Asher, it's Ben and Brody, 18 and 17. I don't know the ages of Elliot and Asher, but they're the pacers.
Yeah.
I wonder who's pacing Jenny.
I don't know. Just mom out there doing it all on her own.
Maybe mom's doing it on her own.
She's like, I don't need a pacer. Come on. I got this, guys. Who do you think taught you how to through hike? Mom did.
Okay, there's Manu at the aid station on Mount Eldon.
Watermelon.
Kathy, thank you, cheering from Texas, as a member of the Chisum family. So fact check us if we're wrong, but I think it's Ben 18, Brody 17, and then don't know the ages of Elliot and Asher, but they're out there. And if you do know if Jenny has a pacer or not, please let us know.
Boy, Manu looks great. She's down in the watermelon. It must taste good.
Yeah.
So this is your currently second place female, Manu Villaseca. We had Rachel Entrekin win the women's race earlier this morning. Mika Thews did drop from the race at mile 233, 234. We do not know why, and we are giving her some privacy, so we're going to just let her have that decision. All right, Pete is trying to encourage. He's trying to push the meat.
Look at Pete.
He's like, let me just put it in your pack. You don't have to eat it now. Just put it for later. Just let me send you with some.
Pete Mortimer, a Flagstaff local and an expert meat smoker, baker, cooker.
Also a salesman.
And a salesman.
So
yeah.
He's out there really just selling.
We had a lot of fun with him on the late night show,
there we go.
After Dark show. He's like, this is nectar of the gods.
He's also like, this is really warm right now, so I'm not going to put it in your pack.
Someone teach me how to say this in Portuguese. All
I
right.
think Manu speaks 5 languages.
Asher is 13, we're learning.
Oh my gosh.
So
13-year-old brother Asher is out there pacing.
Brother Ben is 18 and being paced by Asher. 13. Carrie Greer must be related to the Greer in the front of the race. Elliot is 16 and Asher is 14. Okay, we're getting a little difference on the ages, but nonetheless, let's go with 18, 17 for the two runners and 16 and 14 for the two pacers. Still don't know about mom and whether she has a pacer, if she's just going it alone. With the boys up
mom
front.
is being paced by friends from their through hikers.
Perfect.
From their through hikes. Thank you, Samantha. All right. Manu is getting ready to potentially roll out of this aid station. I thought that was Dylan Harris because the hair, but her pacer also has a bit of a, kind of a great look going on. And
all right, so this is Manu leaving the aid station at Eldon. So we now have 3 runners in between the top of Eldon and the finish line. Brody Chisum, we think, is the closest of those 3 to the finish, followed by Troy Allen, and now, just hot off the presses, Manuela Villaseca.
okay, and Manu is going to make her way down. She's about 8 miles from the finish line. All right, we're working on some stuff behind the scenes. We'll confirm with you here what's going on as soon as we know for sure. But we might have some news on the women's side of the race here. We'll see. And as we continue that, we're looking at Jamil Curry and Pete Mortimer and Julian up there at the Mount Eldon aid station.
Yep, a familiar sight in Aravaipa / Mountain Outpost live streams. Jamil Curry running off into the mountains with a camera. I know y'all call Kevin Goldberg the people's champion, But if you really want to know the people's champion, Jamil Curry, that guy, there is no job in the entire organization. And I think Bryce and several of the staff of Aravaipa who are here would concur. There is no job in the Aravaipa organization that Jamil would not do. I recall hearing after the Black Canyon 100K, he was one of the last people out at the start-finish area, or at the finish line area, raking the dirt road at Deep Canyon Ranch to return it to a condition as nicely as he found it. Jamil Curry, a true incredible resource in our sport. And I think it's safe to say we would not be where we are with these live streams were it not for Jamil.
Absolutely. And I'm just going to go on record saying that I think Manu and her pacer are probably in my top 5 on the, the fashion game. I really love their outfits. They're just styling. We're going to get a quick update from behind the camera here from Bryce.
Just a little insider info on Manu's pacer. It is Vic Martinez, Aravaipa staff member.
Oh, yeah. Speaking of
originally from Spain, always runs in the Luna sandals. It's really cool to see him out there. Wasn't expecting it.
They're looking good too. They're looking really. I love the little yellow accents there, and of course the community would step up, and Aravaipa would help find an additional pacer for Manu. He's running in sandals. That's impressive.
Ken Goya, thank you so much for your donation. Jam on the cam is worth at least $10.
Come on, people, show the love. Let's go.
I want you to know, while obviously race entry fees are perhaps the most significant revenue stream for Aravaipa, a lot of the equipment used in these broadcasts, a lot of the resources and assets that we use are dependent on donations, on sources of other revenue. Yeah. So every little bit helps.
Totally. And Jamil also will just do whatever he needs to and get whatever equipment he needs to provide the best experience and tell the story. And, sometimes that is a cost prohibitive measure, but he does it for the community and he wants to make it the best it can. So, we really appreciate all that help. Okay, those donations are going to go to help improve the live stream. So if you are loving the live stream and you want to help out in the future, that is where that donation in the chat will go.
Yes, and as you heard yesterday, Zach Marion, who's the director of live stream media with Mountain Outpost, the calendar each and every year, the calendar is getting more full with additional live streams. Last year, we did Hard Rock for the first time, Run Rabbit Run for the first time. This year, the Mountain Outpost team will be at Western States, we'll be at High Lonesome, a couple of other races, as well as Hard Rock. We're here at Cocodona. We'll, as always, be at Javelina. So we really, really appreciate the support. Thanks, Katie. $9.99 for the good of the cause. Runner leaving Sedona with Josh.
Yeah. Way to go, runner. We can hear you there. All right.
Yes.
Great work, runner. She's moving. She's running. This is leaving Sedona Aid.
Yeah.
Josh, can you get that bib number?
126.
Caitlin Johnson with a Colorado flag.
Yeah, go Colorado. Whoop, whoop. And she is got her hood up, sleeves on.
You're going to cross the road.
Caitlin Johnson from Colorado. We'll find out where in a sec. Shelley Hill, thank you for your donation.
Michael Hauser, thank you.
Indeed.
Shout out to Brian Shook, number 125. He's at mile 172.
All right, from Fort Collins.
All right, Fort Collins. I'm going there Friday afternoon. The Quad Rock 25 and 50 miler are happening this weekend in Fort Collins, and going to crew and cheer there. So
A Nick Clark race. One of the all-time greats.
Yeah. You're doing amazing. Keep it up.
Said you're doing amazing. Keep it up. Have you been to Sedona before? Okay.
Wow. Veteran. Third or fourth time?
Third or fourth time. Oh, third or fourth time in Sedona.
In Sedona. Yeah. Okay. Is this your first 200?
You said you did the race last year, but didn't finish last.
Oh, back for redemption. The redemption tour is happening right now. Love it. Well, you're going to get it done. We have faith in you. We're cheering you on from the live chat, and hope you have a great day out there.
Said you have some people cheering you on from the live chat.
There's a big smile from Caitlin.
Mm-hmm. Colorado crushing it. Thank you, Jonathan Gardner. All right, this is the Shad Cam. We are
Chisum.
on Brody coming in.
All right, we have.
Yep, I think there's audio.
Hey, Shad, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you.
How's it going? You got Brody there.
Yeah, he's moving strong. I figured I was going to have time to get to the up in Buffalo Park, and he met me all the way down here.
Very cool. Well, he is rocking it.
And look at Brother Elliot taking off like a...
He's like, come on, bro. Pick it up. Let's go. I mean, that is, I don't know. I'm just going to say, as a 41-year-old over here, that looks like a very spry 17-year-old gait. Like,
it certainly does.
He is rocking it out there.
And 16-year-old Brother Elliot pulling the rubber band.
Wild, amazing. Yeah, lots of love for Brody in the chat. This is just incredible.
Brody
Everyone
Chisum.
from a 17-year-old to two 73-year-olds in this race this year. We're going to stay with Brody for just a minute here.
Yeah, Cassidy Knudsen.
A lot of love for you in the chat, Brody.
Yeah.
How you doing, Brody?
Yeah, we're going to go straight through this one to the second light.
Yeah, Shad knows the way. He's done it a few times. Sarah Jean saying having a nice morning boy cry, Mom, over this. As a boy dad, I can relate.
Yeah, I'm a boy mom too.
Yeah. He puts the bro in Brody.
Yeah, I love
Hey,
it.
tell him that, Shad.
They say that you put the bro in Brody.
He's gonna hit the button.
He's like, oh yeah, like that's something like an older person would say.
Like, who's the boomer in the chat?
Oh no, it's great. It's great. Trail Magic Fan Club, Brody, where we're cheering for you, rooting for you. Scott Hoover.
I tell you what, Brody is not taking a victory lap. He's moving. He's the 11th place male, 12th place overall. Last finisher we had was women's winner Rachel Entrekin.
Yep. We do have some news to share here with everyone as we continue to watch Brody Chisum making his way into the finish line area. So just so everyone knows, we got a little bit more detail on Mika Thews, and she had been leading the women's race by a lot, was actually running under men's course record pace. We understand that last night she tripped and fell. She hit her face and thought that potentially she broke her jaw. And she was medically checked. She was cleared. And there is a chance that she is going to be re-entering the race. We are working with our team out there. She did take her tracker off. She is being allowed to re-enter if she would like to. And that is kind of the message at this point in time. After seeking medical attention, being allowed to re-enter, but she does have to go get her tracker before heading back out on course. So we may see Mika Thews re-entering the race after attending to some potential medical issues that she was cleared for.
That's great. Corinne, thank you for that report. That's what we have up to the moment. All she would have to do is get her tracker back and re-enter the race at the point where she left it, which, as we have been reporting, was approximately in the area around mile 234, which we've pointed out is also not at an aid station. You've seen it a couple times over the broadcast. There's a paved road section of about a half a mile that the runners come to after Walnut Canyon before getting onto the single track that runs into the base of Mount Eldon. So were she to choose to return to the race, she could return to that spot and resume the event. So I think we did learn that she is not a DNF at this point.
Yep.
And again, we want to thank everybody. I know since so much of this happened in the middle of the night, I think you can understand why, with this report that Corinne just gave, why we have wanted to err on the side of less information or no information until we had absolute confirmation from our race command down at the finish line with what was actually going on, what had happened first, and what was going on second.
Yep.
We are seeing Brody Chisum running in with our man Shad with a spry 17-year-old's gait. All right, Brody Chisum again, 17 years old. The first of the Chisum trio that's in the race. Brother Ben and Mother Jenny are in as well. That's brother Elliot. Asher's pacing Ben. That's brother Elliot up ahead. Obviously, with strict instructions from his older brother to push hard here. Troy Allen would be next. I suspect Shad'll reel in Troy Allen after dropping off Brody and Elliot at the finish.
So essentially, in terms of Mika, running time is running time and elapsed time. So re-entering the race, basically she's going to be coming back in at 75, hours and 43 minutes and continuing on. So the even if you leave for multiple hours to tend to something and come back in, the clock has just kept going. And, wherever that ends up landing her in terms of placement in the women's field will be what it is. So essentially, it's just the clock keeps going.
Yeah. And of course, there's no rules against going and seeking medical attention, leaving the course. I learned from David Krupski, a runner from Florida who for 2 years has come here to Cocodona to run, and he rented Airbnbs and hotels and motels along the way. So he would get to the Sedona aid station, and rather than sleep in the in the Sedona aid station, he would get a ride over to a hotel, take a sleep there, come back, start at the exact same place where he got in to the car and continue the race. So, yeah. That's doing it for more practical reasons, or you want to sleep in a bed or a hotel or an Airbnb. This obviously was for medical reasons, but there's nothing really to stop her. She did surrender her tracker, but I suppose there's no rule against surrendering your tracker and getting it back.
Yeah, and she did not drop from an official aid station or fill out the drop form apparently,
or miss
so,
miss a cutoff or anything like that.
Yeah. We may have just kind of marked her as DNF on tracker, but without her officially going through those channels. And we did have kind of some silence and some quiet during that period. So it sounds like she was seeking medical attention, making sure she was okay. Brody Chisum, 17 years old. Yep, we can hear you, Shad.
So I don't know if you guys saw it, but Jeff Garmeyer was just out here cheering him on.
Oh, man, Jeff Garmeyer out there cheering on Brody. I bet I would almost guarantee that Jeff Garmeyer is like a huge inspiration for Brody, so that's really cool. And, Jeff finished the race and coming back out to cheer on continued, runners. That's amazing. What kind of shoes is he wearing? People want to know what kind of shoes are being worn.
They're Hoka's, but I can't quite make out the model. What shoes are you wearing? He's wearing the Stinsons.
Hoka Stinsons. Nice. Brody is... Oh, we're getting some wind. What's he saying?
Arahi for some pavement.
Oh, he brought different models of Hokas. Got it.
And then the Arahi for some pavement.
Okay.
So it looks like he used the Arahi for some of the road sections.
Nice.
Yep.
That's wise.
That's their mild stability shoe.
So ask him what he thought of the Cocodona 250, Shad.
So what did you think of the Cocodona 250? It was fun.
It's fun.
Tough, challenging.
Fun but challenging.
Fun but challenging.
Yeah.
Amanda Grimes in the chat is asking, what's your plan for the rest of the day?
17 years old. I finished the Cocodona 250.
Oh, there's Matt.
How's it feel and what's going through your mind?
Father of the year.
With daughter in hand. Yeah, Matt's getting some thoughts. What's going through your mind right now?
You can go. You got it right away.
Matt Feldick with his daughter in his arms. This is the second time during the course of the broadcast that Matt has been caught running down the road with a kid in his arms. Oh, now you can put her down.
They got home last night, and his daughter was like, "Dad, you didn't carry me on the live stream. You got to carry me today." Yeah. 17-year-old Brody Chisum finishing the Cocodona 250. He'll be coming through in 11th place male, 12th place overall.
There's no traffic. You go.
Shad is helping him get across these intersections. The left turn on Birch.
It's a 250-mile race. He's just finishing up.
Has to get
his
home
homework turned in.
Into school by Friday. Homework's due on Friday, Brody. You can donate in the chat if you want to help improve the live stream by hitting the little $sign button at the bottom next to the emoji button.
Thank you, Paul. You're right. Jamil is an absolute first-class guy.
I don't think Jamil slept the entire week.
Elliot is peeling off. You see him going up the road.
Probably going to get some camera footage from another angle. Wow, here he goes. So close now. Oh, he came in a little different angle, but that's okay.
There
Brody Chisum finishing the Cocodona 250. 17 years old, everyone. Oh, man. Big hug.
Great stuff. Great stuff. 75 hours.
Wow, that is a very
50
respectable
minutes.
time. 75 hours and 50 minutes on this course. He's going to rub it in his brother's face that he beat him. So if you're just tuning in, we are watching Brody Chisum, 17-year-old, whose brother, who's 18, and mother is also out there on course running the Cocodona 250 this year. Oh, we may have gotten a Mika sighting there at the finish line. Okay.
Oh, there with the hat?
No.
No, that's Brody.
I saw her.
That's Elliot.
Yeah, I saw her. Okay. So is her tracker there, I wonder? Maybe she's gone. She's back there to get her tracker, it looks like.
We are seeing or getting word that Mika Thews is at the finish line, and we think collecting her tracker.
To go get back out on course. This is amazing. Okay.
I love it. Yeah, I know.
Back here at Sedona. Mile 162.
Are you up for talking for a second on the live stream?
Yeah.
All right. Hello.
Going really good. Yeah. I took a nap in a shower, so I'm feeling like $1 million.
You took a nap in a shower. What's your name?
Went on the water crossing and then climbed a giant hill.
There you go. Yes, that'll be it. They're asking what your name is.
My name is Jada.
What bib number are you? Bib 80.
Jada, bib 80. Where are you from, Jada?
I'm from Washington State.
Okay, amazing. Is this your first Cocodona?
Yes.
You seem like you're in great shape. I mean, like you're all refreshed. You're ready to go. How are you feeling?
I feel amazing.
Wow, that's incredible. Well, we are really happy to have you on, and thanks for chatting here for a few minutes, and hope you have a wonderful day out there.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, keep up the great work.
All right.
Thank you.
I mean, I thought she was just like a volunteer at the aid station, not a runner. She's like, wait, not somebody who has 162 miles already under their belt. That's amazing. Thanks for that interview, Josh. Appreciate it.
A little chatter in the chat, if you will, about the little different route Brody took into the finish. This, if you haven't watched the coverage here before, that the alley that the runners come down in the conventional finish from time to time gets blocked off. There's a government building there. It's a 1-lane road, and it's not unusual for runners to just be rerouted around. It's about it's a block earlier. There's no change at all in the distance. Not that anybody would really pay much attention to it in a 250-mile race, but we might see from time to time throughout the coverage runners get rerouted and make that right turn, and then the left turn, and then a right turn, and another left turn, and come in the way Brody did. So don't worry, he came in the right way. He came in the way he was supposed to, and is the 12th place finisher overall, 11th place male.
Yep. There is the 125 and the 38, the races, the Sedona Canyons 125 and the Eldon Crest 38 miler that will start tomorrow. Both have a little bit of a reroute in the middle of the race. Someone heard you talking about that AGW.
Yeah, just to be clear, though, the 38 does not have a mid-race shuttle. The 38 miler starts after the shuttle is between Schnebley Hill and Munns Park, which is mile 171 and 191 of the 250 course. The 38 miler starts where it normally does, finishes where it normally does, but just takes a couple of reroutes around Walnut Canyon and Mount Eldon itself. So,
and that is because there's a Mexican spotted owl preserve that we are limiting the number of runners that go through this certain area, and just only allowing the 250 runners to go through that section of the course.
Got it. We understand too that Shad is on his way back after Brody's finish. He probably won't make it all the way to Buffalo Park before Mr. Greer, the 125-mile leader, gets into the streets of Flagstaff.
Yeah, who we heard did the 250 last year. This year is doing the 125.
Again, what we know, as Corinne correctly pointed out, what we know is about Mika is the same thing we stated in our statement from the race organ. She fell, had a little bit of concern about possibly significant injury to her jaw, went and got it checked out by medical professionals, and has been cleared if she chooses.
One sec, we are down.
Okay. Good.
Back. Okay. All right.
Great, thank you. I was we just had a little brief cutoff there, but I wanted to just once again summarize the Mika Hughes situation that Corinne talked about a little bit earlier, just so we are very clear, because I know people are talking in the chat. She fell in the dark last night, was concerned about an injury, a potentially serious injury to her jaw. Her crew picked her up at approximately mile 234, which is where the paved road, the runners spend about a half a mile on the paved road and before getting onto the single track that takes them to the base of Eldon. Real quick, we're going to get to Sedona in a second. Let me just finish this part. She went to get medical attention and has been cleared, if she so chooses, to return to the race to the point where she left the course. We don't know at this point if she is doing that, but we do know that she has been cleared to do that. We also know that we at least had one of the members of our Aravaipa team see Mika on the screen in the finish line cam. We don't know what that means, but we know we saw that. Thanks for the donation, Brent, $50. We really appreciate it, and enjoy the 38-mile tomorrow.
All right, we've got another runner coming out of Sedona. Can you hear us, Josh?
All right, we can hear you.
We've got you.
With the live stream?
For sure, yeah.
Okay. We're gonna...
Okay, great work out there. What is your name? Tell us where you're from.
Name is Paul Johnson. I'm from Detroit, Michigan.
All right. Way to go, Paul. How are you doing?
So far, so good. We've had 3 long nights. Monday night, Tuesday night, and then last night, Wednesday night.
Yep.
But try to get some sleep in. Just got an hour of... Actually, I told my crew I needed... Is it down
Yeah,
right here?
down this way.
I told my crew I needed 1 hour. And 45 minutes later, I woke up naturally.
Wow.
Which is, but you know, your body's telling you you can't hang out at these 8 stations for too long. The clock is running.
That's amazing. So nice 45-minute rest, and you're continuing on.
Yeah.
Has there been a favorite part of the course so far?
This right here is my favorite section.
All right.
Where we through Sedona and drop the Midgley Bridge, and got a car behind us there.
Right after this, we'll chat. Thank you. Appreciate that.
And then we drop under the Midgley Bridge, and then we drop into the Oak Creek. I love that part. It's my favorite part of the whole course. It's the most beautiful, and it's just gorgeous down there by the Oak Creek.
Paul, have you done the race before?
Time too. It's our last climb before Mount Eldon.
They asked which year you raced before.
Say it
Which
again.
year did you do the race before?
I actually ran the race all 4 years.
Oh
wow.
Here, as we're coming into Whiskey Row, I had an injury that I just could not resolve.
Oh.
I ran it the fire year in 2022, last year in 2023, and hopefully, fingers crossed, I can get it done this year.
Oh man. Wait, this is insane perseverance coming back year after year. 4th year starting the race. We are all cheering for you and just hope that you have the best day today and keep moving forward. You're doing amazing.
Thank you very much. You guys do an amazing job too.
Oh.
And very cool. It's like a lifetime and a week every time I come for this event.
Well, we're not doing anything compared to what you're out there doing, so all the kudos should go to you, and just keep rolling strong.
All right. Thank you very much.
All right.
Have a great one.
Take care. Take care.
Job.
Keep it up, Paul.
Fantastic. Great. Very composed. Very just matter of fact. I love this section that's coming up, he says.
Yeah, do you remember his last name?
Paul Johnson.
Paul Johnson.
Yeah, bib number 250.
Oh, you put it in the chat.
Yeah,
250.
I
Thank you.
Dropped it in there.
There we go.
There's another camera out there on the course. All right. Yeah, you know this area well, Bryce. You've spent a little time running back and forth. This is outside Walnut Canyon is the end of a lengthy 17-mile section. They travel from Fort Tuthill, which is at mile 210, to Walnut Canyon, which is 227. And so this tent here is a welcome relief when they arrive here. Looks like that person has the look of one of the participants. Not the guy with the camera. The person in the back with her in the white. All right. Shad might be back on. He may be with
Troy.
This is Troy.
Troy Davis, right?
Troy, I want to confirm that. Troy Allen. Troy Allen.
I knew it was another name.
Yeah. Troy Allen, who we saw come on through the Pete's Meats a little while ago.
So Troy will be the 12th place male, 13th place overall.
Mm-hmm.
Finisher of the Cocodona 250.
Quick question for you, Corinne. Inquiring minds in the chat would like to know, are you going to be back up on Eldon again this afternoon?
Yeah.
Or do you have other responsibilities?
Well, I might go run up Eldon, but I don't know if I'll be filming.
Okay. Well,
I mean, Jamil's doing a great job out there right now.
I doubt he'd have much problem handing the camera over to you so he could go take care of other things.
Right. Well, maybe I'll run up and then grab the camera. So we'll see. But I do want to go back up there. That's a great spot to be at. And I enjoyed running up that road yesterday. So
Troy Allen making the 505 proud. I think that means New Mexico.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm not quite as cool with area codes as some other people are.
Sounds right. There's a great line of like sauces, salsas called 505 that I would imagine. That is way to represent New Mexico, Troy. That's what somebody said. So.
And he's moving well.
I can say you're the first person
Troy
that got
Allen,
there.
waiting at the
and
intersection.
doesn't
Grab a
stop.
quick drink
It's always worked out like there's no traffic.
or something out of his pocket. Pacer's grabbing at his quads. Thank you, Echopath Endurance. I want to read this one real quick. This one's for Brody Chisum and family and Cody McKesson. The youth are the future of our sport. Let's continue to promote inclusivity for all ages. This live stream is a great start. Thank you, Mountain Outpost and team. And thank you, Echopath Endurance, for the donation. We really appreciate it. And indeed, inclusivity for all ages. You're never too old or too young to participate in these events. And we have a 17-year-old finisher in Brody Chisum. We also have two 73-year-olds, Terry Gardner and Michael Coppy, both of whom are still on course, well under the cutoff times and on their way to Heritage Square. And Dustin Bond, thank you so much. $99.99 donation. We really appreciate it. Thanks for covering this race. It's been awesome. Hashtag almost there.
Again, we're going to have coverage all the way through the final finisher of the race.
Indeed. And we'll actually, you see this shot right here of Shad running Troy in. You know, we're going to try, obviously at certain times in the race, there are multiple runners on the streets of Flagstaff between Buffalo Park and the finish line, but we'll have also multiple runners out there with cameras if we can, and try to follow all, if not most, of the finishers through the streets of Flagstaff, and then of course all of them across the finish line where our static cam is situated. It looks like some friends and companions coming out to meet Troy.
And if this is the same Troy Allen, who I would imagine it is on Ultra Sign Up, he also ran across the year 72 hour in the very end of the year, December 28th of last year, and put down 235 miles. Wow. So has for sure been through the journey of that many miles on your legs, amongst many, many, many other things that I'm not going to list on screen, but it looks like he is quite experienced and has done many, many kind of last person standing backyard or very long timed events, and a number of 100-milers as well.
You've got to be impressed with his pace. Shad, if you can hear us, what's your watch say for how fast you're going?
650.
No way.
What is it?
650.
It looked fast.
He's sprinting
Troy
it in.
Allen through the streets of Flagstaff, dropping a sub-7 pace. Obviously kept a little bit in the tank here. Albuquerque fans are cheering from the 505. Poor Shad.
We got BDE, big donation energy in the chat.
Yeah, big donation energy for sure.
Every little bit counts, though, so thank you.
Next donation goes to Shad for a pizza pie.
It was $1.99 from Jay Lore, so we're going to get him a coffee.
We'll get you a coffee.
Something. That $1.99 will help. Absolutely will. I know. Alexander, I can't even run 650 with fresh legs. Here we go. Troy Allen making his way. Final couple turns before seeing the finish line. Looks like they are rerouting to behind.
So this is... Oh, wait. No, yeah, they are. They're just going.
There must be something blocking the front entrance. So again, this is,
as we mentioned, with the Brody finish, this is this little... And they'll go come in on the left, and then a quick swing around, and the finish will be right there. Troy Allen.
Thank you, Smokies to Rockies, for your donation. All donations will go to improving the live stream.
Troy Allen.
Sprinting on through.
76:09:48. 76:09:48 unofficially for Troy Allen, the 13th place overall, 12th place man in the house at Heritage Square, downtown Flagstaff.
Congratulations to Troy. We got a pacer. We got the youngest pacer ever seen.
We're back out now with our man Josh at the Sedona aid station, mile 62.
Oh, this little man.
Where all
What's
through
up, dude? We got
all
babies.
through the day we've been
Just come see the live stream. You can see toddlers. You can see dogs. You can see people running 250 miles. Oh, that pacer, man, he's warming up for his leg. Oh, all right, I'm tired, Mom. Let's go.
And again, as we've seen,
Is his dad out there, or who's out there?
They want to know who's running with him or who he's going to run with.
Dad is over there.
Dad's over there. Bib number 85.
Okay, good job, Dad. Man, you're crushing it. What an inspiration. Where are you guys from?
Illinois.
Springfield, Illinois.
Springfield, Illinois.
Yep.
Well, congratulations on your race thus far, and keep going strong.
All right, we've got Pete Mortimer of Pete Meets up here for an interview.
Oh, yep, I see Mike there.
Good morning, guys. How are
Morning,
you?
Pete. What's going on up there? How long have you been up there all night?
Yeah, although I did get a little nap. Jamel snapped a nice little photo of me as I passed out in the chair.
Oh, okay.
We made a little low-carb breakfast for our low-carb runner that's coming in any minute. So McKnight should be coming down the road here. So
Okay, and what do you have for him? What do you have ready for him?
I got some scrambled eggs, some tri-tip, and some brisket.
Whew, sounds delicious.
Yeah.
Sounds
I know.
delicious.
If he doesn't hurry up, I'm gonna eat it.
You sounds like you still have plenty of supplies for runners up there. Plenty of meats.
Oh, tons. Pacers are the ones really enjoying it.
You weren't there last night, but Arlen enjoyed a whole lot of it.
I know. I mean, like those guys got up here so fast. My brisket wasn't even done, so I was like frantically trying to get that done. But yeah.
No, Julian was heating up a rib, and he ate spring rolls. He ate a sausage wrapped in a tortilla. So, and every time he took a bite, he's like, That's the best review you can get.
That's been a hit. We've been putting the brats in tortillas with a little slice of cheese, and then grilling it like a grilled cheese. And then wrap it up in a piece of foil, and they just go on their way.
Yeah.
All
right. Well, thank you for providing all of that deliciousness up there. Thank you to Mike for holding the
Eldon Eats. It's a team effort. So
team effort.
Yeah, good talking to you guys.
All right, we will anxiously await Mike and hope he enjoys that.
Yep.
Thanks, everyone. Oh, here he comes. Oh, all right, we're gonna stay there. Here comes Mike McKnight. Or the next runner. Is it Mike?
Let's see.
A little hard to tell. Yep, Mike McKnight coming in.
All right, Jamil.
Big smile
smiling.
from Jamil.
Mike McKnight coming in, last year's winner. Coming into the aid station at Mount Eldon, mile 240.
Greeted by friend Pete Mortimer, who is serving him a freshly prepared low-carb breakfast.
Yep.
Of brisket, tri-tip, and eggs.
And he said if Mike didn't get in soon, he was going to eat it himself.
Mike heard that, and he is there. The Milk Knight rises. Yes, Mike Milk Knight.
So with Mike hitting this aid station, we didn't see Damon Chavez come through, but Damon Chavez is through this aid station. will be the next runner down the mountain after Troy Allen. And then we did see Manuela Villaseca, who is next through, second place woman. And then now Michael McKnight. Another runner leaving Sedona.
Zach, are you okay if I follow you with the live stream for a minute?
Is this Zach Bates?
It's Zach.
All right. Great work, Zach. Man, crushing it out there. Everyone is cheering for you.
You got lots of people cheering for you. You're doing awesome.
Zach Bates, 22. Found him a pacer. He is heading out of Sedona. He is taking on his first Cocodona 250. Looks like he's got some extra bottles in the back there. It's a pro move.
Yes, indeed. Look at that.
Keep the fluids going.
Zach, how are you feeling?
I'm good.
Good.
Yes.
Good.
He's doing good. He's in the zone.
And Zach's got a pacer. Josh, could we find out who Zach's pacer is?
They want to know who Zach's pacer is.
My name is Cindy Gillette. I'm from Flagstaff.
All right.
And this is a fun clams today for me. I'm a big fan. It's pretty exciting.
That's so great.
Did she say she was a PT or worked at the hospital?
A PT at the hospital.
Oh, man. Zach, you got yourself an excellent pacer here. You got a PT running along with you. Local. Thank you so much for helping him out.
Said he scored a great pacer with a PT running along with him.
I'm super excited to be a part of this. I appreciate them asking me. I'll do my best to take care of them.
That's amazing. Enjoy the time out there. Cindy from Flagstaff stepping in. You're awesome. And Caleb gets to pace Zach tomorrow night over Eldon.
Fantastic.
So that'll also be great. Here we are back at Eldon. And Mike McKnight is still there at the aid station.
Oh, nice. I've never done yeah, I've never done more than like one 200 a year. And it's normally because of like work, probably I'm finally going to get some time to get it up. So you decided to do 3 in 1 year plus the 300. Yeah.
Okay.
I like it. I can't believe how fast that reached.
Is that true?
Confirmed.
Somebody, Kiefer, they're in Pima, if he's facing Joe Police's on. Oh, yeah. I remember that. We're friends. I was talking to the Payne Ranch while he was waiting for Joe.
Still there at the base of the
Back on Zach Bates. Yeah. No, there's a little chatter in the chat about Mika Thews. If you could please hold tight. We've got a team at the finish line working to coordinate both how things are going to play out and the communications around it. So if you would just bear with us, we would appreciate it. Callie Vinson, thanks for asking about Callie. She left this where we see Zach running right now about a half an hour ago with a pacer after a little rest and some nutrition. She was looking good. Changed into a nice wide-brimmed hat and a cooler shirt, and off she went in her classic Cali style.
Yep, and right here you're looking at Zach Bates leaving Sedona aid station. He's got a pacer. He said he was doing good.
We've also heard some chat about the 125-mile lead runner and our man on the ground, Shad Burkholz, who is ready for a break. He's already logged over 30 miles today.
30 miles
30. He's
today.
hit a 50K. Is going out to get the 125-mile leader. And then we'll take a little bit of a break, and we'll have some reinforcements out there on the streets of Flagstaff. But from what we understand, the arrival of Michael Greer onto the scene is very soon. Maybe here he is. Here we go. Jeff, ask and ye shall receive. Here we have Michael Greer, the leader of the Sedona Canyons 125 on the streets of Flagstaff.
Michael ran the 250 last year. He's running the 125 this year and looking like he is going to take home the victory in the Sedona Canyons 125.
Indeed. This race started at 7 a.m. yesterday, so just over 26 and a half hours on the clock as Michael makes his way to the finish line in Heritage Square, the first 125-mile finisher.
I don't know when in the race they can pick up a pacer, but obviously there are pacers allowed in the 125 as well. And in the 250, they picked up pacers starting at mile 80 or so, and they can have one pacer with them at a time. That person can swap in and they can change pacers at any of the designated pacer stops or aid stations throughout the rest of the race.
I think with the unusual situation this year, Corinne, with the shuttle, that pacers in the 125 were able to jump in at Munns Park.
Okay.
Or the points afterwards for Tut Hill or Walnut Canyon.
Nice.
But they, with a limited number of shuttle seats, they weren't going to be able to shuttle pacers from Schnebley Hill to Munns Park.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Getting some honks there. He's rocking a backwards Bass Pro Shops hat, I believe. There's not a lot of downhill in the 125. I'm looking at the elevation profile, and boy, you start off downhill, then you climb, then you have a massive climb, then you stay up high for the rest of the race. It does not look like there's a whole lot of downhill over the course, gaining 14,775 feet over the course of the day. I saw a meme yesterday that called the Sedona Canyons 125 Diet Coke.
Ooh.
I mean, it's funny, but it's also like, man, 125 miles is 125 miles. Let's go.
Is 125 miles. No doubt about it.
I think they're just going to wing it. We'll find out at the corner.
The cutoff is 75 hours for the Sedona Canyons 125.
Indeed.
So nice, generous cutoff if you are interested in running that race or the Cocodona 250. I know Cocodona 250 registration's opened, and I would imagine for all the distances.
Yeah, no, Matt Feldick told me all three were open.
Yep.
And are having folks sign up. Jenny, if you're watching, this is the first place 125 runner, Michael Greer. I know his tracker says 127, but he's about to finish 125.
Yeah, a little bit of wind in downtown Flag. Flag, as the locals say.
So Michael Greer, just about to Heritage Square. We had at last ping second place 125 runner Eddie Healy, a full 8 minutes behind, or sorry, 8 miles behind Michael. So a little bit of a gap. We will likely have a little bit of a gap before the second place 125er. Philip Sebastiani was in third, another ways behind, and here he is coming to the finish.
Getting ready to break the tape. Nice.
With the whole crew.
Woohoo! Oh, I love it. Everybody crossing the line.
Nicely done.
They got matching shirts. They're dialed. TNT on the shirt. Is that what I see? That's awesome.
They're doing a little group hug.
So cool.
There's Steve Adderholt, race director.
Here's Matt Feldick.
Matt Feldick, content creator. Dad of the year.
So what is his time? Greer. Last year, Jeff Browning won the Sedona Canyons 125 in 25 hours and 29 minutes.
Okay, so a little bit less than an hour, behind Jeff Browning's time from last year.
Yep. On your screen right now, Michael Greer, winner of the Sedona Canyons 125. And if you're just joining us, I'm Corinne Shalvoy with AJW or Andy Jones Wilkins. We are here giving you 24/7 coverage through the very end of the race Saturday morning. We have seen 12 men come through.
Oh, now we're going to have the confusion of the 125ers. 12 men, 13 overall finishers.
Thank you. 12 men finished the race, and one woman who came through in 11th overall, Rachel Entrekin. That is our standing at this moment. We also let everyone know that there is a chance that Mika Thews, who was not in the race for a little bit last night, when she left the course, she tripped and fell, hit her face. She thought she broke her jaw, and she was checked by medical. She was cleared and is going to be allowed to re-enter the race if she would like to do so. At the point where she left, if she goes and picks up her tracker and gets back out on course, they will allow her to re-enter the race. So that is the status there on the ladies' side.
So again, reiterate, she has been cleared and would be allowed to return. That's what we know at this point.
And running currently in second place, female Manu Villaseca. We saw her already leave the Eldon aid station. She's making her way down in probably in the last 6-7 miles of the race.
But you don't have to.
Oh, well, Bib 36. We are rooting for you.
Nadia Haas.
Sounds like having a little bit of a kind of laryngitis type.
Okay.
So we're not going to request an interview, but we are going to give some shout outs and love to runner 36, leaving Sedona aid.
Yep, this is Nadia Haas.
Looking strong, Nadia. Keep it up.
I said you're looking strong. Keep it up.
A little bit of that.
Thanks for conveying the messages, Josh.
Yeah.
We appreciate it. We also saw Mike McKnight up at Eldon Aid having some low-carb breakfast provided by his friend Pete Mortimer, getting ready to make his final descent.
And so we have 3 runners now between the top of Eldon, the aid station up there, and the finish line. Damon Chavez, we're guessing he'll be the next one down. Damon Chavez, followed by second place female Manuela Villaseca, and as we just mentioned, Michael McKnight.
Mr. Sevitz in the chat said, "Woo, go Nadia."
They're going to cross right here.
Lots of love in the chat. We love hearing it. Brody Chisum, Michael Greer. Interesting story about Michael, since I'm a hip person. Broke his hip less than 2 years ago. Ran Cocodona last year in 3rd place and just won the Sedona Canyons 125.
Wow.
There is life after hip injuries, folks.
Yeah, for sure. Damon Chavez is also going to be coming in to the finish line. We will be following every runner.
There you can look up the alley and see the vehicle. So for those, again, that they're wondering about the little alternative entrance to the finish, that's probably why. We are going to cut Shad a little break.
Yep. And while we have just a little lull in the action here, we are going to move into an ad break, and we will be right back with you. Stay tuned.
Wilderness Volunteers is the official nonprofit partner of Cocodona. The mission of Wilderness Volunteers is to engage people in meaningful service that conserves and protects America's wildlands. Spend a week in the great outdoors on one of their 30-plus annual projects in wilderness areas across the country. Give back to the wild places you love by removing invasive plants, building and maintaining trails, rehabilitating wildlife habitats, and much more. Learn more at wildernessvolunteers.org.
This is your machine. It is strong and fast, tough beyond measure, brave beyond belief. It will take you high in the mountains, deep into the woods, over rivers and deserts, and further within yourself than you have ever dared to go. But it is only as good as the fuel you put into it. Feed it real food. Feed it real power. Feed it spring.
Look at the growth of ultra running the past few years. In fact, now they have 200-mile races, 240-mile races, 250-mile races. They're growing exponentially. I've been involved in all of this along the way, and everything has been the same. Athletes, truly inspired by athletes, want to go farther and faster in the mountains. What an incredible journey this has been. The joy that people experience when they're in the mountains. The personal growth that is obtained through going faster and farther in the mountains. The journey that an athlete has to go through, going from the ups and downs and the highs and the lows.
Soda! Oh, the energy of soda. None of the fears.
Today's broadcast is also brought to you by Speedland, the best trail shoes ever created. This is the brand new commission, the GS PDX, the 6th model in Speedland's short but illustrious history. You'll notice it's a throwback to the initial colorway of the first model, the SL PDX, though this is built on the GS platform. Plenty of cushioning to take you as long as you want to go on the trails. There's people going to be racing in it this weekend in both the 50K and 28K, but also people wearing it at Cocodona here in just a couple months' time. Everything you've come to expect, the double BOA fit system, the HTPU midsole, the drop-in P-backs, secondary midsole, also removable carbon plate, nothing better than the Speedland. Go pick up a pair of the GS PDX. You'll find a link and a discount code here in the description on YouTube.
Joel, my old running buddy. Our first race we did was Bigfoot 2015 together. Ran about 160 miles of that. Did several other races to varying degrees of success.
She's strong as heck. I saw there was some talk about her feet being bad. She had 2 blisters total. So the time that a bunch of people saw us working on feet, it was cleaning up her feet and the total of 2 blisters over the last 200 miles.
I feel like people see the pre-tape and think that like there's something horribly wrong.
Yeah. We just like to keep her feet clean, so every aid station I make sure it's all clean. So she's strong and there's nothing going on other than,
You know, I've never had a good race here. I'm always like not trained and something goes horribly wrong, so I mean obviously things go wrong every year, but nothing went too horribly wrong this time, so hopefully it just can maintain for the next 2 sections, and my first relatively smooth finish here. The last 2 times were total clusters for one reason or another. Running at this stage is 2 thumbs up. It's good to be able to run for the last 38 miles. Happy to see it to finish.
Yeah, it's amazing. I mean, I've been so lucky with the weather and the races. Wow, I got to see the sunset, the sunrise in Sedona today, which was amazing. So yeah, I think can't complain. Legs are tired, of course, but it's nice. It's a good feeling. Gato, I love you. I miss Theo. I miss Charlie. Oh, everybody in Team Peak Run Performance. who's following. Thank you so much. Thank you for the good vibes. My family, I'm not sure if they even know I'm racing, but if they know, a big kiss. And yeah, thank you for the good vibes. The longest I've done before was 100 miles, so I'm way over that. And I'm happy that I got this far. So I'll try to make it to the finish. Hopefully I will. Because, yeah, I'm moving in a way that I can guarantee that I'll get to the finish. So yeah, that's what I want. So I saw this documentary with Eric Sensman, The Long Way Home, and I thought like I was kind of like in the same spot as he was in a sort of a way. And then, of course, I started watching other things about Cocodona, and every time I watched another video, I got more obsessed about it. And I think this is a kind of a race that it's not that you want to do, you have to be obsessed about. Like, you really need to be obsessed about, because if not, it's not possible. And it's like, I live in Europe, I'm Brazilian, I'm tired of UTMB and the Alps. I wanted to experience something completely different. The desert, the heat, cactus. So yes, today, no, I'm kind of lost in time, but I fell into a cactus.
Oh, it's the Arizona experience.
Yeah. And I was just like with Victor, and I had like all of his, and I'm like trying to take the thorns. Yeah, so I saw a snake, I saw a javelina. Hopefully I see one tonight with Brittany, and it's been really nice. I mean, you guys, you have like the best race. I think this is incredible, and I think hopefully Brittany will be here next year.
You're inspired, for sure.
She's helping me with so many miles that I think maybe next year we change. I come here to pace you. Yeah. And you race. You race.
You're helping me.
Yeah.
Bye.
I'm still not sure I can do this, but it's a lot more certain. The possibility is much higher the closer I get. Yeah, I think I've got a pretty decent eating schedule thanks to Pacer. So it's been helpful. This is Chalice.
Hello.
Which has been pretty instrumental in making sure that I eat enough. But
small bites.
Yeah.
Small bites of muffin. We had Trader Joe's burrito.
Yeah.
Now we're on the muffin. Pretzels have been good.
Yeah, so much better than 50 miles ago. Hit Sedona right at sunrise. That was badass. I cried.
Timed that perfectly.
Timed it perfectly. It was amazing. I slept for like 2.5 hours on the second day. So it threw me a little off my fake schedule. How do you plan this? Not possible. Yeah, I had a complete meltdown. In figurative and literal sense. Because I got super hot. But my crew was like, just take a nap. And so I slept for like 2.5 or 2 or something hours. And then like an hour somewhere else. Maybe.
When you were throwing up at the park before Sonoma.
Yeah.
I don't remember all the names.
So yeah, all over the place. Running.
Names.
Running is fun. Feel much better.
You're doing so well. Food's a hell of a drug.
Yeah. Food.
Food.
Who knew? I don't know. I can't believe people watch this. But it's like watching paint dry. I guess I'll shout out everybody watching. Thanks for watching. Big ups to my parents who love that I'm doing this. I'm so sorry, Mom. Oh, fine. have a kick-ass crew.
Oh yeah.
So
this is our first time like having a crew in Pacers. It's just like she's won so many races and never had anyone crewing.
I seriously lucked out. I had basically my entire crew fall apart 2 weeks before the race started. Only one person did not change their plans. So I added Chalice and added my friend Peter, and then Evan, who got injured during Southern States, is my crew chief now. Smashing it. And then, and then Dan, my buddy, paced me for the first, I think almost 50. Whiskey Road to somewhere. So it's been, every Pacer's crushed it. I'm so thankful that I don't have to do this by myself. Yeah. See you later.
Yeah. Moment to moment it can change, but yes. Yeah, I mean I get to run for what, like 2 days with my friends.
Oh, right, that's great.
And they clean my feet and get me food.
It's a really good section. It's the dream, right?
Yeah. For me, there were some lows yesterday, but then, yeah, after sleeping at Dead Horse, it's been pretty manageable. I mean, I've never done a race this long, so I'm learning. Oh, this is Mario.
Yeah, fun together in Boulder.
Yeah.
Is there anybody you want to say hi to?
Oh, I mean, RMR.
Yeah.
And, yeah, I don't know. I guess my family and friends that aren't here. I'm watching from far away. I have been in airplane mode since Monday morning, so it's just been an immersive experience.
She's doing great. She's doing amazing. Yeah, I picked her up yesterday at Jerome. Went to visit Dead Horse and then what is the other one? Deer Pass. And yeah, a little running. Yeah.
That was good single track.
That was amazing single track.
After the broken glasses.
Yeah.
Rocky stuff.
That was crazy. But no, she's killing it. Yeah. She's great. See you.
Nice to meet you.
All right, everybody, welcome back to Cocodona 250 and the live stream brought to you by Mountain Outpost. I'm Andy Jones-Wilkins alongside Corinne Shalvoy, and we have an exciting race going on.
Yes, we do. We have some very interesting twists and turns that we're navigating throughout this race, especially on the women's side. On the men's side, we had a pass in the last 3 or 4 miles of the race from Harry Subertas from Alaska, who took over the win from Jeff Browning at that point. And both Harry, Jeff, and I mean, I got to go down the list to see how many people broke last year's course record, because on the men's side, the course record from last year was broken by multiple hours. So Harry Subertas of Alaska coming in first on the men, Jeff Browning, Bronco Billy coming in second, and then we had Arlen Glick crossing the line just a few minutes later after that in third place on the men's side. We have seen our top 11, 12 finishers overall, and we have seen one female cross the line. Our winner of this year's race is Rachel Entrekin. She was 11th place overall, and she came across about 50 minutes or so over the previous winning time last year from Sarah Ostaszewski. So that is where we stand. We are anxiously awaiting Manu Villaseca from Spain, originally from Brazil. She's currently running in second and has to be getting pretty close. She might be the next person to cross the finish line. We're really sorry because we did miss one finisher during that ad break. Very, very sorry for that.
Damon
but
Chavez.
It was Damon.
Yeah.
Damon Chavez. He did finish the race. We apologize. We did not catch that on the camera, and really is our goal to give everyone that finish line moment. I'm sure there are lots of photographs being taken, lots of other content out there that we'll be able to access so that we can all see Damon and his finish line emotions.
Real quick there too. We have, as we've mentioned, we have Shad Burkholz out there running back and forth, up and down, and just the timing, especially with Michael Greer, the first place 125 runner, who we wanted to make sure we had eyes on, and he came in so quickly after Troy Allen that by the time Shad was able to sort of get himself together and get back out there, it was too late to reel in Damon Chavez. So we understand that we really do try and endeavor to get every finisher on camera in some way, shape, or form. And so we are sorry that we weren't able to do that for Damon.
But shout out to Shad on the Shad cam out there. We believe he's already run more than a 50K today following runners, and he's going to be continuing for a number of hours, working all through the day. So a lot of hard work from all of our individuals out in the field, helping us get this coverage for everyone.
And then I know many folks have been chatting on the chat about the situation with Mika Thews, who was the overnight leader, and as a result of a fall and a potentially serious injury to her jaw, she left the course last night at mile 234 while in the lead on as we've been talking about on that paved section that is in between Walnut Canyon and Mount Eldon. She has been medically cleared. Should she choose to continue, she can continue. At this point, we don't know what decision she's made in that regard, and we'll await any information that we do get and let you know. But that's the status as we know it right now.
278. We have bib number 278 that we are watching right now. Moving right along here. We've had really nice temperatures throughout this race.
I'm missing 278. Let's try 6.
Could be a Sedona Canyons, maybe?
They're all in one. Well, they're all over 400. Sorry, we're just going to get this fact checked here. Kelly Paulson, thank you. Have I even slept? Hey, it's no sleep till Flagstaff, and I'm already in Flagstaff. Yeah, I've gotten a little sleep. We've got a good setup with various commentators coming in and out, so I was able to get some sleep last night. Went for a little run. I'll go for a run again this afternoon.
Vamos, Manu. Estamos aquí esperando você cruzar a línea. So I used to speak Spanish.
That sounded good.
I was okay. I did live in Spain for 6 months, but I've lost a lot of it. But I know that is, let's go, Manu. We are here, anxiously awaiting you crossing the finish line. Yeah, I heard Manu texted me and said, what's the link to the live stream so I can share it with everyone? And she was going to have so many people from back home following along. And she's getting very close now. This is her first 200-mile race. And she is absolutely crushing it out there.
All right. Let's try. Oh, just a little too bright. 78 is Nicholas Steinbrunner. That might fit. Last pinged at 186. Nicholas Steinbrunner and pacer. I'm going to guess this is in that section between Schnebley Hill and Munns Park.
All right. We are giving you some multi-day coverage and now 24/7 coverage through the final finishers of the Cocodona 250 2024 edition, brought to you by Mountain Outpost. And we've got some cameras all over the place at this point in time. We got drones in the air. We got follow cam runners on the ground. Whenever we see a runner, we are going to try to figure out who it is, give them some time on the live stream, and also just showcase the beautiful course.
We know many of you are keenly keeping an eye on the 125 race as well, Sedona Canyon's 125 that started at 7 a.m. yesterday. We have one finisher in, Michael Greer, at this point, and a couple others on their way. Eddie Healy and Philip Sebastiani, and then the first place woman and fourth place overall in the 125, Catherine Edwards. Then in fourth place male, Jim Strayhorn. I remember him from Desert Solstice live streams. Dave Kenya, Garrett Nelson, and second place female, the one, the only Olga King. As we've learned earlier in the day, crewed and supported and possibly paced, we'll find out, by Annie Hughes.
Yeah.
Here's a new camera angle from the Fort Tuthill aid station.
Yeah. Oh, let's see here.
Do we have
audio?
Do we have a cam on this?
Audio?
See if we can get audio on this.
Working on it. Working on audio.
Yeah. While we're doing that, the cutoff time for the 125 is 75 hours. It is a generous cutoff that even aid station Fireball suggested he might be able to finish one day. Just had to get that in. This is the aid station at Fort Tuthill. Just going to consult my little chart here.
Who printed that chart for us?
It's an inside joke.
Who printed that chart for us, AJW?
Corinne produced some wonderful printouts for us before the broadcast started. She produced them, and I've been consulting them on a regular basis.
After giving me a lot of crap for them, but that's okay. They are here to help us. You can only have so many tabs open. I don't know. Without a mouse, it's like, all right, need a couple pieces of paper on the table to look like official newscasters, commentators. Right, yeah. Everyone's holding paper all the time, so let's just be like that and, consult our papers from time and time again. All right.
We're seeing an athlete in Fort Tuthill. If we could unmute, this would be great.
This is the Squirrels Nut Butter aid station. We had Chris Thornley on last night before last, talking about bringing all the lube up there necessary to make sure aid is provided for these runners. And he was talking about how you would think this could be an easy aid station to drop from because it's like comfortable and you got another 40 miles, you got a big climb, but he said nobody drops at Fort Tuthill.
Yeah. Brian Bondi. Sounds like Jason has given us some help. This is Brian Bondi.
All right, Brian Bondi. Let's go.
Trying to get some audio on this. Should get that in a second. Trevor's working on it. Working on a lot of things. This is back at Walnut Canyon, the aid station, the last aid station crew accessed at 227.8 of the 250.
Last aid before you do the Mount Eldon climb.
Jerem, that's an excellent question. We'll go ahead and do a quick read of the current finishers list. That's a good time to do that while we're getting the Fort Tuthill audio lined up. Geraldus Subertus was the race winner. Jeff Browning in second place. Arlen Glick in third. Joe McConaughey in fourth. Michael Versteeg in fifth. Jeff Garmeyer in sixth. Finn Malanson in seventh. Jonathan Van Guns in eighth. Matt Smith in ninth. Kevin Goldberg in 10th. Rachel Entrekin in 11th, first place woman. Brody Chisum in 12th. Troy Allen in 13th. And our most recent finisher, Damon Chavez, in 14th. We expect the second place woman and 15th overall finisher Manuela Villaseca onto the streets of Flagstaff shortly, followed by Michael McKnight. Those are the 16 runners that have either finished or gone past the final aid station on Mount Eldon.
And just so everyone knows kind of the standings as they are at this moment, according to trackers, on the women's side, Manu is looking at coming in second unless something crazy happens. And then we've got Kylie Drugan Epic currently in third. We are still determining what is going to happen with Mika Thews. She did stop at 2:33, could be re-entering the race. We don't know. She has that option if she decides to do so. Eliza LaPierre is still out there working away. Then beyond Eliza, we've got Carrie Henderson, Elsa Jaworski, Stephanie Rosenbaugh, Ashley Paulson, Emily Kratz, and Ann Tisdale on the women's side. We got audio? Yeah, Sedona.
We got audio.
All right. Hello again, Sedona.
Crossing the street here.
Yeah, great job. Would this runner like to share his name and where he's from?
Mike Jones, Camas, Washington.
Mike Jones, way to go, Mike.
How you feeling?
Feeling good. A little tired, but haven't slept a lot. But other than that, feeling good.
How much has he slept total?
What was that?
How much have you slept total?
Probably an hour and 15 minutes, maybe.
Okay. Man, I'd be tired too. Mike.
He's got the Bigfoot tattoo back here, and he's going to finish this one and add the Cocodona one.
Oh, man, we're working on a tattoo scheme here. Has a Bigfoot 200 tattoo, also going to get a Cocodona tattoo when he completes this race. That's awesome. I think I would get a tattoo of this race if I completed it. That is, quite something. So way to go, Mike. Just great work out there, and keep moving along. You're doing awesome.
Thank you.
Yeah. Anything you're looking forward to today?
Say that again.
Anything you're looking forward to today?
Getting to Mons actually is I'm planning on sleeping once it gets to Mons.
Cool.
Looking forward to that.
Yeah.
Okay. Gonna sleep at Mons. So 191. Just got to take this one little chunk at a time here.
Yep.
Only one more stop to Schnebly and then on to Mons and get some more rest. That sounds like a great plan.
All right, I appreciate it.
Keep crushing it out there.
Thank you.
Back on the drone, going.
This is down. I believe this is in between Kelly Canyon and.
Okay. We're maybe looking at the section between Kelly Canyon and Fort Tut Hill between 202 and 210. At Fort Tut Hill, again, they can have a crew access, pacer access, a sleep station, drop bags, kind of anything you might need there to prepare yourself to make your way to Walnut Canyon, another 17 miles or so beyond that.
Which is 174.
Okay, bib 174.
Casey George. There's Casey. Good drone shot.
Yeah, we definitely love to follow the front runners, but can't forget that there are around 250 individuals out on the 250 course. And then we also have Sedona Canyon's 125 runners out there right now. Looks like Casey is at around mile 186 or so. And moving right along, making their way to Munns Park. Casey's from Walton, Kentucky. as we've interviewed some of these runners coming out of Sedona, many have told us that they were inspired to run the race because they watched the live stream.
Yes, indeed. That's great. Great story.
Waiting on Ronaldo Mendoza here at Eldon. Oh, here we go.
All right. We have another runner coming into the Mount Eldon aid station, Rolando Mendoza. Rolando Mendoza will be the 16th runner into Eldon. Most recently was Mike McKnight. Here comes Rolando.
Oh, the camo guy.
Oh, that is Camo Guy. You figure Camo Guy's gonna take some Pete's meats.
Rocking the pink poles. Yeah, we've affectionately given folks many nicknames and their own trail names out there. We're OHG, Orange Hat Guy from day one. Still rocking out there, moving up places.
Rolando Mendoza. This.
All right.
All right.
Hey, I'm on live streaming. Is it okay?
Hello, hello.
Believe you're on
Oh, we're
air
trying to
and
get
they
your
can
audio.
hear
Hold
you.
on a second. We can't hear you. 1 minute.
Hang on.
Can eat until we can get your audio.
Jonathan Mulberry, while we're waiting, thank you so much for your donation. $49.99. We really appreciate it.
Okay, we're going to have to get a recap on this. Maybe unmute on their end? Do you need to unmute on? No, but on their side. All right, we'll be right back. Try to get a quick interview with that runner.
Brian Pape, a.k.a.
Orange Hat
Guy, is projected in next into Eldon.
Woo!
Now, I think we'll take a guess that Orange Hat Guy will also hit some of Pete's meats.
Here we're looking at Rolando Mendoza. Rolando is an avid runner of Air Viper races, Black Canyon, Coldwater Rumble, Mogollon Monster. Cocodona last year, placing 18th and running 87.38. So he is looking pretty dang good to set a serious course PR here.
Fantastic. And a true Air Viper groupie, just running down that list. The big races, the small races. Okay, we're getting information that Austin Corbett is the gentleman that we couldn't get the audio on quite yet. Is a Catula. He's from Catula.
Oh, nice.
He's in the guy in the chair, or the guy in the chair at Fort Tuthill. Thank you for that. Echopath.
Here we are. We got you.
See, now that is a race where I went to and I was like, sign me up. I got to do this. It's an amazing race. So I'm doing the 100K this year. Are you going to do that one again?
I don't know. She will be.
Oh, 100K. All right. Well, I'll be there with you. I dressed up as Wonder Woman. I just figured I could be Wonder Woman every single year at Javelina, and then they'll be like, oh, there's Wonder Woman again. Remember her from last year? So, yeah, very cool. Very cool. Awesome. But we're on air now, so say hi. Hey. This is Austin. He's feeling great.
Yeah.
What you eating there?
They're delicious.
Yeah?
Recommended by Chris from Sprinkles Nut Butter.
Oh, okay. Fantastic. All right. Highly recommended.
Yeah. No, all the food's been great. So.
Have you run many Air Viper races besides Javelina?
Yeah, I've run Black Canyon, Big Pine trail runs here, just a couple other smaller ones, but Black Canyon and Javelina are the bigger ones.
Very cool. Yeah, right on. Great. I mean, best aid stations.
It's pretty awesome. Yeah. Know a lot of the people here too, so it's always awesome to see some familiar faces.
Very cool. What's your bib number, Austin?
176.
176, in case anyone wants to follow him. And his
All right,
facer.
we'll
Hello.
keep following. Hello.
Awesome. Well, thanks for letting me video you.
Keep it up, Austin.
Thank you.
Thanks for that, Kristen. Great audio. So with Rolando Mendoza moving through the Eldon aid station, we're tracking 3 runners in between Eldon and the finish line, and expecting in the next half an hour or so Brian Pepe, aka Orange Hat Guy or OHG, into Eldon. On that same section around mile 80, Jake Wyatt, Colorado flag.
Woo!
Good stuff here. Great look at that. I mentioned this to Jamil all week. I've mentioned it to him. If you've been watching our live streams over the years, the clarity on the cameras is not always as picture perfect as this. The science and the technology has evolved tremendously, of course, depending on where the drone is. But this is just nice, a nice clear shot of this runner traversing the section.
Jake Wyatt is also planning to run the Ray 100 later this year for the 4th time. That's a beast of a race. I know. I grew up there, and those trails are no joke. He is a very, very tenured ultra runner. Lots of other strong results on his resume. Many Run Rabbit Run finishes. Leadville. Looks like he likes 100 milers. He's signed up for one on June 1st, one on June 22nd, one on July 19th, one on August 24th, and
summer.
One on September 13th. That would be starting his year with Cocodona 250, and then proceeding with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more hundreds this year.
Oh, man.
Quite the calendar you got going, Jake.
That is a calendar.
That is very impressive.
Back to Sedona. This
right
is
there.
the single
Now we're
track
officially
leaving Sedona.
We gotcha. Who are we with
Do you
here?
mind talking a little bit to him?
Love Cocodona, my 2nd year. It's so beautiful today.
Oh.
And we're just about to go to
Schnebly Hill.
Hill. It's a beautiful view after an insane climb, but we're going to get it done.
You're doing wow. What is your name and where are you from?
Oh, she's got.
She's like, I'm out of here.
She's like, okay, enough chit chat.
She's like, I stopped and no.
182.
182.
Okay.
I'll get that real quick.
The energy is high.
Anna Robbins.
Yes.
Robbins, leaving.
Got that sunshine in my pocket.
Yes.
Woo!
Oh my gosh, this is amazing. We got some serious hype going on out there at mile 162 of the Cocodona 250. These people need to like bottle this and sell it. Look at this. Yeah, soak it in the views.
I say you
Guys
need to
are-
bottle and sell some of your energy.
You guys are crushing. Keep it up and keep those positive vibes rolling.
That's great stuff. Here we are back at Walnut Canyon. Last crude aid station, mile 227.8.
That was Anna Robbins doing her 2nd Cocodona 250. She said, I love Cocodona.
I couldn't recognize the flag. Can you see? Do you have her on
Ooh.
Ultra sign up?
Let's see.
It's
She's from Atlanta, Georgia.
Oh, Georgia. Okay, Southerner. Right on.
Anna
Lots
or
of
Anna Robbins.
Anna or Anna. With the one N.
Anna?
I
You
was
think
thinking
Anna?
Anna.
I would
that
guess
sort
Anna.
of potentially Scandinavian spelling
Yeah.
or Central European spelling. So yeah, Anna Robbins. This is some cool drone footage out in the. This must be that we've been referring to it several times, the single track connector trail between Walnut Canyon and oh no, this is further down the course. You can still see the rocks of Sedona. This must be between Sedona and Schnebly, or Schnebly and Munns. Again, runners do have just under 2 hours now. 12:15 p.m. local time is the cutoff in Sedona. 12:15 local time is the cutoff in Sedona. Here we are in the Sedona aid station. As we've noted all morning, there have at any given time been a dozen to 24 runners regrouping in Sedona. It's an excellent place to regroup with a sleep station and crew access and really good food. It's looking like probably now a dozen or so. There's Anna Robbins on the list. Christopher Jones is in there. Simone Valentine Austin, Wayne Ammo, Jackie Frisch, Matthew Holapa, Nathan Butler, Jennifer Goins, Walter Handloser, a name you might recognize from his quest to do 100 milers. Okay,
Schnebly
so this
Hill.
is Schnebly Hill. This is some great footage that we haven't yet gotten before, and this is that 17-mile section we've talked about a lot from Sedona to Schnebly Hill.
I think Sedona was the aid station that Arlen Glick spent a lot of time at last year volunteering. He was just out there helping runners out, supporting, scouting. I know he did pacing, spending a lot of time out on course, really in support of the race before coming here and placing third this year.
Yeah, and here we are at Fort Tuthill. Hey, can you hear us?
I can hear you.
All right.
Got it. Runners 107.
107. Let's see what he's up to.
107.
107
Brandon
just got here. He's from Colorado.
Brandon Worthington.
You are on air right now. Do you want to say hi to live stream? Can you guys hear him?
Yes, we can. Hey, Brandon, how you doing?
Awesome. How you doing? She's saying he can't hear you. But
okay.
Very cool. He just got in. Yeah. How's your race been?
It's been good. It's been tough.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been enjoyable.
How is this your first 200 or have you?
No, but my first time in.
First time at Cocodona. Right on. Yeah. I don't think anyone gets to this point and is like, yeah, this has been the easiest thing I've ever done. So awesome. Great job. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's been good.
Very cool. Very cool.
Well, tell him way to represent Colorado.
She says way to represent Colorado. I believe it's Corinne. Is that correct?
Yep.
Yep.
Corinne from Castle
right
Rock.
Now. It's from Castle Rock.
Oh, great.
So very cool.
Yeah, I'm from Longmont. Yeah, we got a lot of great trails.
Very cool. Awesome. Well, welcome to Arizona and good luck out there.
Awesome. Thank you.
Very cool.
Live stream for a little bit.
Oh, here we are back in Sedona.
All right, you are on.
Hello.
Healing, and I'm doing the Cocodona 250 to raise awareness of our organization. And we have we basically provide free activities for veterans, their families, and young people, with a special focus on children with autism. We do hiking, kayaking, snowshoeing, and a beautiful UTV program. Again, all free, based out of Glastonbury, Connecticut.
Can you say the name of the organization again?
Awesome.
Can you tell us the name of the organization again?
That's the name of the organization.
Open Doors Outdoors.
Open Doors Outdoors. My goodness, thank you so much for that.
Yep, we got it this time. What is his name and where is he based?
Where are you from?
South Glastonbury, Connecticut.
All right.
Okay, and name?
Davey Edwards.
Davey Edwards?
Davey Edwards, yeah.
All right, Davey, keep it up. You are crushing it, and way to be supporting an amazing cause. That sounds like an outstanding organization.
Glastonbury, Connecticut. I know that area well, a suburb
I
of
found it.
Hartford.
Yes.
little bit of a delay there, but again, people out there are running for so many different reasons and whys, and in support of organizations. We heard from the Wander Project that does charity bibs for 15 individuals who want to run Cocodona. And if they raise $5,000 for some of their preferred nonprofits, or even a nonprofit that individual wants to nominate, they can get themselves a bib for Cocodona and run in support of that organization. We heard from Girls on the Run Northern Arizona division last night, and there's many others bigger than the trail, mental health awareness, that are being supported through those charity bibs. So a lot of great work and great funds being raised for these nonprofits.
Great new drone shot now. This is on the climb up Schnebley Hill, the big climb, the Kasner climb as we call it. Drone is relocated over here. This is a great look down on the red rocks of Sedona and the runners coming up the road in the foreground.
So Brandon Worthington, who we had in the Fort Tet Hill aid station, is a really experienced runner. Moab 240. He did Hard Rock last year, placed 14th. Ran a 33:59 at Hard Rock. Really solid time there.
Oh, that is a solid time.
He's run Wasatch, Leadville, run Western States, done the Grand Slam of ultra running.
Goodness. Okay.
In Utah. So, and then Old Dominion, just the list goes on and on and on. So for him to be saying this is a tough race, I mean, you are in the middle of it,
Right.
You're getting him right in the moment, but at the same time, it's, he's got some very difficult races that he's done in the past. And out here, looks like for the first time at Cocodona.
Here we are back at Fort Tuthill. There's a lot of action here. Good view of the drop bags at Walnut Canyon, 227.8. It's the last time crews can see their runners in both races. Good look around the aid station. This is the still cam we have at Walnut. Oh, no, sorry. Stand corrected. The still cam we have at Eldon. Mount Eldon by Cotulla aid station. Pete's Meats. This is what?
No way.
Guys,
look at this.
Guy's been eaten by a shark.
This is a pacer. This is an epic. Do we have audio?
There we go. Let's hear
Can you
this.
guys
Yes, we can hear you.
hear me?
Yep.
You guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right. So we've got Connor here. I'm gonna let Connor explain his shirt to you guys here.
Okay.
Howdy, my name's Connor, and I'm supporting my runner over here. His name's Red Dog, and during these last stretches of these ultras, he needs a little bit more motivation. So we have this nice carnivore following him throughout the trail. Any motivation he can get. It does not help with the sleep deprivation, sadly, and kind of enhances that whole experience. But as long as we get him to the finish line, I think we'll be pretty good. But yeah, he's crushing it, and he's in high spirits. And I think if we keep moving this and have the shark behind, he'll finish pretty well today.
Did Connor make that himself?
Does that motivate him to keep going?
I don't have enough trials to see. He's not making much sense when it comes. Maybe it'll make increase the sanity because he's so insane right now that everything will kind of equal out. So we're just trying to balance all his levels right now.
Man. Thanks, guys.
Oh man, that was amazing.
That's really cool.
This runner's going to be like, dude, I was hallucinating this shark the entire race. All right, you're looking at the Mount Eldon aid station. There are some savory meats up there.
And
no. Is that a runner? I don't think we have anyone. Okay, that might just be a volunteer or someone sitting there. Yep. Okay.
Yeah, the next one we would expect up there is Orange Hat Guy, Brian Pepe. I hope I'm saying that correctly.
OHG.
He's
just OHG.
Yeah. And we have 3 runners that have gone past this aid station and haven't finished yet. Manuela Villaseca, Michael McKnight, and Rolando Mendoza. Rolando being the most recent one.
Yes, we are anticipating Manu Villaseca to be getting somewhat close to the finish line here.
I'm going to guess that these folks that have just come and said hello to Peter are probably aid station reinforcements. You know, an aid station like this is going to be literally open for days. Early Saturday morning, it will close down. We're talking to you on mid-morning Thursday. So the volunteer shifts here are quite spread out. And so Pete will be up there the whole time, but we'll have reinforcements coming through in 2s and 3s and 4s, especially as the mid pack closes in on this aid station, and the runners are spaced much more closely together than they are right now. Pepe. Okay, thank you for that. We're getting confirmation that it is
Pepe,
Brian Pepe. Thanks for that, Eric. We'll probably stick with Orange Hat Guy nonetheless.
He's definitely earned that.
Yeah. Yeah, I think Doghouse, I hear you. When I run Cocodona, this aid station's going to be on my mind the entire time. In fact, I think I'll experiment with it. Might just hike up there or jog up there after my shift is over to sample some of that. Maybe bring Pete a beverage. Just going to do a quick, I know that there are folks on the tracker and on the website looking for runners in the 125. We have had one finisher so far, Michael Greer, and Eddie Healy is running in 2nd place, Philip Sebastiani in 3rd, first place female Catherine Edwards in 1st place female in 4th overall, Jim Strayhorn in 5th, and David Kania in 6th. And a little ways down there, the legend, the myth, the legend, Olga King, not a myth, in 2nd place female.
Yeah, we saw the youngest entrant to the race, Brody Chisum, finish in 12th place. He Fantastic. Is the youngest ever finisher of the race, and his brother, who's 18, and his mother are both out there still on course as well.
Yep. Brother Ben and mom Jenny. Brother Ben is paced by youngest brother Asher. Mother Jenny is paced by a group of friends met through the thru hiking community. Sean, we would love it to pin a comment to the chat about the Mika situation. Just not sure how to do that. We might get somebody more technologically inclined than I to do that. You do know we have the live tracking pinned up there, but I'm not sure if it's possible to pin a notification of some kind. But
yeah, just to let everyone know, Mika Thews was leading the women's race by a significant margin through yesterday. We saw her tracker stop and it was assumed that she maybe had decided to end the race. We came to find out that she did trip and fall. She fell and hit her face and thought she had potentially broken her jaw, so she went and sought medical attention. She was cleared, and her tracker was brought back to the finish line where it remained there. She is allowed to go pick it up and re-enter the race where she stopped before, if she so chooses, and we will let you know if we hear absolutely that she has decided to do so. If that's the case, she will be back in the race starting at mile 233.
And so far, comment of the day. I love this one. Run slow to run fast. Ben, I'm going to be the youngest finisher ever. Brody, hold my root beer. Good stuff. Thanks a lot. Run slow to run fast. Give us something to laugh about.
Meanwhile, 16-year-old Pacer is going, wait till next year.
Wait till next year.
Although then he might be 17, depending on what month.
Yeah, so we did get all the siblings straightened out, the 4 boys. Corinne and I are both boy parents as well. But Ben, who's still out on the course, is 18, being paced by the youngest of 4, Asher. And Brody, who's finished, is 17, and he was paced by Elliot, 16-year-old. Yeah, no, right now, if you need a slice of Pete's Meats, you have no choice but to run the 250, at least in this year's modified course for the 125 and the 38, to protect the Mexican spotted owl nesting areas around Eldon and through Walnut Canyon. As I've mentioned now a couple of times, a couple of reroutes have taken place, and one of those reroutes is going around Eldon for 125 and 38. And I don't think the alternate aid stations for the 38 and 125 are graced with Pete's Meats.
Got to do the big one if you want to partake in Pete's Meats.
Yeah. The big beef enchilada. See what I did there?
The brisket enchilada.
The brisket enchilada. Drone going back up the road. This is the road, I believe, outside Walnut Canyon. Oh, Aussie 54. Will Pete's Meats be there for 2025? I'm guessing yes.
I think he has every year.
Yeah, Pete is.
I mean, he did run one year, but he did say that there's a whole team involved. So I think they figure out a way to get it there regardless.
Yeah, Pete's a local in Flagstaff. He runs up Eldon all the time, as well as Humphreys, by the way. And I imagine as long as the race will continue to have him, we will continue to have Pete's Meats. There's a runner coming into play.
Should have working on green.
Okay, we're gonna
coming
be
down towards Buffalo Park.
Okay, we've heard that Manu is in Buffalo Park. We're gonna be trying to get eyes on her and let all of you experience the finish with her.
We know Shad is, at least as the last we heard, Shad was still upright after spending most of the night running back and forth from Buffalo Park, logging at least a 50K, including Troy Allen busting out a 6:50 final mile through the streets of Flagstaff. And we know that because Shad could hardly talk.
He clocked it on his watch. I remember Jeff Garmeyer did that last year too. I think it's a thing. It's like how fast can you go at the very, very end? And Jeff was also rolling along at definitely a 6-something pace. I felt like I was running sub 7 at the end of Black Canyon this year, and I looked down at my watch. It was like 8:30. I didn't care. Okay, potentially
Pete
Kostelnik?
Kostelnik? Pete Kostelnik could be. He loves rocking that now almost retro Hoka shirt. It does look like Pete. So Warden, you want to do your technical deal and like Corey's asking? Chris Warden, you think you could pin a longer comment on top with the Mika report? Chris is working on it. He's also working on about 2 hours of sleep, so who knows what might be pinned to the top. Yeah, as those of you don't know whether this is Pete or not, it's a story worth telling that he had a rather significant car accident a little more than a year ago, and a badly injured hip. Had to be repaired with quite a bit of hardware. Recovery was arduous, to say the least. And I know Chris, when Chris was doing his thing, reaching out for guests for Cocodona After Dark, was reaching out to all kinds of people, and one of them was Pete. He asked if Pete was going to be here. He kind of reached out to Pete thinking maybe he'd come on to After Dark with us. And he was like, well, no, of course, I'm going to be there. And that's when Chris learned that this was his comeback race. Most people would do, a 50K or something for a comeback race. Not Pete. Not Pete. He's doing his comeback race at the Cocodona 250. Again, to summarize where we are with the women's top 5 or 6, again, with the still not knowing exactly what Mika's plans are. Manuela Villaseca is likely the next runner coming into Flagstaff, Buffalo Park in Flagstaff, 2nd place. 3rd place, Kylie Drugan Epic. 4th place, Eliza Lapierre. 5th place, Carrie Henderson. 6th place, Elsa Jaworski. 7th place, Stephanie Rosebaugh. 8th place, Ashley Paulson. 9th place, Emily Kratz. And 10th place, Ann Tisdell. That's your top 10, minus the possibility of Mika. Top 10 men are all in. Haroldus Sabertus, Jeff Browning, Arlen Glick, Joe McConaughey, Michael Versteeg, Jeff Garmeyer, Finn Malanson, John Van Guns, Matt Smith, and Kevin Goldberg.
And at one point, Finn Malanson had not slept at all. I do think he ended up napping, but it would be really interesting to hear what his total sleep time was, because I think it was very, very low.
Yeah. Peter Green asking if Pete's meet is PJ Mortimer. I don't know if he goes by PJ. I just know him as Peter Mortimer.
Peter or Pete is what I've heard.
Peter or Pete.
Yeah.
So I could go up there and call him PJ, but he's a big guy. He'd probably haul off and hit me. So instead, I'm just going to go up there after my shift is over and see if I can get a little bit of that brisket before it runs out. Eric, we are looking for any confirmation we can about Mika, but at this point we have none to offer. We know what it looks like on the tracker. We have trackers too, but we can't confirm, and haven't for 3 days been able to confirm the tracker. Now, if we get eyeballs on any runner, whether it's on one of our static cams or a drone or one of our chase runners, certainly we can do that. Can't believe everything you see on the internet. Used to tell my kids.
So a little bit about Kylie Drugan Epic,
Yes, let's do
because
that.
we have not talked too much about her. There were some questionnaires sent out to runners beforehand, so I'm going to just share a little bit of what she shared in that questionnaire. Tell us about yourself. She said, I was born and raised on the East Coast, but moved to Boulder back in 2018. Boulder, Colorado. She ran D3 cross country and track, but became more interested in ultras in the last 6 years or so. That sounds familiar. I have a similar background. I have found a strong community in Rocky Mountain Runners, RMR. Shout out to that group in Colorado. And I'm lucky to have these friends and family support me out here. When she's not on the trails hiking or running, she works as a board-certified behavior analyst, specifically with children with autism. That's incredible. She is passionate about addressing climate change with behavioral science and will be starting a doctoral program in the fall. She said the vision for this race is rad. Her furthest distance before this is 100 miles. That's the most she has run consecutively. So she's doing fantastic out there.
You're on mute or off mute, so they can't hear you, or you can't hear them, but they can hear you. So this is Chad Bruce, 190.
Chad Bruce. All right.
Getting ready to take off. How you feeling? Feeling okay?
Spots, but of course.
Yeah, of course. You don't get to the spot without a couple of exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Where are you from?
Southern California, Eastvale, California.
Okay, right on. Have you run Cocodona before? Not Cocodona. 200. Okay.
First time. It's a hard track.
Yeah. Yeah.
Really hard.
So right on. Anything you want to say to live stream while you're on the air?
And I know my dad's watching.
Oh. Hi, Dad. That's awesome.
Sign up.
Sign up. Did you hear it? He's like, I've had a few rough patches. I'm doing okay, but sign up.
Yeah, fantastic. That's awesome. Well, thank you so much. Good luck out there. You too.
All
nice
right.
work. Here we go. Here we go. Our second place female, Manu.
This is Manu Villaseca from Spain, originally from Brazil, making her way to the final through Buffalo Park, just outside of downtown Flagstaff.
Yep, Shad has gone out there. Our man on the ground, Shad Burkholtz, has run in with just about everybody so far.
No, we've got audio too.
Corinne's on and AJW's on. Okay. Yeah.
Oh, man, tell Manu it's Corinne. We spoke a few days ago. She's doing amazing. So happy to see her conquering this massive, massive challenge and performing so well in her first 200+ mile race. Yeah, I believe Manu speaks 5 languages. I'm not sure which one they're speaking right now. Sounds like Spanish.
Some fans, it sounds like, as she nears the pavement.
Manu is a craft runner, craft athlete.
You too? No?
I love it.
Oh my gosh, I am so proud of you! Oh, thank you so much. Let's get this done!
Lots of hugs. Oh, man.
Thank you so much.
Mind if we run in with you?
Let's do our big group.
This is so cool. There's Brittany Peterson. Bringing a little energy to the proceedings. Manuela Villaseca off the dirt for good at this point.
Was nice, but thank you.
Now we go.
You can stop right now. You stop that one. So now, follow the yellow bricks. Follow the yellow bricks.
This is awesome. Oh, she's filming her crew. Yeah, get some GoPro footage. Everyone becomes the filmer.
Mana Villaseca doing a little filming herself with her pacer and crew coming in through the streets of town.
All right. Savoring these last few blocks. Okay, as we continue to watch Manu Villaseca making her final way through downtown Flagstaff. She's going to go past the hospital and past Beaver Street Liquors and on her way into Heritage Square. She came all the way from Spain for a small town in Spain for this race. She said she was super excited to experience the varied terrain and the exotic landscape of Arizona, and she went through all of it in a matter of 77 hours and 50-ish minutes here, putting down a very impressive time in her first 200-plus mile race.
Do the double coca and you just go all the way back to where you started.
No double coca.
That's in a couple of years from now.
Say chicken run in the left.
All right. Outstanding effort out there by Manu.
De hecho, te están haciendo la vuelta.
If you're just joining us, this is second place female, Manu Villaseca. She is getting ready to be done. Finished with the Cocodona 250.
Making her way through town with authority.
Get to go right past the pups.
Although I suspect our man Shad is grateful that they're walking.
Get a little break. He's already done
indeed.
30 miles.
Yeah, there's the thumbs up. You're doing awesome, Shad. Thank you.
Lots of love for Manu in the chat, saying she's one of the kindest humans.
Hey, Shad, tell Manu she's getting tons of positive vibes in the chat.
You're getting tons of positive vibes in the chat.
Vamos, Manu. Lots of Manu.
I'm sure Rachel is waiting for her there.
Who are cheering me on. Thank you so much.
All the hearts going on. Keep the hearts coming.
One more street. No, it's this one. It's right here. This one? Yep.
Roberto Portas.
It's right there.
Some of her family.
That's a different mark. Okay, good. Yeah. Very good.
Want to shout her out here? We just lost audio. We're gonna follow her all the way in. Oh, her family's watching. Okay, Roberta Portas. We're gonna try to tell her if your family's watching. If you can hear us, Shad.
There's Shad we've been talking about. It's nice we've got a camera on our camera guy.
Thank you.
There we go.
Happy that they're watching.
Yeah, they're watching.
Nice. Different people watching the live stream this year.
Yeah.
Because of me, a lot of new people. Yeah, watching.
Yep. Manu's a craft athlete. She's wearing a craft kit, including her yellow hat. And
Uptick Spanish speaking people from the
I think she was just naming off the languages she speaks.
Yeah.
I only heard English, Spanish, Portuguese. Don't know the other two, but bravo.
Yeah, run it, Matt and Jenny, real quick. We also did hear from our team on the ground at Fort Tuthill that there is quite a bit of smoke. I know early in the week we were notified of a prescribed burn in the area of the course. I suspect that's it, and probably a shift in the wind or something has blown it into the area. I know that probably will present some concerns for folks about breathing and so forth. So it is a prescribed burn in the general area.
Yes, and I got a note. Let's bring it full circle to ultra running here. Sarah Fondow, who is a hotshot firefighter, let me know. She's sorry. That was her crew that was doing the prescribed burn. She did the Black Canyon 60K this year as her longest ultra yet. So she's an ultra runner. She understands it. And she said, yes, apologies for the burn. That was my crew out there doing some work from the fire department. So
yeah, here we are. Following second place woman, Manuela Villaseca, through the streets of Flagstaff, along with her pacer and a couple members of her crew. She will be the 15th finisher of the 250 starters. We're hovering around 60 DNFs at this point. She will be the second place woman and the 15th overall finisher.
she's also going to be running a time that is would have put her in third place last year. It's good for second place this year. Just in between Eliza LaPierre and Mika Thu's times from last year, 2023, 77. hours and 55 minutes. She's getting close here. As long as she's under 78:27, which she certainly will be, she will be have the third fastest time on the official course for women.
I'm guessing. I mean, she could squeak under 78, judging by where she is. But she was walking for a bit there.
Oh, back to a jog.
Yeah, but maybe somebody. There. I doubt she cares about 78 or 78:12.
It's been a long, long journey.
Oh, Travis Loncourt, always the man with the scoop. Ryan Hall, a Flagstaff resident, former world-class marathoner. There is Beaver Street Liquor. Chris Warden's favorite spot in town. Just kidding.
Yeah, it's a bit of a who's who in Flagstaff.
Sure is.
Especially this time of year when a lot of people come here and do some prep for Western States. Yep. We've seen Jim, Katie Scheid, Chad Hall.
Brittany Peterson.
Brittany
Couple
Peterson.
top fives at Western States right there in the black.
Heck yeah. Say that Manu really made the most of her long flight and trip out here. Hopefully she'll be able to, maybe spend a day or two relaxing before having to head back home to Spain.
Yeah, it wasn't a good climb. It wasn't horrible, but it was like the rocks were high, so you have to
Yeah, shout outs in the chat. Let us know who you're following as you continue to give some great words and accolades to Manu as she gets ready to finish the race here. We will be following every runner across the finish line over the next couple days.
Yeah, just I know we missed one earlier. Feel bad about that. There are some moments during our broadcast where we switch streams. That's a requirement for our broadcasting on YouTube. They can only be a certain length of the streams, and obviously the length of this live stream significantly exceeds those YouTube limits. So we switch streams just about every 8+ hours. In addition, there are times where we're making equipment switches out in the field, either with still cameras, or with our drone teams or our on-the-ground teams, all of which at times require us to shut down the equipment, reboot things, and run some ads during that time. Finally, occasionally there's a time for people such as Corinne and myself and Mercedes and Chris and the rest of the team to take a little break. We don't do that very much, but sometimes we do. And so all of those things combined, from time to time, we shut down the coverage. And we try not to have it happen during a runner coming through to a finish, but sometimes it happens. And so earlier in the day, that was one such example. We try very hard not to do that. Eddie Healy and Philip Sebastiani, at last check, are the second and third place runners in the 125, the Sedona Canyons 125. We would not likely catch them on camera until they are into the Buffalo Park area because, as I've mentioned before, the 125 does not go up and over Eldon, where we have most of our assets deployed. And first place woman and fourth place overall in the 125. Let me just get that refreshed real quick. Is Catherine Edwards, who's coming in hot behind actually, at least according to my latest update, she has moved ahead of Philip Sebastiani and is in third place overall as the lead woman in the 125.
Yep, and at one point we had 3 or 4 women in the top 10 of the 125 race, so ladies out there really crushing it at that distance as well. And we had our winner come through. We're still waiting for others in the 125. Manu's partner is Gerard. I didn't know if he was going to be here, but somebody in the chat said that was her partner pacing. That'd be cool if perhaps he came out unexpectedly.
And as I think we've said now multiple times, Manu is a coach, and one of her athletes has chimed in. This is pretty funny. Someone please tell Manu to update my final surge plan.
Oh no, she gets an excuse. She has an excuse.
Oh, Mac, that's a good one.
We'll get her on that right as
we'll
she
get her
crosses
on
the finish line.
We'll get Shad to.
She heard you and she's running because she needs to update it. Final surge. She also coaches yoga or teaches yoga. She said she watched the documentary on Eric Sensman and saw herself in that film, could relate to that film. Just kind of needing something new for inspiration and a new goal, a new challenge to get passionate about.
It's a slight lean. I saw someone mention the lean in the chat. We saw John Van Guns leaning right last night. He was about a 6 out of 10. I got to say, this is only a 3 out of 10. It's just a very subtle drift to the left, but she's probably happy it's not a 260-mile race. Just a couple of more streets here for Manu. Second place finisher, Cocodona, 250, 2024. Everybody can take a deep sigh of relief now because Mercedes Siegel Gaither is back in the chat.
Is she actually in here?
And she's talking about milk. Throw a little Flota in there and it'll make your day.
Flota.
Yeah.
I'm not doing milk. Yeah, I'm going to crack Flota though. Looks like she might. Oh, she's gonna go. Yep, that vehicle must still be there.
Manu Vilaseca making this turn down this alley, and she will be a finisher. Second place.
Oh, that makes me want to go to the finish line.
Yeah, it does.
She's going to take a minute. Oh, she's going to make me cry.
So
oh, man.
She's stopping before the line.
Oh, man. What a journey. Soaking it all in.
Oh, wonderful. Manuela Vilaseca in a time of 78:14. Second place finisher.
Okay, amazing job, Manu. Let's stay here for 1 second. Give Manu a little bit of love, and as she finishes in second place, a well-deserved hands on knees and chair.
There we go.
Oh, she can't believe she did it. She's in awe of herself. Probably overwhelmed with emotion.
I love this. Brittany. Big hug time.
Yep.
Pacer coming in.
Oh. Yes, Manu. She's getting so much love in the chat. Get that woman a chair and a burger. That's right. Whatever she wants right now. She is truly soaking in the moment, and as she should be, celebrating, pumping her fist with the buckle, pumping her other fist with the award. Yes.
Class move there by Steve, giving her that moment and then passing along the buckle. He's such a cool RD. Steve Adderholt. Second place woman and 15th place overall in a time of 78:045-ish.
That's right. I'm not crying, you're crying.
Yeah.
That's exactly right. I'm literally about to cry here. We need one of the lounge chairs at the finish line just to melt into.
That's true. Let's order one of the
couches.
Those ones they have out at Fain Ranch. They need a couple of those here at the finish line.
Yep. So as we spend another moment here watching Manu, and she
great stuff
has conquered the Cocodona 250.
Friends and colleagues all over the place, different countries she's lived, family members from afar. She's chatting with Steve. That's Steve there to the left with the blue and white hat. Steve Adderholt, race director.
We ready?
Yep.
All right. We are going to switch over to eyes on back on course. Mika Theus is back out there moving. And
Travis Longcar is out there with the camera.
This is the little bump, the little climb. She has crested Eldon, come down. She's about to get to the Eldon aid station. So for those who are wondering what the heck is going on right now, because we thought Mika Theus was out of the race, she has re-entered the race where she stopped last night, which was mile 233. She did leave to get some medical attention as she thought she had broken her jaw potentially after falling on her face. She was checked. She was cleared. She had taken off her tracker. She was able to pick it back up again, go back to where she had stopped and start the race. And she has re-entered. She is back in. She is now getting to the Eldon aid station as we speak. We do not know if she is in third or fourth, but we are going to keep paying attention to that and see kind of what will unfold here in the final miles. But
we know that in the same general area, Kylie Drugan Epic is there. Not sure if she's in front or behind Mika. And as you recall, last time we reported to you, we were also awaiting Brian Pepe, orange hat guy, who's also in the same general area. So with Manuela finished, we know that Michael McKnight and Rolando Mendoza are beyond this aid station.
On their way to the finish.
On their way to the finish. And here is Mika into this aid station. And wanted you to know, I know we've been speaking for the last several hours. There's Mika right there, a yellow jacket. Mika did leave the course at mile 233 approximately, where the paved road crosses and gets onto the single track. We know that many of you had seen pings on the tracker. Our team, particularly Jamil Curry, where most significant decisions along with Steve Adderholt, rest with them in terms of what kinds of communication we're going to have. So Travis Longcar was dispatched up and over the mountain to make sure that we were able to get visual. As much as we love to trust technology, we wanted to have verifiable physical evidence that Mika was out on the course. Once we got that, we shared it with you. So we want to thank you all for your patience and understanding as we've tried to manage this extraordinary and unique situation.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever seen anything like this, but it's extraordinary and unique. She's either in third or fourth place. We'll get a little bit better confirmation of that in a little while. But she's fueling up here with Pete, and we'll be on our way down the mountain shortly. And she's not running with a pacer, at least at this point.
Back into a jog.
Wow.
It's wild.
That was quite a 10 minutes with Manu's finish, with her fans all over the world, and then an immediate switch to that camera shot from Travis Longcar on the last little stretch of Eldon for Mika Thews, making it to the aid station and heading down towards the finish.
All right. Might be a bit time for us to take another quick short break here. So we have a break in the action before some final runners come in. If we do get eyes on one of them, we will try to jump on or interrupt.
Yeah, we do know we had about a 4-mile difference between Manuela and Michael McKnight.
Yep.
Up at the summit, so we should be safe for a little bit of a break.
Are we out?
Soda! All the energy of soda.
Today's broadcast is also brought to you by Speedland, the best trail shoes ever created. This is the brand new commission, the GS PDX, the 6th model in Speedland's short but illustrious history. You'll notice it's a throwback to the initial colorway of the first model, the SL PDX, though this is built on the GS platform. Plenty of cushioning to take you as long as you want to go on the trails. There's people going to be racing in it this weekend in both the 50K and 28K, but also people wearing it at Cocodona here in just a couple months' time. Everything you've come to expect, the double BOA fit system, the HTPU midsole, the drop-in P-backs, secondary midsole, also removable carbon plate. Nothing better than the Speedland. Go pick up a pair of the GS PDX. You'll find a link and a discount code here in the description on YouTube.
This is your machine. It is strong and fast, tough beyond measure, brave beyond belief. It will take you high in the mountains, deep into the woods, over rivers and deserts, and further within yourself than you have ever dared to go. But it is only as good as the fuel you put into it. Feed it real food. Feed it real power. Feed it spring.
Next runner. I feel like I'm just ready to just get started, get going. Done with day one. Hector Rodriguez from San Diego, California. Done it twice, looking for the third time being the charm.
I'm Stephanie Rosebond. I'm from Prescott. Oh, I feel fantastic. I'm ready to go. This is my first time. Longest I've ever run in a race is 64 miles. So this is definitely going to be challenging, but so much fun.
Who do you have supporting you this week?
Well, I have my son Dawson and my best friend Nicole, and then my friends and family and wonderful people like Prescott area trail runners have been a huge support through this whole process. And the reason I even found out about Cocodona was last year I paced a friend who did the whole thing and completed it, and I did 60 miles pacing it, and we had so much fun together. So after I paced him, I was like, this is what life is about, and I need to do this whole race. So that's how I found out about it. 28, and I am also a charity bib for Bigger Than the Trail.
Beautiful.
So yeah.
James Schutz, originally from New York, now I live in Surprise. Doing a little foot race, doing 250. Super stoked, super excited, ready for the experience for sure. I did about an 8-week training stint, and max mileage was about 120 for a week is what I maxed out at. Really excited.
That's first time?
No, my second for Cocodona. Cocodona return. Feeling good. Ready to party.
First time?
First time.
Second time. I'm ready.
We have Scott here too from Montana, Crow Nation.
Yep. Glad to be here. Ready to go.
Woo!
From Tucson.
Phoenix.
Asheville, North Carolina. Made a trip.
You're going to be changed when you reach the finish line. But it's not the finish line that's going to change you. It's this journey. It's every friendship, experience with other runners and pacers and crews and volunteers, through multiple sunsets and rises, high highs and low lows, coffee, beer, amazing scenery, 2 river crossings, and lots of blisters. It's the journey that's going to change you. Take the time and enjoy it. My best wishes to each of you. See you at Heritage Square. Happy running, y'all. 3, 2, 1.
out here again. It still feels surreal. I mean, I'm a minute into it, but so many memories of last year just flooding back and how I'm doing it different. And I hope to hang on to the excitement of shivering this morning as I go through the heat of the day.
I'm feeling pumped. I'm all the way from South Florida. I signed up for the first year, then my father got cancer and I couldn't come out. And now I'm here. It's amazing. I'm doing it for my dad and my whole family. Amy, 27, Banana Champ, South Florida representing.
All the anxiety's gone. Just getting here and packing was the struggle.
Where you coming from?
Oregon. I turned 40 on Thursday. So this is how I'm celebrating my birthday. This is the fun part, just getting away for a week.
Amen. Well, that was a month ago. Oh, yeah. And
why are you here? Just to test myself, mostly mentally. I think it's all mental, 90% of it anyway.
Soda! Oh, the energy of soda.
Well, hello, everybody.
Woo!
We're back.
Cocodona.
We're back at the Cocodona line. Corinne and I love it when we have this view in the studio. I know, and I know you all do too. We've got our squirrel's nut butter and Corinne's carefully curated notes and Flota and my sixth or seventh cup of coffee. But
I should probably have that more than
thank you all, everybody, for being here. We have had an exciting day this morning.
Exciting twists and turns and all the things.
Don't worry, folks. We didn't miss any finishers.
Yep.
Manuela Villaseca was our most recent finisher, the second place woman. We expect in the next several minutes, we will hear from our man on the ground, Shad, who'll be tracking in Michael McKnight, who I know has a lot of fans out there, then Rolando Mendoza, and then in all likelihood, Mika Thews. But I thought we would get everybody back together here and summarize a little bit of some of the incredible stories that have gone on so far today, run through the finishers. First, at the top of the list, of the first sort of most extraordinary thing that happened is after the climb up and down Mount Eldon, Jeff Browning had a lead on Geraldus Subertus, and on the descent, Geraldus was able to pass Jeff. I suppose it's the equivalent of passing someone in the last 5 meters of a 100-yard dash. Or
basically a sprint finish.
Basically a sprint finish, and Geraldos emerged victorious with Jeff Browning second, Arlen Glick third, Joe McConaughey fourth, Michael Versteeg fifth, Jeff Garmeyer sixth, Finn Malanson seventh, Jonathan Van Goens eighth, Matt Smith ninth, Kevin Goldberg 10th. And then in 11th and first place woman, Rachel Entrekin. And we're going to get to the women's race in a second. But the 12th place finisher was Brody Chisum. A little bit on Brody?
Brody Chisum is, how old is he? 17 years old. He is an avid thru hiker, has done many of the long trails in the nation, does thru hiking with his family. But his longest trail race before this official race was last year's Eldon Crest 36 or 38 miler. And he decided to come back and just do Cocodona 250. We weren't sure what the plan was with this family. Were they going to stay together, do the entire thing together? But it kind of became apparent as the race progressed that they were going to just be running their own paces. And as a result of that, Brody just completely went out there and ran a very impressive time for anyone, let alone a 17-year-old. He was also paced by one of his brothers, who we believe is 16 or 14. There's two brothers out there helping pace. So Brody Chisum, such a crazy, exciting, unknown future for someone who is not yet out of high school.
Yeah, so we got some help on the chat, fortunately, because we didn't know a lot of the backstory of the Chisum family. So Brody is in the house. He's finished. He came in with his brother, Elliot. Ben is still out there, and he is running in with his brother, Asher, 13 or 14. We're not exactly sure. And Jenny, their mom of all four of those boys, is a little bit further behind. And for both Corinne and I as parents, Corinne you have two boys?
Two boys, 12 and 9.
And I have three boys, 26, 24, and 21. We couldn't be more excited for Jenny and her three boys. And then, most recently, right before we went off for a little bit of break, we'd been doing a lot of work behind the scenes here with the situation with Mika Thews. To summarize that a little bit, overnight, right around mile 233, which is on a paved road section in between in between Walnut Canyon and the climb up Mount Eldon. Mika Thews, who was in the lead, left the race course. Let's put it that way. We learned a little bit later there was some concern about what exactly was the reason for Mika leaving the race course. We learned a little bit later that she had fallen during the night and had sustained what she was concerned was a very serious injury, potentially a broken jaw. She chose to leave the course, get it checked out. And over the course of several hours, got it checked out, reconvened with the race organizers. Race organizers concluded that were she deemed safe to continue by medical, that she would continue, which is what she is now doing. About 15 minutes ago, we saw her pass through the Mount Eldon aid station with Peter Mortimer, and she is currently on the descent down Mount Eldon. That is a lot of drama for one little old ultra.
It's for an epic, not an ultra, an epic as they're calling them. But this is Kylie. Your visual right here is Kylie Van Eggen-Eaton.
Let's get it right.
It's a tough last name.
Kylie Druggen Epic.
Kylie Druggen Epic. She is moving with the poles nicely down this dirt road after the top of Eldon, and she's going to be getting to that Eldon aid station pretty soon here. So
this does give us visual confirmation that Kylie is in fourth place.
Yep.
This was a location where we didn't yet have the camera up on the screen because we were celebrating Manuela Villaseca's second place finish. But our producers told us that they saw the video coverage of Travis Loncar running down this section with Mika, and she was just flying. People might wonder, oh my gosh, you had video coverage of Mika coming down, and why didn't you show it to us? I think the answer is pretty easy. We had the second place woman coming through the streets of Flagstaff with her crew. It was a dramatic moment for her. It was her second place finish. We wanted to give her a chance to have her moment, celebrate her second place finish. She did that. We switched it back out to Mika, and the rest is history.
Yeah, because that finish line moment is so special, and we saw a lot of emotion from Manu, really taking in just what she had done, and we wanted to capture that for sure, and then got over to, sometimes the stars don't align that people finish and end up places where we need double coverage, but we were able to get eyes then on Mika, and Kylie's running down this really, really well she just looks great. She was born and raised on the East Coast, but moved back to Boulder in 2018. Ran D3 cross country and track, but she's more interested in ultras in the last few years here. And she is running an extremely fast time as well. We saw on the men's side, so many men, I can't remember exactly how many go under the previous course record, but it was broken by 9 or 10 hours this year by the front two men, Harry Subertas and Jeff Browning, and some times that would have won this race were ending up in 4th or 5th or 6th place on the men's side. Mika was well ahead of not only the women's course record, but also the men's course record before she had to kind of step off to get that medical check. So the times on the women's side, we did not break the course record this year. It was about 50 minutes after the course record that we had our winner, Rachel Entrekin, cross the line.
And Rachel, with the yellow hair and from what we understand, no sponsorship, some incredible outright wins, including the one that blew my mind the most, which was the plain 100 miler up in the Northwest. Definitely came to play this race and used an interesting strategy. I hope that we can get a chance to have Rachel up here in the studio for an interview sometime, perhaps tomorrow, because as you observed several times through the women's race, she took longer than average, or at least longer than her competitors' sleeping breaks. Not exactly sure how much longer, but they were definitely longer, because often during those sleeping breaks, you would lose a time or two and then get it back. So pretty cool. Yeah. The different approaches to running 200s, especially this distance, that's just very, very mysterious still for many, how to just get it right. Yeah, we heard from so many of the front running men who were talking about sleeping on day one intentionally, maybe between the hours of 2 and 4 and 5 a.m. on night one, getting 20 to 30 minutes of rest. And it seems like maybe, Rachel knows herself well enough to want to push through that and just wait until her body tells her she needs to rest. We also saw her take a second rest during the heat of the day. So really trying to just kind of mitigate that heat also affecting your exertion level. And sounds like she just was super smart and knew exactly what she needed, because she was able to run a very steady and consistent race to take home the win. Little subplot here. Thank you, Carol, for putting this into the chat. We've talked a couple of times about the goings on, actually many times about the goings on at the Sedona aid station. The Sedona aid station cutoff is at 12:15 p.m., which is 32 minutes from now. And Lisa Allen, who is currently sitting in the back of the race, is a mile, according to her tracker, a mile from Sedona, with 35 minutes, not only to get there, but to get out of there. Okay. And a chance to do it. But we shall see. Yeah. So did we run through everyone who'd finished at this point? I think we did. All right. We did. Not quite, because after you chatted about Brody Chisum. Yep. We had Troy Allen. Yes. From New Mexico, who put a big hurting on our chase cam with a 650 mile. Yes. Damon Chavez came through. And then our second place female, we were just talking about her somewhat emotional finish, where she took a moment before crossing the line and collected herself, Manuela Vilaseca. We expect next to the line, Mike McKnight. And Rolando Mendoza as well, their
quite close to one another, so could be either one of them.
This is not Orange Hat Guy. We might have missed Orange Hat Guy, but this is Kylie.
Yeah.
We haven't missed Orange Hat Guy. This is Kylie Drugan Epic.
Just hitting the aid station.
With her pacer.
So she's finishing off a bottle. Getting these other ones refilled. She's moving with some urgency. I think she's trying to get in and out here. Again, looked like she was moving very, very well for having 245 miles on her legs, or 42 miles on her legs. It's I saw the sign up there. It's 8.6 miles to the finish from this aid station. Pete Mortimer is up there serving Pete's Meats. Doesn't look like she's going to partake in any of those. I'm sure he's over there trying to convince her to, but
ever the salesman.
Just save them for us. We're going to run up there and grab some in just a little bit here, Pete.
Yeah, I am definitely going to make a trip up there during my break, during my break in the action.
Pacer helping out here. And they're off. Little
All right,
wave.
quick aid station, Kylie Drugan Epic.
Is Mike, the aid station captain, well, he and Julian are both up there holding down the fort. Follows them out.
The curious Stephanie Hathaway asking about the rules regarding leaving the course. I suspect there's not anything sort of letter of the law, spirit of the law here, but I know, as has happened in other long ultras, and as I mentioned, David Krupski from Florida did this twice in the 2022 and 2023 races, when he chose to, instead of using the aid stations, sleep stations, or sleep in his car, he chose to go to local hotels or Airbnbs and sleep there. And during that time, he got in a car, was driven to those places, slept, got back in the car, came back to the place that he left the course, and continued on. Obviously, these circumstances are significantly different than that, in that Mika was not leaving the course to stay in a hotel or get some sleep. She was leaving the course to get some medical care. But once she got the medical care, was medically approved to return to the race, checked in with the race organizers and reported that, and then ultimately was returned by her crew to the spot on the course that she left the night before. She was within the rules. That's my interpretation of it, but I'm just one guy. But I'm thinking along those lines, it would be something that would be acceptable and appropriate, and folks wouldn't have much problem with.
Yeah, and I don't know enough to know how the the systems work on when somebody's, tracker is reflecting DNF, and there's multiple protocols or multiple steps to actually dropping from the race, and perhaps some of those were not completed and the tracker just stopped, and because it was stopped for a period of time changed. I don't know. It is a little bit confusing to show that she had DNF'd in the tracker, but that is not the only thing that people are paying attention to, especially behind the scenes in terms of what's going on with the runner.
Huge thank you to My Jeep 6.
Thank you.
My Jeep 6, another $99 donation for the good of the cause. We really, really appreciate it.
All those donations go to making the live stream better and improving it, which we continue to do every year. We've seen amazing footage, very clean shots, very clear cameras during this entire race, and just some views that we had not seen in the past, and putting together highlight reels and things like that. And
I see Callie Vinson. I see Callie Vinson here on the drone shot. I recognize that floppy brimmed hat that she was wearing when she left Sedona. So this is from that drone Trevor, help me here. This is from that drone that's going up Schlebly Hill, correct? Yeah. Okay. On to what Corinne was talking about with respect to equipment. This drone equipment, camera equipment, the computers we have here in studio, this technology has improved tremendously just in the past 5 years. So in order for us to stay ahead of the game or keep up with the game, we need to spend money. Oh, this is a really good shot, everybody. People have asked about what the water-only aid stations are like. There are several on the course. Way back on Monday, there are 2 water-only stations. Of course, one was also known as the Frozen Grape Station, mile 10 and 24. And this one, which is part of the way up the 17-mile, part of the way up the 17-mile stretch from Sedona to Schnebly Hill, is an unmanned water station at approximately mile 172. So the nice thing about this is we have a ballpark idea about how Callie is doing, and from the last time we saw her, she's covered 10 miles to get to this water station.
Nice. I know she was very adamant about carrying a lot of fluids. She did a ton of training and practicing with having a lot of weight, bladder in the back, bottles in the front, and making sure she was going to be able to stay hydrated. She has said that she is a heavy sweater, heavy salter, so she's, really working on consuming a lot of water and goo-octane and making sure that she is staying well hydrated and fueled out there.
This is a great shot again. I'm so glad we got this drone up here. This is the first day of this particular spot, but this is wonderful. Looking down, that red pickup truck is probably the source of those big blue water jugs up there at the water only aid station. Looking at how remote that is, you can see why it's water only. And it looks like they spill out from the single track that they've just been coming up to that road right there.
Because it's 15 minutes later, or 10 minutes.
Did they extend them?
Yeah, if you started.
Yeah.
Are we muted?
Thank you.
Here we are.
Hats off to big red truck person. Yes, indeed, the source of those big. All right, I've got confirmation that the cutoffs are unchanged from published, even with the 10-minute late start. So,
okay.
Except the finish. Sorry, thank you. So 12:15, 18. No, I'm sorry, bad math. 15 plus 8, 23. 23 minutes from now, this aid station Sedona that we're looking at right now will shut down. We did receive word earlier that the final runner, Carol Hall, I believe her name is, had 35 minutes to cover a mile. Ragnar's asked 2 igloo water jugs to donate to Aravaipa from my past classroom. Please just email directly to the Aravaipa info page, and it will be dispatched to the appropriate place, and you can make that donation. I did the same with some cots I had a couple of years ago.
All right.
Carol Hall.
Yeah, let us know who you're tuning in to follow. I'd love to shout out some of the other runners who are out there doing amazing things.
Manuela Villaseca is the most recent finisher. Here we are back on the ground at Fort Tuthill Aid Station.
Yep. So you're going to be
Sponsored
on
by our
audio
good
as well.
friend
This is
Chris
Simon
Thornley and his company
Gerard.
at
How do you say your last name?
Squirrels Nut
Okay.
Butter.
There's a lot of people partaking in that meatball and pasta. That looks pretty delicious.
Yeah, let's check that
Actually,
check it
they're
out.
talking, so
I don't know.
Fort Tuthill
we'll get you on
pasta.
that.
They just
So
call it
I'll
pasta.
get you
There's
in
a lot more
second
than
here,
just
so.
pasta with those meatballs and
Oh yeah, meatballs, salad, bread, oatmeal. This is the second runner we've seen just really enjoying a plate of pasta and a meatball there.
This is
Dan
Simon
Hughes, thank you
Gerard.
very much.
Trying to get them
Yep,
to...
Brian Pape, Orange Hat Guy. We expect him to be the next runner into Eldon. Is there still a camera in Munns Park? Michael Copy is coming in there. Michael Copy, one of our 273-year-old runners.
Okay,
Here we are at
go,
Munns
Munns.
Park. Very good. Ask and ye shall receive.
Yep.
If anybody in the chat knows the color of Michael Copy's kit, please let us know. This is a static cam at Munns. Lots of energy around Simon. Simon Gerard. I think I'm pronouncing that right. Simon Gerard. Simon Gerard, bib number 173. Orange Hat Guy. Andrew Glaze, some love for Andrew. Chad Lassiter, good dude. Scott Trenkamp. Jocelyn Briggs. Davey Edwards. Lots of love for lots of folks in the chat. Banana Champ. Amy Buckspan. All right, Amy. Just hitting Munns Park, mile 27. Oh, sorry, number 27. Way past mile 27.
All right, OHG, Orange Hat Guy.
Orange Hat Guy.
That of Eldon. He's about to hit some smooth surface. Nice downhill grade.
If you weren't around for the first couple of days, Orange Hat Guy got a lot of love in the chat.
He's still rocking it.
And he's still rocking the orange hat.
We had Harry do with a little more subdued, like a terracotta and brown, cap or bucket-ish hat. But this is definitely OHG, Orange Hat Guy.
And Aid Station Fireball rallying the OHG chant.
OHG, 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 OHG.
Right by the APS truck.
I hope this guy watches the entire live stream and just sees how many times we do an OHG chat, and he saves it and just creates some kind of
Amelia Keegan, yeah, Brandon.
Coffee table book with all the
Amelia.
chants.
Yeah, we saw Amelia coming out of Sedona. There's actually, on a more somber note, that you can see the smoke off in the distance there to the top left of the screen, the prescribed burn that we've been talking about earlier.
Yeah.
Lots of the volunteers were mentioning that it's pretty noticeable at up at Fort Tuthill. You can kind of see the misty smokiness in that shot as well. An Orange Hat Guy taking a pause.
So if you're just tuning in, we are looking at the top of Mount Eldon. They go in about another half mile, and they will hit this aid station, the final aid station, before 8.6 miles to the finish line.
On camera is Travis Loncar. We dispatched him up there to confirm that Mika Thews was in fact on the course to get visual evidence. He did that, and so now that he's there, we're just having him run up and down the mountains a couple more times.
Getting his workout in.
Travis, if you can hear us, tell OHG that he's a legend. Orange Hat Guy.
He's from Valley City, Ohio, Another Ohioan.
Yes, indeed.
38 years old.
Some love in the chat for Jenny Chisum, who has hit 200 miles.
Woo!
Mother of those super boys,
Dang.
Ben, Brody,
Let's go,
Elliot,
Mom.
and Asher.
Love it. Absolutely love it. Get down
Brian
with
Pape
OHG.
started running in 2020.
Get down with OHG.
One of those COVID runners, I suppose. Nothing else to do. Might as well run.
So many people that started trail and ultra running during COVID.
Orange hat guy. Just a little side note. I've one of my other gigs is I'm a writer for irunfar.com, the great trail and ultra running website, and Megan Hicks is the editor-in-chief there. Has been texting back and forth. She, as most of you know, if you follow iRunFar, they do regular race updates, and they're doing an update on this race. And she's literally like, so wait, really? Jeff got passed in the last 3 miles, and no, wait, really? Someone fell, almost broke her jaw, and then came back on the course? Oh, no, wait, really? There's a mom and her 4 sons all running the race?
I think it's going to have to be a series. It's going to have to be a series of articles. It's going to take at least.
It's got to be a series, but as Megan said, as only she can, boy, these 200 milers are really something.
Yeah. You don't say.
You don't say. Some Callie Vincent love in the chat. We just saw Callie at what is the 100 and I want to get it right, 72 mile mark, which is where there are simply as a table full of big blue jugs.
We think we're back on Cali. Yep.
All right, we got Cali back. So again,
drone footage here covering.
This is great.
This is beautiful. Look at the landscape. Turn around, Cali. Check it out behind you. Moving right along. Yep, Callie documented so much of her training and prep leading up to the race on her social media channel. She's super funny. Her and Scott's content and videos are always highly entertaining.
Oh, they really are. Okay, and everybody else asking for what happened to Mika, please just scroll up the chat.
She is indeed back, though.
True journalistic expertise. Just scroll up and find out for yourself.
Yeah.
I'm sort of just kidding, but we got a race to cover here. Want to try and bring every finisher in to the extent that we can. Most specifically, Orange Hat Guy, who's currently Brian Pape, who's currently sitting in, 16th, 17th.
All right, we just got to shut
place.
down the rumors in the chat. Nobody broke their jaw. Nobody broke their jaw. Mika Thews, who is leading the women's race, did fall and thought perhaps she had broken her jaw. I don't know exactly what the injury was that she sustained. Maybe she did. We've not had that confirmed, but she was cleared by medical to return to the race if she would like to, and the race is allowing her to, as long as she started back where she stopped, which was mile 233, 234. She's now back on course. She's running in to the finish on the descent from Eldon, which is what you're looking at right here, but she's a few miles further down at this point. We are watching Brian Pape, Orange Hat Guy, OHG, as he has had so much love in the chat, and he's crushing it. He rallied and picked up place after place after place overnight, so had some kind of crazy surge. Probably drank 16 flotas and then just continued on.
Fantastic. Well, Corinne?
Yes.
I think reinforcements are here.
Reinforcements are here. All right.
What do you say? When are you on next?
Yes, I'm on next tomorrow morning. One more shift tomorrow morning before I head out.
And then you've got Adventures Ahead.
Adventures Ahead. I will be crewing the great Ryan Montgomery at Quad Rock 50 this weekend as well. So it's just full of ultra running the whole week.
And
I love it.
Where are you headed? Where are you headed now? For a run and a bite to eat, or the other way around?
Run. Bite to eat, run back down.
So you're heading up to Pete's
I think
Meats.
so, yes.
Well, if you see one of the camera guys up there, say hi.
Yes, I'll tell them to save you a plate for when you come up later, AJW.
When I come up later. I get off at 2 or 3. I can't, whenever someone comes to help me.
It's all great.
I'm going to go straight up there.
It's been awesome. And yep, I will be back and pass you on over to Mercedes and for more great coverage.
Mercedes Siegel Gaither?
Gaither.
Gaither? Mercedes Siegel Gaither? Come on in.
Oh, no, you can't forget your float.
Oh, yeah, you got to have Flota. There should be one under here. We are doing a little change. Lots of love for Corinne in the chat. She's done an amazing job. Before you leave, Corinne, did you leave the boys with your husband for the whole week?
Yes, I love you, Graham. It's really hard to single parent. You're the best ever, the most supportive partner. Everyone should get themselves one. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Very good. Graham Shalvoy, he is a really solid, cool dude.
Yes, he is.
And yeah, Mercedes is coming in. And we've now we're just about to hit the 79-hour mark. I know a lot of runners, when they get into Cocodona and they start looking at past splits and what they think they can do and how they are going to sort of manage the course and what's in store for them. A lot of them, particularly if they're, say a 24 to 26 hour 100-mile runner, which is sort of a little bit ahead of mid-pack kind of runner. They sort of set as a target 80 hours as a potential finishing time for this race. Obviously, just an arbitrary number, one that doesn't necessarily mean a whole heck of a lot. No special extra buckle for breaking 80 or any of those type of things, but a number that you can put on the dartboard. So know that we're about an hour from that. And more specifically, I'm sure there's a little bit of drama out at the Sedona aid station, mile 162, where the absolute cutoff, that is the point at which the runners not only need to be into the aid station, but out of the aid station, is about to come. It comes at 12:15 local time, which is the absolute cutoff at Sedona. If you make it there, you've got a little bit of a reprieve. As I was mentioning, the cutoffs become a little bit more generous after Sedona, and the next absolute cutoff is on Schnebley Hill at 9:30 p.m. So you get about 17 a mile. You get about 9 hours and 15 minutes to go 17 miles. So it's a little bit slower even than the sort of average 2 mile an hour total that is relatively standard for this race. Mercedes, how are you?
Oh, just dandy. How are you doing?
Well?
Yeah, I'm excited. We get to talk.
Awesome. We do. So what have you been doing today?
I got a hitch on my car.
You got a hitch on your car?
Yeah.
Did you go for a run yet?
Not yet.
Not yet?
After some Flota, I guess.
Well, I'm going for a run after we work together, but what do you think of the drama so far?
Oh, man.
We've seen
I didn't expect this much drama. Did someone plan this out or something?
I don't know. Is it, it's not like professional wrestling, is it, where it's like scripted?
No, it's way better.
Yeah.
Is it scripted?
I think it's scripted.
Ooh,
all right, we've got Michael McKnight in the orange shirt. This will be our next finisher.
Somebody line up the milk shots at the finish line. I was just out there. No milk to be had.
No milk to be had?
None.
All right, if you're listening and you're in the range of the finish line, grab some milk, folks. Line them up. McKnight's on his way in. McKnight has got a pacer with him, as you can see, with a pretty good sized pack.
Moving steady. He's got his poles almost put away.
Yep.
Just hanging on to them.
It's our man Chad out there moving in. We're probably going to have a couple of finishers in close proximity to one another, because Rolando Mendoza was just a few minutes behind McKnight at the aid station on Eldon, and then Mika Thews, and she was moving with a purpose.
Oh, awesome.
So even though she was, at the time about 20, 25 minutes behind McKnight, I suspect she's closed a little bit on that. Yeah, Ronaldo is not far behind you, right? Not to mention he has camo on, so they probably won't even be able to see him.
Oh man, the drones are gonna have no idea.
And Shad is looking back just to... Wait a minute. Yep, I think Shad is... Could have just been a random pedestrian on the road, or it could have been Rolando Mendoza.
What position are we at right now?
Michael McKnight is in the 20th spot, and Rolando Mendoza is in the 21st spot, I think. But I'm gonna.
If I were him, I would want to fight for that 20th spot.
This is Steven, by the way.
Oh no, 16 spot.
Okay.
Steven's on the camera? Yeah. All right. Thank you, Steven.
It was great. I got to go stop by the finish line for a hot minute.
Yeah, what was going on there?
Not
Did
a
you
lot.
see any finishes?
One runner. Yep, I saw a second place female come in. I think I was
Manuela.
there for at least a half hour, so I was hoping someone would come in while I was there.
That's fantastic. All right, this... There it is, Rolando, Camo Man.
Do you see someone on screen? I just see a floating pack.
Yeah, I know he blends right in with the trees there. Rolando Mendoza, definitely in sight of Michael McKnight.
Oh man!
And
can we get a sprint finish?
Yeah, I think I'm not sure how much sprint Mike has left.
And at this point, like, is it worth it?
Is 16th place or 17th place?
I don't know that ultra sign
there
up
they
score.
are, just kind of all gathering together.
Oh,
I love this.
He did
Little
catch
high
him.
five and
he's out.
See
he
ya.
means business.
Orange hat guy has made it, and he's gonna hit some meat.
Is this the OG?
This is OHG.
The OG OHG.
The OG OHG.
You never know. What if more than one person has an orange hat?
I know. I mean, it's kind of an in color these days.
Oh man,
Corinne's changing quickly. She wants to catch Mika. Questions about the 125. Let me give you a quick update on that as well as we toggle between Rolando and Michael McKnight. We have one finisher, Michael Greer, and very close to the finish, Eddie Healy. Eddie Healy would be the second place finisher. Philip Sebastiani has repassed Catherine Edwards, so he is now in third place. Catherine Edwards, first place woman and fourth place overall in the 125, and then Jim Strayhorn in fourth place and Dave Kania in fifth place. Garrett Nelson in sixth place, and in seventh overall and second place woman, legendary runner Olga King. Olga King, currently of Texas, a Russian by birth, and just a wonderful, wonderful OG in the sport. And I gotta say, I'm pretty impressed with her run. She's still got 15 miles to go, but this is good old Olga. Oh, that's good.
Impressive. So aid station Fireball in the house giving us some fun stats. The Eldon to the finish split, Harry, our first male overall winner of Cocodona 250, he did that in an hour 24. But Mika right now is on track to do it even faster in 79:33. So that's...
If she finishes, got it. If she finishes before 79:33 on the clock. Sometimes aid station Fireball likes to confuse us.
He's good at that. Leave us on our toes.
Yeah. But nonetheless, if she finishes in a little bit less than a half an hour, look at Rolando.
He wants that 16th spot.
He does.
I mean, helps his ultra sign up score.
Mm-hmm. Annie Hughes is crewing Olga. Yep, returning the favor from Annie's run at Hard Rock last year. He's like, wait a minute now. I have to wait for cars?
Oh, man.
I've kind of seen this a lot. This is part of Cocodona. That is Beaver Street Liquors right there on the corner of Beaver Street and this road they're coming in on. Rolando saying hello to the live stream.
Did you see Michael Versteeg's finish through town?
Yeah.
Right down the middle of the road.
Right down the middle of the road.
All the lights turning green for him. I don't know what he was doing, but it was working.
He must have paid the local authorities off somehow.
Need to figure out how to do that. I wonder if he dropped Michael McKnight.
Yeah, I don't know. It didn't. Steven giving us the thumbs up.
Not bad. 249 miles on his legs. He's making some pretty short work of this. And it looks like that prescribed burn is happening again.
Yeah, it is definitely smoky. Voxelicious race time limit is 125 hours. So just to put in that in perspective, we've got just about 46 more hours to go on the clock till about 11 o'clock in the morning on Saturday.
So you can tune in until then. Listen to us talk. Watch runners. What else would you want to do? Hopefully downtown they have a few more people building up to that finish line.
You know, it's a blend of people with nothing else on their mind but Cocodona, or people who don't even know what Cocodona is.
Yep. I think it was a good combo of that. There were some photographers there just waiting for the shot. It's going to be fun for them once all the middle packers come in at once.
Oh, yeah.
Mika just refreshed 2.8 miles from finish.
Okay, so I have a feeling if Mika keeps moving the way she's moving, she's 2.2 and change from the finish. If she keeps moving the way she's moving and McKnight is moving the way he is, there may be a catch, or at least it'll be relatively close.
Wonder how that pavement's feeling right about now.
Yeah.
It's pretty nice out. I don't know. You probably haven't been outside in what, like 8 hours?
Is it nice out?
It was a little chilly. The photographers were in puffies at the finish line.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, goodness. I might have to run in a long sleeve shirt.
It was nice out. There was sunshine before this haze came over, though. You'll probably find some.
I'll find something.
You can always find sunshine.
A drinking game suggestion I can really get behind that was just made on the chat, that everybody has to drink anytime someone comes on the chat and asks what's going on with Mika.
What are
Starting
we drinking?
now.
Milk? Meadery? Flota?
Yep. A couple drinks for Milk and Flota and mead.
I did have a Flota float last night. It was delicious.
Oh my goodness. Well, I had, thanks to you, I had a wonderful Flota Russian.
You know, when I brought
Flota with milk.
When I brought the milk and Flota, I didn't know you were going to combine them.
I thought that was your
It was
that
genius.
Was your intention.
My subconscious must have thought of it. And so did yours.
It did. Subconscious or unconscious, whatever. But I'm glad a couple of days ago there was a person in the chat named AJW's Hangover. I'm glad he's gone.
No one needs that.
No one needs that. Block that guy. But we're following Rolando into town. Steve is chasing him down. Steve Crawford. We've seen okay. Oh, there's Michael McKnight.
Walking it in. Mika might catch him.
Yeah, because Mika's running. And there we go. Rolando into the finish. 79-10.
Rolando Mendoza.
Rolando Mendoza snagging that 16th spot.
Rocking the camel, maybe doing some scouting while he's out there.
Getting ready for the fall hunting season.
I know he hunted down Mike McKnight. Some strategy
16th
there.
16th place with a pass. A pass on the pavement. There's Michael McKnight back up the course. Oh, now I think I know what I'm seeing. So we've got Steven and Chad. So Steven's going to have to haul back out there and get with Mika. Steven, if you're in the sound of my voice, turn around. It's time for a tempo run.
We got two ladies. I think they're going to cut into the top 20 here.
Right, yeah. So Rolando into 16th. Mike McKnight currently sitting in 17th. And behind Mike, there are three runners that have come off Eldon. And the first two are women, Mika Thews and Kylie Drugan Epic. So even if that order holds, it's four women in the top 20.
Don't think Mika's going to catch McKnight. She's still got 2.5 miles. She just got into Buffalo Park.
Oh, okay.
But if she does, it'll be wild.
Michael McKnight, about a mile left to go. Looks like he's not in a hurry. I wonder if he'd be in more of a hurry if he knew two ladies were chasing him down right now.
I think he's comfortable enough in his Michael McKnight-ness. Probably not.
Just thinking about milkshakes, float-a-floats. When I was at the finish line, I saw Jeff Garmeyer just hanging out. He was talking to Goldberg, who was walking around. It's amazing. They just run 250 miles and then hang out for a bit.
Yeah, I mean, well, when Chris asked Geraldus if he wanted to come up here to the studio for an interview, he's like, well, I'd like to, but I'm going out to volunteer.
Oh, no way. Yeah. Oh, my goodness. That's
so,
amazing.
Yeah, you love it about these guys. I mean, there's three right there. Geraldus going out to volunteer, the race winner, and two others in the top 10, Jeff Garmeyer and Kevin Goldberg, just out, supporting runners, cheering, hanging out. It's great.
It's so great. I'm going to have to up my game. Need to do more. Maybe I'll go up to Pete's Meats next. I do have an hour and a half run.
I'm going to head up to Pete's Meats. How long does it take to get up there? What's the mileage up to the top of Eldon on the road?
Depends which route you take, because I've taken two routes and neither of them have been the road.
They haven't been the road?
I accidentally came down the blue dot. That was fun. Better go charge my headlamp. Speaking of headlamps, isn't one of our sponsors Ultraspire? They make a solid waist belt, right? I think I need to invest in a waist belt. The waist belt headlamp combo, it's pretty clutch.
Yeah. Okay, back in the 125, I know I've got some interest in that. Scrolling back there. Eddie Healy and Josh Henry, moments away from the finish with two runners in the 250 and only two runner cams out there We can't be in too many places at once. But they pinged within 0.2 of one another. Eddie Healy at 127.2 and Josh Henry at 127.0. Michael McKnight walking with a little bit more authority here.
Oh, he's so close now.
Yeah. Oh, almost missed the turn, but then didn't.
Oh, no. Good job, Pacer.
Yep. And camera guy. Yep.
Oh, man, he's got to be pretty happy right about now. I think he's smiling. It's funny, he's just holding onto his poles folded up. Why not? I feel like it's a lot of extra work to put him away. You're almost there.
Yep.
He should be getting to those gates.
This little gate section again, as the finish line is near the town jail, and from time to time they're moving inmates around, and they don't want to mix tired Cocodona 250 runners with inmates.
That could be bad. Just ran 250. You don't want to end up in one of those
vans.
vans.
You encounter yourself in an inmate van. I thought this was the shuttle.
Wrong shuttle.
Wrong shuttle. Oh, there you go. There you go. Okay.
Nice. Come on, let's get a little jog. Maybe. I heard a rumor that the buckles for the 250 are smaller than the 125.
Oh, that's pretty funny. That's classic. That's classic Aravipa irony. Here we go. And crossing the line in 79.17.
Did he make a crop top? He's got a milk belly.
Yep, he's got a milk belly.
Oh, that's fun.
Folks in the chat mentioning he put up on Instagram that he's been having some trouble. He's been retaining water.
Water or milk?
Maybe.
More 200s coming up.
There's race director Steve Adderholt. I'll wait a moment to see. There's the small buckle. Gonna hand it off. And maybe Walnut Canyon. No, we haven't seen his angle before.
This is Nancy at Sedona.
Nancy at Sedona.
Actually,
Where?
No, you're right. I think it is Walnut.
The cutoff has been hit at Sedona.
It is Walnut. I apologize.
Walnut Canyon on the screen. So the cutoff for this aid station is tomorrow at 9:30 p.m.
Yeah, they've got
some time.
They've got some time. To 9:30. So here's an interesting sort of parallel there. The next aid station cutoff is at 9:30 tonight at 179.5 miles. So they basically give them 24 hours to go 21 plus 27 miles. 48 miles.
Runner math. Nailed it.
Yeah. Thank you. See how I did that? I carried the one. Yeah, let me. This has been discussed a couple of times, but as the heart of the pack is making their way of the 125 is making their way through the section with the shuttle. Let me mention this one more time while we have a quick moment. Due to some concerns that the United States Forest Service has about the Mexican spotted owl nesting habitat that is in several areas of the course. About 5 weeks ago, in a meeting with the race officials, the Forest Service limited the number of people that they were willing to provide a permit to pass through those sensitive areas. The Aravaipa team then made the decision to accept that, take the permit, and have the Cocodona 250 go through those sensitive areas, which it is running the traditional course. And the decision was made to alter the course for the 125 and the Eldon 38. The most significant alteration on the 125 is that runners, when they get to Schnebly Hill at mile 179.5, will board a shuttle and drive to Munns Park. So thereby bypassing 12 miles of the course. Then from there, 3 sections of additional trail, first some around Kelly Canyon, then some around Fort Tuthill, and finally some around Walnut Canyon, as well as the area around Eldon, were added to the course to make up the lost miles taken up by the shuttle. As a result, the race distance is still 125. Runners' race clocks stop. In the 125, runners' race clocks stop when they board the shuttle, and they start again when they start up again. The Eldon 38, which starts tomorrow, only does a few of those course alterations because that race starts after the location with the shuttle. So again, the only people riding the shuttle are the 125 runners between Schnebly Hill and Munns Park. I hope that makes it clear. We'll probably mention it one more time in a little while, but I think it's important to note too that, you know, race organizers had a choice at that point five weeks ago, which was to reroute everyone around the spotted owl habitat. Choice 1. Choice 2, reroute, have the 250 people go through and cancel the 125 and 38, choice 2. Or choice 3, do what they did. Have the 250 go through the traditional course and have the 125 and the 38 rerouted in ways that are mutually acceptable to the Forest Service, bypassing the spotted owl habitat and making it happy for everybody. So while there were some disappointed people, as a result of those course changes, ultimately everybody's happy because they're here running the race.
You know,
I hope that's helpful.
I feel like it's pretty cool. Like, it's giving some awareness to an endangered species. Like, shout out to the Mexican spotted owl. But at the same time, the runners get to check out a new part of the course. They get a built-in shuttle aid station. I've never gotten to experience that. Get to sit on their legs for a little bit, kind of recoup. I feel like it's a cool opportunity, and the race still goes on.
I think the race still going on part is really the most important, right? You had people's flights booked and Airbnbs set and crews that were coming out and friends and family. I think the decision that they made, and here we have Mika Thews.
Woo!
Wow. So we've got a chase cam, and then of course that's Tony Hill. So for those of you who've been commenting on the absolutely wonderful Cocodona Chronicles that we've put up a little bit from time to time during our breaks, you can thank Tony for those. That's him with the black bucket hat, an incredible content creator. He's running along with Mika, who's done this last section without a pacer. So we've got our chase cam. I think that's Steve Crawford, and then Tony Hill going to have his content that I'm sure will be up before dinner time today. Mika Thews coming through the streets of Flagstaff and just moving.
She is crushing out those last few miles, and no pacer this last bit.
Yeah.
That's awesome. She didn't need it. She knows what she's doing. Making her way to the podium for a third place female, and this will be her her third Cocodona.
I'm not sure. Is it third?
Because I know she's gotten 4th place previously and 3rd place. So
yeah, 3rd Cocodona, and it'll be 3rd place.
And a 2nd podium for her at this race.
With a significantly different, I don't even want to call it approach, a significantly different circumstance as the way it all unfolded.
Definitely. It'll be fun to follow her in the future for the rest of her 200s she has scheduled for the year.
Yeah.
7 miles per hour she was just clocked at.
Apparently she's dropped Steve?
Yes.
Yep, okay. Steven is
sorry,
out the back.
Steven.
we're sorry about this. As much as we promised to cover every runner's finishers with the chase cam, we can't really help it when the runner is going this fast. It looks like Steven's going to reel her in at least
get this
for
man
a
a
moment
bike
at the intersection, and boom,
she's off.
Tony,
she's gonna drop everyone.
Oh, this is great stuff. Look at Tony breaking into a little 6-minute pace to keep his project going. Off to the other side of the street.
She is booking it. This is amazing. What is going through her mind right now?
Oh my gosh. Yeah. That was funny. Steven,
she is dropping all of the cameramen right now. You know, the issue, maybe we need a camera lady.
Yeah, we might.
I think that's the case here. Where's Corinne?
Mercedes, I vote for you. I think that'd be a good job.
I'd go out. Let's go.
So Shad, our second cameraman. Shad, if you can hear my voice, give us a quick pace. You got your headphones in. Hey.
I can't hear anyone.
Okay. Yeah, he might be muted. And he might not even be able to communicate with us. He has to run so fast.
He probably doesn't want us to hear his heavy breathing.
Yeah. Mika Thews finishing with authority. 3rd place female. Certainly one of the most intriguing and almost unbelievable stories of this race. In a race with a couple unbelievable stories, not the least of which was the dramatic men's finish. And then I think the human interest story of the race, the Chisum family, 2 of the 3 of them still out there. Brody in the house, older brother Ben, along with younger brother Asher, and mom Jenny still out there. She is moving, and she might catch Eddie Healy, who's one of the 125ers.
Nice. That's humbling for him. So she should be in about 18th overall.
Fantastic.
So many good stories this year for the podium.
Oh my gosh.
It's amazing.
Yep.
Couldn't have planned that. You wake up with just news you never would expect to happen in a race, let alone a 250.
No. This is incredible. We're watching. If you're just joining us, well, you've missed a lot. But
so much.
There she goes, making that turn. Left on Birch, as our friend and colleague Chris Warden likes to say.
She is going to drop the camera in front of her. Oh, this looks like her crew leading her into the finish.
What a comeback after injuring her jaw in a fall, having it checked out. Getting back together with the race organization, and there's Tony again flying by.
She's about to make that last turn.
Mika Thews, 3rd place, right through. 79 hours and 30 minutes right now.
Angle. There's Mika right around our police car.
Third place female, Mika Hughes.
Wow. Wow.
I bet she's so happy she came back. One of the best smiles I've seen so far at the finish.
That is a great smile at the finish.
Mika coming in strong. Out-sprinting our camera crews.
After being off the course for several hours.
Right here from York, UK.
Getting a medical check. Eddie Healy, the second place finisher, we think, of the 125. In the foreground, Mika Hughes.
Nice. Getting her finisher pictures right away.
There's Tony with the black hat that we've been talking about. Camera's always running with Tony Hill.
Scott Rokas taking the pictures.
Yeah.
After-race photos are still telling.
This is great stuff. At the finish line.
Show some love in the chat for Mika. You've been here for nearly 80 hours with the suspense.
Incredibly strong. Awesome job. Mika and Ed here.
Mika Hughes. So 3 women. You called it, Mercedes. 3 women in the top 18?
Not bad.
Top 18. 3 women finishers here at the Cocodona 250. Haven't even hit the 80-hour mark.
Oh my God.
So Steve's got a big old buckle in his hand. He's about to have blue and white hat there. Steve Adderholt, race director extraordinaire. Just choosing his moment to check in with Mika. That was something else to see her blazing through the streets. Wow.
So fast. So incredible. And you know what? She's got less than a month until her next 200 miler.
Shad, I know, Shad, we weren't able to communicate with you. You were going so fast, but sub 7 average, and he got a 6:35. He's noticed putting into the chat. We'll be 4 in the top 20. Little Runner is commenting, and you're right. I am so sorry about that, but you're right, because we have 4th place female, not far behind. Kylie Druggan Epic only left the aid station up at Eldon about 30 minutes after Mika, which would make 4 in the top 20 for women.
Let's see. Kylie is at mile 244.7, but that was 14 minutes ago, so she should be less than 5 miles from the finish.
Yep. At this, Kylie would finish in 19th place. Mika's finish is 18th place, 3rd female.
And behind Kylie, we would have 5th place, Eliza Lapierre. She's back at about mile 234.4, prepping for that big climb up Eldon.
Something else. Something else. Here we are back at our static cam at Munns Park. Keep in mind, with 18 runners in, we're awaiting the arrival of the 19th runner. 18 runners in.
Checking up on another fan favorite, Callie Vinson. It looks like 2 minutes ago she updated at mile 173.8. So just crushing out some miles.
All right, everybody. After that excitement, Mercedes and I are going to catch our breaths, and we're going to do a stream change. As we've talked about, we need to do that every 8+ hours or so to stay in the good graces of YouTube, but we'll be back in a few minutes.
We'll see you soon.
All right.